A commentary on Kant's Critique of Judgment. W Cassirer. 2. My Father. Preface. My aim in writing this book has been to expound Kant's Critique of Judgment, and I have thought that this aim would best be achieved if I confined myself to plain exposition unmixed with praise or blame. That the critique is difficult enough to be in need of exposition will not be questioned by anyone. For my part, I found it difficult enough at the beginning to grasp even the main lines of Kant's argument, and still more difficult to understand the details. In writing this commentary, I have tried to interpret all the details in the light of what Kant himself declares to be his fundamental problem. It may seem surprising to find him maintaining in the preface that the questions to be discussed in the critique will be these: whether the faculty of judgment, as a faculty coming between the understanding and reason, has its own a priori principle like the two other faculties, whether this principle is constitutive or merely regulative, and moreover whether the faculty of judgment supplies an a priori principle for the feeling of terror and pain and thus connects this feeling with the cognitive faculty and the faculty of desire. It may be objected to such a statement that the various topics discussed in the critique do not seem to be in any way connected with this problem, and that the problem itself is an exceedingly artificial one. My study of the text has convinced me that such objections are superficial and ill-founded, that Kant's statement of his problem is perfectly correct and that his problem is a real one. It is true that there are passages in the critique that are not immediately connected with us main problem, and these passages I have disregarded, although some of them are of considerable interest, historical and otherwise. The following are the passages I have omitted: the section headed remark which follows upon section 8 of the first introduction, section 12 of the first introduction, sections 13 to 17 of the critique, the section headed general remark upon the exposition of aesthetic reflective judgments, sections 40 to 2, 51 to 4, 58 to 60, 67 to 8, 72 to 3, and the whole of the methodology. It would be tedious in each case to specify my reasons for omitting a passage, but I must explain why I have not dealt with section 42, section 59, and the methodology. As for the two sections first mentioned, I have to confess that I have omitted them because I do not understand them properly. In them Kant puts forward the view that there is a necessary connection between morality and the appreciation of beauty. 1. I am unable either to follow Kant's argument here or to decide whether such a doctrine is or is not in keeping with the general principles of the critique. As for the methodology, the fact that Kant himself gave it the heading appendix might be thought a good enough reason for not dealing with it, but this one might think to be outweighed by the fact that it is full of interesting observations. That in spite of its interest I have neglected it is due to two reasons. The methodology is, compared with the rest of the critique, very easy to understand. Its interest is chiefly historical. Owing to the circumstances in which this book has been written, I had from the beginning to limit its scope, and to refrain from going into the history of Kant's problem. I have in fact had to confine myself entirely to the expounding of Kant's argument just as if it had no history behind it. I am fully alive to the questionable nature of such a procedure, but I believe that the greater part of Kant's argument can be understood without going into historical questions. The one great difficulty that anyone who sets himself the task of expounding the third critique has to face is of course that he has to rely on his readers having a fair knowledge of the other two critiques. I have tried to meet this difficulty by giving in an introduction a summary account of the main doctrines of the first two critiques with special reference to those which are of most importance for the third critique. I am aware that the most serious objections may be raised against an introduction of this kind, and I realize that there may be very few readers to whom it can be of any use. In writing my introduction I have had in mind a reader who, although not entirely unfamiliar with Kant's first two critiques, might be glad to be reminded of their main doctrines before beginning a study of the third. As for the more advanced student of Kant, I can only advise him not to pay any attention to my introduction. So much for the character of this book. It now remains for me to say something of the unusual circumstances in which it had to be written. When in 1934 I came to this country as a refugee from Germany, I had the great good fortune to be invited by the University of Glasgow to come to Glasgow for 2 years so that I should be able to go on with my studies. At the same time, the university was generous enough to give me opportunities for teaching in the departments of logic and moral philosophy. It was understood from the first that my stay in Glasgow was to come to an end after 2 years. But the renewed generosity of the university made it possible for me to complete this book, which has taken another 2 years. I am aware that it would have been quite impossible for me to have written this book at all but for the continual assistance given to me by Professor H. Peyton, at that time Professor of Logic and Rhetoric in the University of Glasgow. It was Professor Peyton who at one of our first meetings suggested to me that I should write a book on Kant, an alarming suggestion to make to a man who had not made any special study of Kant and was at that time practically ignorant of the English language. In view of the trouble that I have since been to him, it would only have been human if he had at times regretted his suggestion. Professor Peyton's recent work, Kant's Metaphysic of Experience, has won for him a place as a most distinguished authority on Kant, and I need not add anything to the welcome that his work has so generally received. But I should like to say that his knowledge of his subject is equalled only by his willingness to help others. For the help that he has so generously given to me, I find it difficult to express sufficient gratitude. At every stage of the writing of this book he has helped me both by his interest and encouragement and by his innumerable suggestions, which have led me in some cases to understand Kant's doctrine more fully, in others to express myself more clearly. I am glad to have this opportunity of publicly expressing my gratitude for all he has done for me. I have said that one reason why I found Professor Peyton's suggestion alarming was that the writing of a book in English within a reasonable time seemed to me entirely beyond my powers. In this I was certainly not mistaken, and as I went on the difficulties seemed to me more and more insuperable. Nor was MV path made smoother by the fact that in the person of Miss Sheila A. Kerr of the Moral Philosophy Department I met with the most exacting critic of my linguistic strivings. From the earliest stages of the book she set herself the task of teaching me to write English, and her enormous patience in correcting my mistakes, along with her skill in showing me how to avoid them in the future, have at last enabled me to write something that even she admits to be English. I am happy to acknowledge how much the book owes to her. I am also indebted to Mr. Dr. Cousin of the Logic Department for reading through the whole of my typescript and for helping me to clarify my argument at several points. If I still lack the art of English punctuation, it is due to the fact that I had an expert AC hand who was always willing to do what one had omitted. Mr. Cousin has also been kind enough to read the proofs. I should like to say a word of general thanks to my colleagues in the 2 departments of philosophy, who, by approaching the Senate of the University on my behalf, helped to secure an extension of my original term and thereby made it possible for me to continue my studies. For this I am deeply grateful to them, as I am also for the interest they have so constantly shown in my work. It is a great pleasure to me to acknowledge also the generous financial help ** and to me by the Jewish community of Glasgow. That their help should have been given to me at a time when I most needed it is something that I shall never forget. H. W Cassirer, Glasgow, March, 1938. Note: the first and second editions of the Critique of Pure Reason are referred to as A and B, and the original paging is given. In my references to the Critique of Practical Reason, the first number refers to the Berlin edition, the second to Abbott's translation. In my references to the first introduction TN*H, Critique of Judgment, the first number refers to Buch's edition, the second to Lehmann's edition. The remaining references to the Critique of Fugement are to the Berlin edition. In quoting from the Critique of Pure Reason, I have followed Professor Norman Kemp-Smith's translation, from the Groundwork of the Metaphysic of Morals and the Critique of Practical Reason, Abbott's translation. The translations of the quotations from the Critique of Fugement are my own. 5 HWC. Preface, 7. Introduction. ITE Critique of Pure Reason 3. 2 THE Critique of Practical Reason, 55. The Critique of Judgment. The first introduction to the Critique of Judgment, 97. 2. The critique of aesthetic judgment. 177. 3. The critique of teleological judgment, 309. Index 395. Introduction. I. Appearances and things in themselves. The principal task which Kant sets himself in the Critique of Pure Reason is the analysis of human knowledge into its elements. The first part of the critique is therefore called the Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. It is divided into the Transcendental Aesthetic and the Transcendental Logic, the former dealing with intuition and the latter with the understanding. In the introduction to the Critique of Pure Reason we find the following passage. By way of introduction or anticipation we need only say that there are two stems of human knowledge, namely, sensibility and understanding, which perhaps spring from a common, to us unknown, root. Through the former, objects are given to us, through the latter, they are thought. Now insofar as sensibility may be found to contain a priori representations constituting the condition under which objects are given to us, it will belong to transcendental philosophy. And since the conditions under which alone the objects of human knowledge are given must precede those under which they are thought, the transcendental doctrine of sensibility will constitute the first part of the science of the elements. We see that even before beginning to set forth his argument Kant takes one thing for granted, namely, that human knowledge depends on something that is given to it. This follows from the fact that it requires two different sources, intuition and understanding. Insofar as all our knowledge depends on intuitions, it depends on some asterisk thing that does not belong to itself but must be given to it from outside. Human knowledge is never wholly productive of its object. This is a fact which for Kant is beyond all shadow of doubt and does not require any proof. The transcendental aesthetic begins with the following words: in whatever manner and by whatever means a cognition may relate to objects, intuition is that through which it is in immediate relation to them, and from which all thought gains its material. But intuition takes place only in so far as the object is given to us. This again is only possible, to man at least, in so far as the mind is affected in a certain way. The capacity for receiving representations through the mode in which we are affected by objects is entitled sensibility. Objects are given to us by means of sensibility, and it alone yields us intuitions. They are thought through the understanding, and from the understanding arise concepts. But all thought must, directly or indirectly, by way of certain characters, relate ultimately to intuitions, and therefore, with us, to sensibility, because in no other way can an object be given to us. This is a belief which Kant maintains throughout his philosophy, and it has to be noted in particular that the transcendental aesthetic cannot be properly understood unless we are aware of the assumption on which it is based. Human knowledge is incapable of producing an object, and depends on something that is given to it. The special task which Kant sets himself in the aesthetic is to show that there are a priori forms of intuition, and this task he believes can be accomplished only if it can be shown that objects, if they are to appear to us, must conform to certain forms of intuition. Space and time are shown to be such a priori forms, for objects cannot even be given to us unless they have been made subject to them. At the same time we can show that they are pure forms, and that they present us with a world of mere appearances as distinct from a world of things in themselves. Space and time are formal and subjective conditions of appearances. No objects can appear to us independently of these forms. They are a priori forms because every object of experience must conform to them. They are prior to the actual object. At the same time it must be borne in mind that these necessary and a priori conditions of all experience reveal to us a world of mere appearances. We have to presuppose the existence of a world of things in themselves which is fundamentally different in character from our own world because it is independent of the subjective conditions of our experience. The distinction between things in themselves and mere appearances is absolutely essential to Kant's argument. This may be seen from the fact that he believes it would be impossible to establish the a priori validity of space and of time unless we were aware that our 5. world was a world of mere appearances as distinct from things in themselves. If our objects were things in themselves, that is to say, independent of the mind that knows them, it would be absolutely impossible, according to Kant, to have any a priori knowledge of such objects. It is the very subjectivity of space and time which makes it impossible to attribute a priori validity to them. They are forms which the human mind imposes upon its objects, and because this is so, it can be said that in this restricted sense, namely, as applicable to mere appearances, they are necessary and a priori forms. Were intuition of such a nature as to represent things as they are in themselves, intuition could not take place a priori, but must be always empirical. For I can only know what is contained in the object in itself when it is present and given to me. It is indeed even then incomprehensible how the intuition of a present thing should make me know the thing as it is in itself, as its properties cannot migrate into my faculty of representation, but even granting this possibility, an intuition of that sort would not take place a priori, that is, before the object were presented to me, for without this latter fact no ground of relation between my representation and the object can be imagined, it must then depend upon direct inspiration. It is therefore only possible in one way for my intuition to anticipate the actuality of the object, and to be cognition a priori, if it contains nothing but the form of the sensibility which precedes in me all the actual impressions through which I am affected by objects. For I can know, a priori, that objects of sense can only be intuited according to this form of the sensuous intuition. Hence it follows, that propositions, which concern this form of sensuous intuition only, are possible and valid for objects of the senses, as also, conversely, that intuitions which are possible a priori can never concern any other things than objects of per senses. Thus it seems as if in the transcendental/aesthetic and in the corresponding passages of the Prolegomena Kant were setting forth the following doctrine. Our world is a world of mere appearances. We can prove that certain forms of intuition are prior to actual experience because they can be shown to be necessary conditions of our world of appearances. Beyond this world there exists a world of things in themselves. We have no a priori knowledge of our own. 6. World except the knowledge that it must conform to certain forms. The matter which is contained in it belongs to the world of things in themselves, and cannot be known by us a priori, it is simply given to us. The world of things in themselves appears to us under the forms of space and time, which are merely subjective, belonging to the human mind which imposes them upon the given matter. That in the appearance which corresponds to sensation I term its matter, but that which so determines the manifold of appearance that it allows of being ordered in certain relations, I term the form of appearance. That in which alone the sensations can be posited and ordered in a certain form, cannot itself be sensation, and therefore, while the matter of all appearance is given to us a posteriori only, its form must lie ready for the sensations a priori in the mind, and so must allow of being considered apart from all sensation. It appears, however, on closer examination of Kant's argument, that the account which we have given of it, while not exactly erroneous, is yet so incomplete that it amounts to a misrepresentation of Kant's real doctrine. We have seen that Kant's distinction between a world of appearances and a world of things in themselves is to be taken quite seriously, if only because he is convinced that it would be impossible to understand the nature of our knowledge and its objects without contrasting objects as they appear to us with objects as they are in themselves, that is, as they exist independently of our minds. We should, however, misunderstand Kant completely, if we thought that he regarded the thing in itself as a supersensible material substance which exercised some mysterious influence upon the knowing mind. Such an interpretation of Kant's doctrine would overlook the fact that, convinced as Kant is that there must exist a thing in itself beyond our world of appearances, he also believes that we are absolutely incapable of forming any conception of its nature. Things in themselves are objects which are independent of space and time, and as our knowledge depends entirely on its own subjective conditions, it follows that we cannot acquire any idea of such things. Thus it may be asserted that our world is a world of mere appearances and that we have to assume the existence of things in themselves, and that we have no conception, not even the most imperfect one, of the nature of these things. An interpretation of Kant's philosophy has to pay attention to both of these assertions. 7. And we should misrepresent his argument if we thought either that he did not actually believe in the existence of things in themselves or that he believed that the human mind could have any knowledge of them. What makes the understanding of Kant's doctrine so difficult as long as we are concerned with the transcendental/aesthetic alone is the fact that Kant does not there give a full account of his doctrine. It must be noted that Kant himself says that in the transcendental/aesthetic he is isolating sensibility, and that in that part of the critique he does not take any account of the understanding as an element in knowledge. That is why it is impossible to understand the doctrine of the thing in itself from the point of view of the aesthetic. For according to Kant's doctrine, as we shall see in what follows, the principal reason why we are excluded from all knowledge of things in themselves is that we do not possess an intellectual intuition or an intuitive understanding. It is obvious that we cannot hope to understand what this means as long as we are concerned with intuition alone, and know nothing of the second element in human knowledge, namely, understanding. It is, however, interesting to note that the doctrine of the intuitive understanding already mentioned towards the end of the aesthetic. We learn there that an intellectual intuition would be absolutely different from our own insofar as intuition and thinking would be one and the same act for a mind that possessed it. It is easy to see that in order to understand this strange doctrine we shall have to consult the transcendental analytic, that part of the critique of pure reason which deals with the understanding. At first sight, however, it might seem as if the analytic tended to complicate our problem rather than to help us to solve it. For we find there statements which not only contradict one another but also seem to be incompatible with the doctrine set forth in the aesthetic. The first question with which transcendental logic has to concern itself is, what is the fundamental difference between intuition and understanding? Kant's answer is that our understanding possesses a faculty of spontaneity, which intuition lacks even in its pure forms. 8. Of space and time. Intuition as such is merely sensuous and passive. The knowing mind regarded as a faculty of mere intuition receives objects as they are given to it and does not exercise any activity of its own. For an object to be known by us we must possess a faculty of combining our representations, and this is the work of the understanding. Our knowledge thus depends on two conditions: that representations can be given to us, which is made possible by intuition, and that they can be combined, which is the work of the understanding. From this it can be inferred that intuition and understanding belong together. Intuition can achieve nothing without understanding, and understanding nothing without intuition. Our understanding cannot produce representations, it can merely combine them. The concepts of the understanding would be empty and devoid of all meaning unless they were capable of being referred to given intuitions, and our intuitions would be blind if we were unable to combine them. Neither of these two faculties of the mind is to be preferred to the other, for without intuition nothing would be given to us and without understanding we should be unable to think. And yet although they are entirely dependent on one another they cannot interchange their functions. Understanding is incapable of intuiting, and intuition is incapable of thinking. The understanding has thus far been explained merely negatively, as a nonsensible faculty of knowledge. Now since without sensibility we cannot have any intuition, understanding cannot be a faculty of intuition. But besides intuition there is no other mode of knowledge except by means of concepts. The knowledge yielded by understanding, or at least by the human understanding, must therefore be by means of concepts, and so is not intuitive, but discursive. Whereas all intuitions, as sensible, rest on affections, concepts rest on functions. By function I mean the unity of the act of bringing various representations under one common representation. Concepts are based on the spontaneity of thought, sensible intuitions on the receptivity of impressions. So far we have seen no reason why we should believe that the concepts of the understanding are necessary a priori conditions of our experience of objects. It has been shown that our understanding is a discursive faculty, that is to say, a faculty of mere thought, and that 9. Objects are given to us independently of the understanding. Why then should we believe the concepts of the understanding to be necessary conditions of our knowledge of these objects? We have succeeded in showing that the pure forms of intuition are necessary and a priori conditions of experience, but only because we were able to show that objects could not be given to us, that is to say, they could not be contents of actual experience unless they were fashioned by these forms. But how can the same hold of the concepts of the understanding, seeing that objects can be given to us without any reference to these concepts? Objects may, therefore, appear to us without their being under the necessity of being related to the functions of the understanding, and understanding need not, therefore, contain their a priori conditions. Thus a difficulty such as we did not meet with in the field of sensibility is here presented, namely, how subjective conditions of thought can have objective validity, that is, can furnish conditions of the possibility of all knowledge of objects. That objects of sensible intuition must conform to the formal conditions of sensibility which lie a priori in the mind is evident, because otherwise they would not be objects for us. But that they must likewise conform to the conditions which the understanding requires for the synthetic unity of thought, is a conclusion the grounds of which are by no means so obvious. But since intuition stands in no need whatsoever of the functions of thought, appearances would none the less present objects to our intuition. Thus it might seem impossible to establish the objective validity of the concepts of the understanding. This could be achieved only if we could show that thought was as necessary as intuition for the building up of the world of appearances. That this is actually the case can be shown in the following manner. What distinguishes thought from intuition is the faculty which thought possesses of combining representations. Moreover, we can say that should such a combination of representations take place, it could not be ascribed to the object, but would have to be regarded as due to some activity of the human mind. That anything should be combined in an object, this is something of which we cannot become aware by means of an intuition, neither can we derive it from the object itself. We are incapable of presenting to ourselves any combination in the object. 2. 10. Unless we ourselves have brought it about. But the combination of a manifold in general can never come to us through the senses, and cannot, therefore, be already contained in the pure form of sensible intuition. For it is an act of spontaneity of the faculty of representation, and since this faculty, to distinguish it from sensibility, must be entitled understanding, all combination, be we conscious of it or not, be it a combination of the manifold of intuition, empirical or non-empirical, or of various concepts, is an act of the understanding. To this act the general title synthesis may be assigned, as indicating that we cannot represent to ourselves anything as combined in the object which we have not ourselves previously combined, and that of all representations combination is the only one which cannot be given through objects. Being an act of the self-activity of the subject, it cannot be executed save by the subject itself. If we are to be capable of combining different representations, we must possess a faculty by means of which we are aware both of their diversity and of their unity. Kant terms this fundamental principle of all synthesis apperception. Sensibility and intuition present use with nothing but a manifold of representations. If these are to belong to one subject which is aware of their being its own representations, we require a principle different from mere sensibility. For we could not properly call them our representations if we were incapable of knowing that they emanated from one and the same mind. It is by no means necessary that we should always be conscious of the fact that this is so. All we have to presuppose is that the mind possesses a faculty of referring its representations to itself. For the manifold representations, which are given in an intuition, would not be one and all my representations, if they did not all belong to one self-consciousness. As my representations, even if I am not conscious of them as such, they must conform to the condition under which alone they can stand together in one universal self-consciousness, because otherwise they would not all without exception belong to me. We see that, if the mind possessed no other faculty but intuition, it would be filled with an incoherent mass of representations. In order to call them its own representations, it has to be capable of 2. Referring them to an identical self-consciousness. Otherwise ourselves would be as multifarious as our representations. It must be noted, however, that the fundamental principle of all synthesis is not identical with the acts of synthesis themselves. It is only a necessary condition of their existence. We should be absolutely incapable of synthesizing our representations if we did not possess a faculty of uniting the different acts of synthesis in one self-consciousness. And this faculty cannot be derived from the objects of experience. It is prior to all our actual knowledge of objects, and must be regarded as a necessary a priori condition of all such knowledge. We can now understand why the transcendental/aesthetic, which had to isolate intuition from the understanding, was unable to reveal to us the true character of human knowledge. As long as we were concerned with intuition alone, we could not help believing that objects of experience were presented to us by means of mere intuition. Now, however, we can give a more precise definition of what an object is. An object is that in the concept of which the manifold of a given intuition is united. Understanding and the rules of synthesis which are produced by it are quite as necessary as intuitions for the constitution of the world of sensible objects. Intuition provides us with a manifold of representations, while understanding enables us to combine them, and it is only by means of the joint working of these two faculties that we can be presented with a real object of experience. Now all the rules of synthesis are based upon the fundamental faculty of self-consciousness or apperception. Without this faculty no object could appear to us, and thus we see now that the representation of an object of experience depends as much on understanding as on intuition. The synthetic unity of consciousness is, therefore, an objective condition of all knowledge. It is not merely a condition that I myself require in knowing an object, but is a condition under which every intuition must stand in order to become an object for me. And we have now proved that intuition and understanding are necessary elements of human knowledge. This, however, must not lead us to overlook the fundamental difference between them. We have to keep in mind the fact that just as intuition can do no more than provide us with a manifold of representations and is quite 12. Incapable of combining them, so the understanding for its part can do nothing but unite representations which are given to it and is altogether powerless to produce the representations which are to be united. That is the reason why these two faculties are entirely dependent on one another. Concepts of the understanding have no meaning independently of their relation to intuition. We need only remember that we were enabled to ascribe objective a priori validity to those concepts only because we could show that they were necessary in order to transform incoherent representations into the concept of a real object. Apart from their relation to intuition, the concepts of the understanding possess no meaning except a purely logical one. They are nothing but mere forms of thought. Human knowledge depends on two heterogeneous faculties, intuition and understanding, and these two faculties cannot in separation give us knowledge. The transcendental deduction. It is now our business to raise the question once more whether this doctrine contradicts the argument of the aesthetic. We have seen that as long as we were concerned with the aesthetic alone, we had to take Kant to hold that the pure forms of intuition, quite independently of the understanding and its rules, were sufficient to present us with a world of objects. Our examination of the analytic, however, has made it clear that this is not really Kant's opinion, and that he is convinced that objects cannot become objects for us apart from the understanding, which imposes certain rules of synthesis upon the manifold of given intuitions. How are we to reconcile such apparently contradictory statements? In the first place, we may note that the contradiction cannot be regarded as due to Kant ceasing to hold in the analytic a doctrine which he had held when he wrote the aesthetic. For, as we have seen, Kant begins his argument in the analytic itself by stating that it is difficult to establish the objective validity of the concepts of the understanding and its functions because objects can appear to us without any reference to the understanding and its functions. His argument runs as follows. It is comparatively easy to prove the necessity of the pure forms of intuition, because it can be shown that 13. Objects cannot even appear to us without them. To show the necessity of the categories of the understanding is much more difficult, since objects are given to us even without being related to the understanding. This is clearly in perfect harmony with the argument of the aesthetic, and it is therefore all the more surprising that Kant goes on to tell us that we are quite incapable of being presented with an object of experience as long as we have not synthetized our intuitions by means of certain functions which are produced by the understanding. In another passage he even says that the pure forms of intuition themselves depend upon a certain synthesis to which he gives the name of a synthesis of apprehension. In the representations of space and time we have a priori forms of outer and inner sensible intuition, and to these the synthesis of apprehension of the manifold of appearance must always conform, because in no other way can the synthesis take place at all. But space and time are represented a priori not merely as forms of sensible intuition, but as themselves intuitions which contain a manifold, and therefore are represented with the determination of the unity of this manifold /vide the transcendental/aesthetic. Thus unity of the synthesis of the manifold, without or within us, uli also a combination to which everything that is to be re-essented as determined in space or in time must conform, is given a priori as the condition of the synthesis of all apprehension, not indeed in, but with these intuitions. This synthetic unity can be no other than the unity of the combination of the manifold of a given intuition in general in an original consciousness, in accordance with the categories, in so far as the combination is applied to our sensible intuition. It seems now as if we were confronted with an utterly confused argument. To begin with, we were told that the forms of intuition alone were adequate to give us awareness of objects. Now Kant tells us that these forms themselves do not exist independently of a principle of synthesis, that space and time are inseparably connected with the understanding. To solve our difficulty we shall have to consult other passages of the Critique. We shall in the first place deal with a passage which belongs to the transcendental deduction. It is headed "The Synthesis of Apprehension in Intuition." Kant's argument may be stated thus. All our representations belong to one time in which they must be arranged. Now every intuition contains a manifold, and we should be incapable of representing this manifold to ourselves if we were unable to distinguish its elements. If we are to represent to ourselves a pure intuition, we must make it subject to a synthesis. Apart from such a synthesis, each individual impression of the mind would be absolute unity and would be contained in one moment of time. It follows that in order to arrive at any representation of space or of time we have to be capable of combining several particular representations into one representation. We must possess a pure synthesis of apprehension. This synthesis of apprehension must also be exercised a priori, that is, in respect of representations which are not empirical. For without it we should never have a priori the representations either of space or of time. They can be produced only through the synthesis of the manifold which sensibility presents in its original receptivity. We have thus a pure synthesis of apprehension. The argument which is set forth in the section which immediately follows seems to be even less consistent with the argument of the aesthetic, for in it Kant sets out to prove that our experience of objects depends upon a further condition, viz., our faculty of reproducing representations. Kant argues as follows. If we are to be capable of representing to ourselves the time between one noon and the next, we must have a faculty of reproduction. This reproduction is brought about by the imagination. We have to assume the existence of a transcendental faculty of imagination. But for the existence of this faculty we should never obtain a complete representation of anything, for all the representations which precede the one we have at the present moment would drop out of thought. Not even the purest and most elementary representations of space or of time could arise. The synthesis of apprehension is thus inseparably bound up with the synthesis of reproduction. And as the former constitutes the transcendental ground of the possibility of all modes of knowledge whatsoever of those that are pure a priori no less than of those that are empirical, the reproductive synthesis of the imagination is to be counted among the transcendental acts of the mind. We shall therefore entitle this faculty the transcendental faculty of imagination. *5 We have now learnt that every intuition, whether empirical or a priori, is bound up with two kinds of synthesis: the synthesis of apprehension and the synthesis of reproduction. In the section which follows, Kant explains that there is yet another kind of synthesis, which he calls the synthesis of recognition. His argument is this: reproduction of representations would be useless if we could not become conscious of the fact that that which we are thinking at the present moment is one and the same as that which we thought at the previous moment. For this we require concepts to provide us with rules. Reproduction by itself turns out to be insufficient for knowledge. It is dependent upon a third synthesis performed by the understanding. This synthesis first provides our faculty of reproduction with rules for the task which it has to perform. All these rules are grounded in transcendental apperception, which is described as the pure, original, unchangeable consciousness. Kant adds that transcendental apperception deserves its name because even the purest objective unity, that of the a priori concepts, is only possible through the relation of those intuitions to such a unity of consciousness. It is of course quite impossible for us to attempt to enter into a discussion of the many difficult problems which are raised by the transcendental deduction. It is, however, necessary that we should try to understand the general principle on which Kant's argument is based. We shall fail to understand it unless we realize that he believes, on the one hand, that intuition and understanding are totally different from one another and, on the other, that as far as human knowledge is concerned they are also closely related to one another, so that in it they cannot even be said to have a separate existence. Intuition and understanding, regarded as elements in human knowledge, must be referred to one another. We cannot understand them in separation. Human knowledge is never confronted with mere intuitions. It always seeks at the same time to make them intelligible by means of the categories. To understand what contribution is made to knowledge by the understanding and the categories, we have to realize that their function is to determine intuitions. Unless the categories which are rules of synthesis are applied to intuitions, the human mind cannot become aware of objects at all. 16. It is easy to understand why Kant was unable to make this clear in the transcendental aesthetic, in which he was concerned with intuition alone, and why so many of the statements in it give the reader the impression that Kant believed that intuition by itself can give us knowledge of objects. But no one who has understood the doctrine of the analytic will fall into this error. It is at once clear that the argument set forth in the aesthetic is merely provisional. It isolates intuition and takes no account of the understanding, which, as Kant shows later, is a necessary and inseparable element in knowledge. It may be asked why Kant adopted such a course, why he deals with intuition and understanding separately so that his exposition gives rise to unavoidable misconceptions. I think the answer is simple. Kant believes that intuition and understanding are totally different faculties of the mind which are brought into relation only in human knowledge. We need only consider that he believes that animals actually possess a faculty of intuition and even imagination without having a faculty of thought, and we shall see that his doctrine is that in animals the sensuous faculties actually exist by themselves. Further, he believes that it can at least not be denied that there might exist in superhuman and purely rational beings a faculty of knowledge entirely independent of sensibility. We shall have to deal with this doctrine later. But we can see already that the separate treatment of intuition in the transcendental/aesthetic gives Kant occasion to make quite clear the fundamental doctrine of his theory of knowledge, that all human knowledge depends on something that is given to it from outside, and that it must therefore always remain a partly passive faculty dependent on the impressions it receives. This is confirmed by the analytic, in which Kant shows that our understanding depends on what is given to it, and that we can attribute a priori objective validity to its concepts only because we can show them to be necessary for the synthesis of the given manifold. Transcendental apperception as the fundamental principle of synthesis is to be regarded as the source of all thought, and therefore as absolutely different from merely passive intuition. On the other hand, it is mere function, it is a principle which enables us to combine ideas, but it does not produce them. It is the mere idea of the self, and as regards its relation to its object it contains no more than that which is common to all objects, a mere X. It is true that we should 17. Not be presented with any object at all without this fundamental principle of unity. On the other hand, it must be remembered that we are incapable of determining an object by means of mere thinking, and that apperception provides us only with the mere idea of an object in general and must leave everything else to intuition. The pure concept of this transcendental object, which in reality throughout all our knowledge is always one and the same, is what can alone confer upon all our empirical concepts in general relation to an object, that is, objective reality. This concept cannot contain any determinate intuition, and therefore refers only to that unity which must be met with in any manifold of knowledge which stands in relation to an object. This relation is nothing but the necessary unity of consciousness, and therefore also of the synthesis of the manifold, through a common function of the mind, which combines it in one representation. We may now continue the examination of Kant's argument and may begin by considering the following passage: the principle of the necessary unity of apperception is itself, indeed, an identical, and therefore analytic, proposition, nevertheless it reveals the necessity of a synthesis of the manifold given in intuition, without which the thoroughgoing identity of self-consciousness cannot be thought. For through the I, as simple representation, nothing manifold is given, only in intuition, which is distinct from the I, can a manifold be given, and only through combination in one consciousness can it be thought. An understanding in which through self-consciousness all the manifold would eo ipso be given, would be intuitive. Our understanding can only thinly, and for intuition must look to the senses. In this passage we learn what Kant takes to be the essential difference between our own and an intuitive understanding. An intuitive understanding would be an understanding which contained more than a mere principle of combining a manifold given to it in intuition. In fact, the difference between intuition and understanding would not exist for a mind which possessed such a faculty of knowledge. A being equipped with such a faculty would be capable of producing its objects by means of mere thought. Its understanding would not only fulfill the function which our understanding fulfills, namely, the synthesizing of representations. It would at the same time be capable of presenting to itself the manifold with regard to which our understanding is entirely dependent on intuition. But, we may ask, what is the use of assuming the existence of an understanding so absolutely different from our own? The answer is that the contrast may help us to grasp the limitations of our own understanding. The idea of an intuitive understanding is by no means superfluous, indeed it is a necessary idea, but that is not to be taken to imply that such an understanding really exists. We are not concerned with the question whether it exists or not. Our task is to explain the nature of our own understanding, and this has been achieved. We have seen that in order to be presented with an object at all we require the synthetic unity of consciousness, which is the fundamental principle of our understanding. It is the condition of our representations belonging to one and the same self. This may be said to be a merely analytic proposition, because by presupposing this we do not go beyond the sphere of mere thought. We say nothing more than that all our ideas belong to the one subject which thinks them, without in any way determining the content of our thought. This principle is not, however, to be taken as applying to every possible understanding, but only to that understanding through whose pure apperception, in the representation I am, nothing manifold is given. An understanding which through its self-consciousness could supply to itself the manifold of intuition and understanding, that is to say, through whose representation the objects of the representation should at the same time exist, would not require, for the unity of consciousness, a special act of synthesis of the manifold. For the human understanding, however, which thinks only, and does not intuit, that act is necessary. It is indeed the first principle of the human understanding, and is so indispensable to it that we cannot form the least conception of any other possible understanding, either of such as is itself intuitive or of any that may possess an underlying mode of sensible intuition which is different in kind from that in space and time. That human knowledge is essentially a knowledge which contains two elements, intuition and understanding, becomes quite evident when we consider the fact that human beings are unable to conceive any distinct idea of the kind of knowledge that would be possessed by an intuitive understanding or an intellectual intuition. This does 19. Not mean, however, that the idea of such knowledge is arbitrarily conceived. On the contrary, how necessary it is may be gathered from the fact that without assuming it we should be unable to understand the specific nature of our own knowledge. The conception of an intuitive understanding is as necessary as the assumption that there exists a world of things in themselves behind the world of mere appearances. An intuitive understanding would be fundamentally different from RCWN because, not being dependent on things being given to it, it would know things as they are in themselves by its own activity. We can now see more clearly what the concept of a thing in itself means. The thing in itself would be the object of a being for whose knowledge there would be no difference between what was to be determined and its determining faculty, a being to whom objects would be given by a mere analysis of its cognitive faculty. The two conceptions, the idea of the king in itself and the idea of an intuitive understanding, are strictly parallel. We had to assume the existence of things in themselves in order to understand the peculiar character of our own objects as mere appearances, but we could not even ask what properties these things possessed. Similarly, we have to represent to ourselves the idea of a knowledge absolutely different from our own in order to understand the nature of our own knowledge. But we cannot even ask whether such knowledge exists or how it could take place. It has often been questioned whether the doctrine of the thing in itself should be taken seriously, and a great many interpreters of Kant have tried to eliminate it as being of no importance. There is, however, not the slightest evidence that Kant ever gave up this doctrine. Throughout all his writings he maintains his fundamental position, that our objects are mere appearances and that there must exist behind them a world of things in themselves. But this must not make us forget, and this is a point of equal importance, that Kant is also firmly convinced that we can have no knowledge whatsoever of the nature of the things in themselves, and that we know nothing of the relation between them and our own world of appearances. We cannot even say of the things in themselves that they are causes of appearances, for in doing so we should be applying to things in themselves a category which according to Kant is applicable only to 20. Appearances. Kant leaves us in no doubt whatever as to his belief that the human mind can form not the least conception of any object other than an object of possible experience, or of a knowledge which would not like ours contain intuition and understanding as its elements. The recognition of the fact that Kant regards it as quite impossible for the human mind to form any clear conception of a knowledge which does not consist of intuition and understanding is of the utmost importance, if only in order that we should avoid the mistake of taking Kant's analysis of human knowledge to be a psychological analysis. By opposing one kind of knowledge to another, Kant makes it appear as if he believes the fact that our knowledge depends on intuition and understanding to be a psychological fact, due to the peculiar constitution of the human mind. Such an interpretation of Kant's doctrine is suggested by a great many of his own statements. For instance, he says that intuition takes place only in so far as an object is given to us, and that this is only possible, to man at least, in so far as the mind is affected in a certain way. Later he says that it is solely from the human standpoint that we can speak of space, and that time is a merely subjective condition of our human intuition. Again, sensibility, he says, is a cognition which is peculiar to us and need not necessarily be shared by every being, though certainly by every human being. These are only a few out of many possible examples, and we have to examine the question whether these statements really imply that Kant believes his analysis of human knowledge to be a psychological one. If we think that this is so, we shall have to believe that what Kant sets out to do in the Critique of Pure Reason is to discover the peculiar properties of the human mind. What he finds out in the Critique is that the human mind happens to be dependent on two sources of cognition, intuition and understanding, and that it possesses a peculiar kind of intuition and a peculiar kind of understanding. This would imply that Kant was of the opinion that human beings possess some peculiar kind of knowledge, and that there might be other beings whose knowledge would be nothing but the product of the particular type of mind which the being who knows happens to possess. It can easily be shown that such an interpretation of Kant's 21. argument would be entirely mistaken. In the first place we may note that in the passage which we have quoted Kant speaks of the human mind, not as opposed to the minds of other finite beings, but as opposed to a mind capable of knowing things as they are in themselves, that is to say, to the mind of a superhuman being endowed with an intellectual intuition or an intuitive understanding. We have already seen why Kant believes it necessary to conceive the idea of a knowledge entirely different from our own, and we have also seen why he believes that we can have absolutely no knowledge of it. The idea of a finite knowledge different from our own would be of no help to us in our attempt to understand the nature of our own knowledge. The only kind of knowledge that is real to us is the kind which we ourselves possess, knowledge that is dependent on intuition and understanding. Intuition and understanding contain the a priori objective conditions of all knowledge. The forms of intuition and the rules of the understanding are not merely subjective properties of the human mind, but are a priori conditions of objective experience. Through them we are presented with a world which obeys objective and necessary rules, whereas psychological properties of the mind could never possess any a priori validity. The method of transcendental philosophy is fundamentally different from that of psychology, for transcendental philosophy seeks to discover the necessary a priori conditions of experience, whereas psychology depends entirely upon observation of empirical facts. We cannot, therefore, ascribe any necessity or universal validity to the laws which are discovered by psychology. If we are to understand the fundamental distinction between the subjectivity which Kant attributes to psychological properties of the mind and that which he attributes to the pure forms of intuition and the categories, we must grasp the specific meaning of his concept of objectivity. The a priori conditions of experience, the pure forms of intuition, i.e., space and time, and the rules of the understanding, i.e., the categories and principles, are subjective in that they do not enable us to know things as they are in themselves. On the other hand, they are objectively valid because experience of objects is impossible without them. This means that we have to deny their absolute objective validity, but to assert their objective necessity in relation to every object. To state this is sufficient, since we cannot 22. Form any idea of an object independent of the forms of intuition and the categories. But psychological laws are of a different status. Even if we had discovered, by means of psychological inquiry, that all the human minds which we had investigated possessed a certain property, we should be entitled to state only a general rule and not a universally necessary one, since we could not be certain that we should not come across an instance to which the rule did not apply. We can, however, be quite certain that our faculty of knowledge must contain intuition and understanding. The imagination synthesis. The fact that intuition and understanding are different from one another raises a new problem, for we cannot help asking how two such fundamentally different faculties can be made to cooperate. Kant's answer is that this is made possible by the imagination. It is not the understanding but the imagination which performs the synthesis of the representations given to us in intuition. In the first place we must ask why Kant regards it as impossible that the understanding itself should be able to perform the synthesis, and why he should think it necessary to assume the existence of a third faculty of the mind in addition to intuition and understanding. The answer to this is that Kant believes that understanding is a mere faculty of thought. It can only produce rules of synthesis, which are mere functions. In order to indicate their nature as mere functions, Kant, as we have seen, calls that which is united by them the transcendental object a mere X. Similarly, transcendental apperception may be said to be a mere X, and this means that, just as the object does not contain any manifold as long as it is regarded as an object of the understanding alone, so the mind as a faculty of thought, i.e., the mind in so far as it is nothing but understanding, is empty, a mere X, and as regards the content of its thought entirely dependent upon what is given to it in intuition. Apperception by itself is a faculty of determining a manifold by certain rules of synthesis, and what is to be synelhedist cannot belong to the determinative faculty. Intuition, on the other hand, is entirely passive, and cannot determine at all. The imagination must fill this gap, and it is qualified to do so, since on Kant's view it is capable both of determining and of 23. Being determined. It is a determinative faculty of the mind in so far as it enables us to pass from one representation to another, and so to achieve a synthesis of the representations given in intuition, and yet it remains within the sphere of mere determinability, that is to say within the sphere of intuition. The imagination itself does not produce any rules of synthesis. The synthesis which it performs is devoid of all determination, and that is why Kant calls it a blind function of the soul. Synthesis in general, as we shall hereafter see, is the mere result of the power of imagination, a blind but indispensable function of the soul, without which we should have no knowledge whatsoever, but of which we are scarcely ever conscious. To bring this synthesis to concepts is a function which belongs to the understanding, and it is through this function of the understanding that we first obtain knowledge properly so called. Kant distinguishes between two kinds of synthesis, synthesis intellectualis and synthesis speciosa. The category taken by itself contains a principle of synthesis intellectualis, that is to say, a synthesis which has no immediate reference to intuition or the manifold. The different acts of synthesis are mere functions of thought. If our thinking is to receive a content, we must refer the rules of the understanding to intuition and what is given by it. This is made possible by that faculty of the mind which is immediately connected with intuition, namely, the imagination. The imagination is connected with intuition, since it is concerned with sensuous representations, and it is also connected with the understanding, since it enables us to connect representations and thus possesses a principle of spontaneity. But because it lacks definite rules of synthesis, it cannot produce any knowledge, and is entirely dependent on the understanding, which has to provide it with rules. But the figurative synthesis, if it be viewed merely in its relation to the original synthetic unity of apperception, that is, to the transcendental unity which is thought in the categories, must, in order to be distinguished from the merely intellectual combination, be called the transcendental synthesis of imagination. Imagination is the faculty of representing in intuition an object that is not itself present. Now since all our intuition is sensible, the imagination, owing to the subjective condition under which alone it can give to the concepts of understanding. Asterisk 4. A corresponding intuition, belongs to sensibility. But inasmuch as its synthesis is an expression of spontaneity, which is determinative and not, like sense, determinable merely, and which is therefore able to determine sense a priori in respect of its form in accordance with the unity of apperception, imagination is to that extent a faculty which determines the sensibility a priori, and its synthesis of intuitions, conforming as it does to the categories, must be the transcendental synthesis of imagination. This synthesis is an action trying, of the understanding on the sensibility, and is its first application and thereby the ground of all its other applications to the objects of our possible intuition. As figurative, it is distinguished from the intellectual synthesis, which is carried out by the understanding alone, without the aid of the imagination. It may seem surprising that Kant defines the imagination here as the faculty of representing in intuition an object that is not itself present. It is, however, easy to see why he does so. For by attributing to the imagination the power of representing an object that is not itself present, he clearly indicates that the imagination comes between intuition and understanding, and has something in common with both of these. Intuition is entirely passive, it merely receives representations which have nothing to do with one another. The imagination is said to be a faculty which enables us to represent to ourselves an object that is not present. If it is to bring this about, it must be able to do more than merely receive representations. We must have a faculty of connecting different representations, and this implies that the imagination provides us with a certain principle of synthesis. But this primitive kind of synthesis must not be confused with the synthesis which has been brought to concepts and determined by rules of the understanding. The synthesis of imagination, synthesis speciosa, remains within the sphere of sensibility, and when we say that imagination enables us to represent to ourselves an object that is not itself present, we do not mean that this object is an object in the strict sense. All that imagination can do is to enable us to call back sensuous representations and to combine them, and that is why Kant says that it is the faculty of representing in intuition an object that is not itself present. It must be remembered that Kant holds that the synthesis of 25 Representation and the principle which gives unity to it belong to two different faculties of the mind. The synthesis is carried out by the imagination, while synthetic unity is achieved by the understanding and apperception. The synthesis of representations rests on imagination, and their synthetic unity, which is required for judgment, on the unity of apperception. On Kant's view, these two facts admit of no doubt, that the synthesis is actually performed by the imagination, and that the synthesis of the imagination must be determined by concepts. As long as this is not done and the synthesis is not determined by categories and by apperception, there can be no real experience of objects. If we are to be presented with an object at all, we must be able to refer our representations to one self-consciousness, and that is the work of the understanding and not of the imagination, which is a merely sensuous faculty. It is the sensuous character of the imagination which compels us to ascribe the act of synthesis to it, for it is due to its possession of this character that the imagination is immediately connected with intuition and sensibility. This is also the reason why we cannot ascribe the principle of unity to the imagination, for we cannot bring about a real unity of ideas except by means of thought, and our idea of such a unity cannot therefore be derived from a sensuous faculty. It is this apperception which must be added to pure imagination, in order to render its function intellectual. For since the synthesis of imagination connects the manifold only as it appears in intuition, as, for instance, in the shape of a triangle, it is, though exercised a priori, always in itself sensible. And while concepts, which belong to the understanding, are brought into play through relation of the manifold to the unity of apperception, it is only by means of the imagination that they can be brought into relation to sensible intuition. The problem of how intuition and understanding can be made to cooperate has now been solved. Kant's solution is that this is made possible by the imagination. Imagination is the intermediate link between intuition and understanding, and by it the human mind is able to relate these two otherwise absolutely diverse functions of the mind. It may seem as if Kant could not have raised this problem if he had not believed that intuition, imagination, and understanding existed as separate parts of the mind. This, however, as we have 3*6 already pointed out, is not the case. Kant is convinced that the elements of human knowledge are different from one another, but he does not attribute to them a separate existence in the human mind. Indeed, he sets out to show that they are dependent on one another. To bring about knowledge, intuition, imagination, and understanding have to combine, in fact they always do combine. Knowledge would not exist unless intuition presented us with a given manifold, understanding subjected the given manifold to the rules of synthesis, and imagination related understanding and intuition to one another. All this takes place at the same time. What is given to the transcendental philosopher is the whole of human knowledge, of which intuition, imagination, and understanding are parts. Judgment and the schematism. To the part of the analytic which follows the transcendental deduction, Kant gives the heading the analytic of principles. Later he makes an addition to the title and calls it Transcendental Doctrine of Judgment. To understand why he makes this change, we have to consult the two introductory passages in which Kant explains what he means by the term judgment. We are told that judgment is that faculty of the mind which enables us to decide whether or not a particular case is an instance of a universal rule. The ability to do this cannot be attributed to the understanding, for the understanding can do nothing but produce concepts, whether empirical or a priori, and all concepts are universal rules. 1. The understanding is not concerned with the sphere of particulars at all, and to decide whether a particular case is or is not an instance of a universal rule we require a special faculty, viz., judgment. It is judgment which enables us to subsume particulars under concepts. Kant explains this by examples. A physician may have at his command many excellent pathological rules, and yet he may in examining a particular case be incapable of deciding whether or not it is an instance of a universal rule which he knows. A politician may know many rules by heart, and yet he may be at a loss to decide which particular cases come under them. The two men would be lacking in judgment. they would comprehend the universal in abstracto and yet not be able to distinguish whether a case in Cassirer 2 comes under it. We are so far concerned with judgment in general. Judgment in general may be described as the faculty of subsuming particulars under concepts, of deciding whether particular cases are or are not instances of universal rules. As regards empirical concepts, it is not difficult to see how subsumption is brought about. We can subsume a particular under a concept only if they have something in common. There must be some sort of homogeneity between particular and universal. In the case of an empirical concept, it is easy to understand how such a homogeneity between an individual object and a universal concept can exist. We form our empirical concepts by means of abstraction from individual objects. We compare different individual objects according to their common marks and thus arrive at an empirical concept, and it is not surprising that we should recognize in the individual objects something they have in common with the concept of which they are instances, that we should for instance be able to find in an individual dog which we perceive characteristics which enable us to subsume our representation of it under the universal concept of a dog. But how can the same hold for the concepts with which transcendental philosophy is concerned, viz., the a priori concepts or categories? How can we say that individual objects are instances of categories, and how can we ascribe to the mind a faculty of transcendental judgment, a faculty of subsuming given intuitions under categories? Categories have their origin in the mind and are not derived from individual objects by abstraction. How then can anything in individual objects correspond to a category? We have learnt that in order to be presented with an object, the human mind must have a power of intuition through which a manifold may be given to it, and a faculty of thought by means of which the manifold may be determined as an object. Thus the problem arises, how can the a priori concepts of the understanding, the necessary conditions of our knowledge of objects, be applied to intuitions? 28. Is it not absurd to assume there should be something given in intuition which corresponds to a pure category? How can we ever say of a particular case that T is a misstance of an a priori concept, so that it can be subsumed under it? It would be absurd to say of a category that it could be intuited through sensation or that it is contained in appearances, and consequently it seems impossible to believe that categories can be applied to appearances. Kant's solution of the problem is given in the chapter on the schematism of the pure concepts of the understanding. His arguments may be stated as follows. To make possible the subsumption of appearances under categories, there must be a third thing which is in some respects homogeneous with the category and in others with the appearances. This mediating representation must be in one respect intellectual like all the categories, and in another sensible, so that it has something in common with given appearances. This representation which mediates between appearances and categories Kant calls the transcendental schema. He describes it as a transcendental determination of time. The concept of the understanding contains pure synthetic unity of the manifold in general. Time as the formal condition of the manifold of inner sense, and therefore of the connection of all representations, contains an a priori manifold in pure intuition. Now a transcendental determination of time is so far homogeneous with the category, which constitutes its unity, in that it is universal and rests upon an a priori rule. But, on the other hand, it is so far homogeneous with appearance, in that time is contained in every empirical representation of the manifold. Thus an application of the category to appearances becomes possible by reason of the transcendental determination of time, which, as the schema of the concepts of the understanding, mediates the subsumption of the appearances under the category. To understand this, we have in the first place to explain what Kant means by the phrase transcendental determination of time. It has to be noted that he means by it not a property of time in itself, but a characteristic which must belong to all our representations so far as they are known to be combined in one time. We knew from the transcendental deduction that the combination of our representations in time is made possible by the transcendental synthesis. 2.9. Of imagination. It is the imagination which enables us to combine the manifold of our representations in one time. But it has also been shown that this combination of representations must be determined by definite rules if the human mind is to become aware of objects. The fundamental problem of the chapter on the schematism may be stated thus. How can we find in sensible objects characteristics which make sensible objects conform to pure categories? Kant's answer may be summarized thus. If the imagination in performing the combination of our representations determines itself according to the categories, then something will be produced that is on the one hand homogeneous with our sensuous representations, or to put it more simply with sensible objects, and on the other hand with the categories. This something is the transcendental schema. It is a characteristic imposed upon the pure manifold by the imagination. Kant says explicitly that the schema is in itself always a product of imagination. What is common to the different schemata is that they are all sensuous correlates of the pure categories and that they are produced by the imagination. This may be illustrated by an example. The pure category of ground and consequent is in itself a muck form of thought. It has no reference to time, and by mere analysis of the category we cannot make out whether it will apply to objects in time. W can, however, introduce the reference to time. This is made possible by imagination, which produces the schema of necessary succession in time. This schema restricts the category to objects in time. The pure category of ground and consequent receives a more precise meaning. It becomes the schematized category, the concept of a ground which always precedes its consequent in time, or the category of cause and effect. The pure category could not become the schematized category unless the imagination produced the schema of necessary succession, which provides a sensuous correlate of the pure category and makes possible an application of the pure category to appearances. The schema of necessary succession indicates that an event A must always be succeeded by the event B, and if we find such a relation in appearances we can regard it as an instance of the rule which is contained in the pure category and can subsume it under the schematized category of cause and effect. However difficult it may be to follow Kant's argument in detail. 30. Which is not our business here, it is possible to grasp his main idea. According to his philosophy, the categories are products of pure thought. They are derived from the forms of judgment and have by themselves no reference to sensuous appearances. To put it in his own language, categories are intellectual and appearances are sensible. Thus the problem must arise, how can we say of appearances that they have a reference to categories? How can the purely intellectual and the purely sensible spheres be united? His solution is that this is made possible by the transcendental schemata, which are products of transcendental imagination and contain a sensible and an intellectual element. They are homogeneous with both categories and appearances and thus make possible the application of categories to appearances or the subsumption of appearances under categories. The chapter on the schematism, like the transcendental deduction, remains completely unintelligible as long as we take Kant to believe in the actual existence of different faculties of the mind which perform certain operations successively. What Kant is concerned with in the critique of pure reason is the analysis of what is involved in human knowledge. He does not for a moment believe that we gain knowledge of objects by first apprehending representations in one time by means of intuition, then combining them in this time by means of transcendental imagination and then referring the representations thus combined to the categories in order to give unity to the combination imposed upon the manifold. What he is giving us is not a psychological analysis of what actually takes place when we know an object. He analyzes thinking and shows what is involved in it, and in the chapter on the schematism he is concerned with the problem of how we can regard sensible objects as manifesting the categories or, to put it in technical language, how we can subsume appearances under categories. We may object to Kant's way of stating his problem. We may disagree with his solution of it and we may complain about the obscurity of his exposition. But we must not overlook the fact that he is struggling with a real problem, a problem which has occupied philosophy at all times, the problem of the relation between universal and particulars, between thought and reality. Reason, the dialectic. Disregarding the rest of the analytic, I now turn to the dialectic. I shall try to bring out its general principles and concern myself specially with those points which are essential to the understanding of the third critique. The faculty of the mind with which the transcendental dialectic deals is reason. According to Kant's definition, reason is a faculty of principles as distinguished from the understanding, which is a faculty of rules. Kant describes what he understands by knowledge from principles in the following manner. Knowledge from principles is that knowledge alone in which I apprehend the particular in the universal through concepts. We have seen that, according to Kant, understanding is the faculty of making particulars subject to certain universal rules. This is made possible by the synthesis of the imagination. Reason follows an altogether different principle, for whereas the understanding determines the intuitions or particulars by universal rules without being concerned with the connection between particulars and universals, reason demands that the particulars should be entirely determined by universal concepts both with regard to their existence and to their order. Reason presupposes the existence of synthetic knowledge from mere concepts. Such concepts are principles in the proper sense, whereas the universal concepts and principles of the understanding are principles only in a comparative sense. The understanding can, then, never supply any synthetic cognitions derived from concepts, and it is such cognitions that are properly, without qualification, to be entitled principles. All universal propositions, however, may be spoken of as principles in a comparative sense. Reason isolates the concepts of the understanding from intuitions, and is concerned with them only in so far as they are concepts. It is not concerned with them as conditions of experience, that is to say, with their character as universal rules of synthesis which must be applied to intuitions. Reason presupposes that the rules of the understanding as such should come under certain higher principles. It may perhaps seem strange to find Kant believing that reason 32 is only concerned with the concepts of the understanding. It is, however, not very difficult to see why he has to assume this. We have just seen that he holds reason to be a faculty of principles, and that he holds a principle to be distinguished from any other concept in that it enables us to derive particulars from it. By calling something a principle we imply that it is possible to understand from a universal concept the complete nature of the particulars that fall under it. If such a connection between the particulars and the universal concept is to be possible at all, then particulars and universals must belong to one sphere. Intuition gives us nothing but mere particulars. These are given to us from outside, and the mind can determine nothing with regard to their inner nature. Concepts of the understanding merely arrange given particular intuitions and do not determine them as such. It is for this reason that we must take it for granted that particulars which are to be absolutely determined by a universal concept or principle cannot belong to the sphere of intuition, which as such is interminable. What may be determined by a universal concept, and known by simple derivation from such a concept, must be the concepts of the understanding themselves. As the categories, which are concepts of the understanding, and the principles, which are concepts of reason, belong to one sphere, it does not seem unreasonable to think it possible that the former should be entirely dependent on the latter. What reason actually demands is that all knowledge obtained by the understanding should be in the last resort dependent on certain highest principles, for only if this is so can reason's fundamental idea, the idea of a complete system of knowledge, be regarded as capable of being realized. If we consider in its whole range the knowledge obtained for us by the understanding, we find that what is peculiarly distinctive of reason in its attitude to this body of knowledge, is that it prescribes and seeks to achieve its systematization, that is, to exhibit the connection of its parts in accordance with a single principle. This unity of reason always presupposes an idea, namely, that of the form of a whole of knowledge, a whole which is prior to the determinate knowledge of the parts, and which contains the condition that determines a priori for every part its position and relation to other parts. This idea accordingly postulates a complete unity in the knowledge obtained by the understanding, by which this knowledge is to be not a mere 33 contingent aggregate, but a system according to necessary laws. If we knew nothing about reason except that it demanded systematic unity, we could infer from this alone that it could not be concerned with the world of experience, for the only kind of unity which this world is capable of is the unity which the understanding imposes upon it. It is true that the rules which the understanding produces contain unity within themselves, Because the understanding is the faculty of the mind that gives unity to the synthesis of the imagination. But this is not a systematic unity. Understanding can neither produce a system of intuitions, nor can it conceive the idea of such a system. Understanding cannot ask why it must perform the synthesis of intuitions. It performs it in accordance with its own nature. To take an example, understanding presupposes that every given event must depend on something which conditions it. It proceeds from one event to another, and always assumes something else as the condition of the given event. Because of this, it is unable to conceive the idea of a system of those conditions. It does not occur to it to make them dependent on a first condition. But the existence of a system of conditions depends on the existence of a first condition, something which is unconditioned. That there must be such a first condition is the assumption which our reason makes. Guided by its idea of a system, it infers that what is itself conditioned cannot be the first cause of other conditions. Bevanda J. World of sense in which every object depends on something else, there must exist something that is independent of all sensible conditions. Understanding goes on indefinitely in its inquiry into conditions, without ever asking whether the totality of conditions can be known. Reason, on the other hand, does not allow of such an infinite regress. It infers that no object could ever really be known by us, and that in fact no object could exist, unless the whole of its conditions were given. The inference drawn is this. The totality of conditions cannot be given unless there is a first member of the series which does not belong to it. Therefore the unconditioned must exist. The transcendental concept of reason is, therefore, none other than the concept of the totality of the conditions for a and v given conditioned. Now since it is the unconditioned alone which makes possible the totality of conditions and, conversely, the totality 34. Of conditions is always itself unconditioned, a pure concept of reason can in general be explained by the concept of the unconditioned, conceived as containing a ground of the synthesis of the conditioned. There are three different classes of concepts of reason, or transcendental ideas, which are all based on the same principle of reasoning. In each case reason infers that, since the conditioned is given, the totality of its conditions, and therefore the unconditioned, must also be given. 1. Thus there arise these three ideas, the idea of an absolute condition of the knowing subject, an idea of the soul as the absolute condition of all acts of thinking, the idea of the absolute conditions of the object, the cosmological ideas, and the idea of an absolute condition of all things in general, the idea of God. We thus have three different sciences, rational psychology, rational cosmology, and rational theology. The task which the transcendental philosopher sets himself is to discover whether reason is justified in its claims, and whether rational psychology, rational cosmology, and rational theology, all of which depend on the validity of the concepts of reason, are based upon sound principles. I. Rational psychology. The paralogisms. We may begin with Kant's criticism of rational psychology. Rational psychology, which professes to be a science, is, he says, actually based on the single proposition I think. Thinking, if it is to be thinking at all, must emanate from an original subject. All acts of thinking must belong to one original subject that thinks. The subject of thinking must be substance, that is to say, in relation to it all acts of thinking are mere accidents which emanate from it and are produced by it. All acts of thinking are conditioned, and they depend for their existence on the self which thinks and which, as their original source, is unconditioned. That the idea of the self to which all thinking has to be referred is possible, and in fact necessary, proves that the manifold which is thought must proceed from a soul which is simple. The soul as the subject of thinking is thus substance, simple, numerically identical as regards the different times in which it exists and numerically identical in relation to possible objects in space. 35. What has the transcendental philosopher to say to such an argument? He does not deny that the proposition I think something is altogether meaningless unless what is thought can be referred to an original, identical self. He knows, however, that the necessity of referring all acts of thinking to an identical self-consciousness proves only that all concepts must be grounded in transcendental apperception. Now transcendental apperception and the concepts of the understanding which are derived from it are, as has been shown in the analytic, mere functions, and these, as has also been shown, can by themselves determine no object. Transcendental psychology is thus right in asserting that no object would be known by us unless we were able to unite our representations in the one self-consciousness. This, however, does not imply that we should be capable of determining an object by means of mere thought. To see this, we need only remember that we were able to prove the validity of the concepts of the understanding and of apperception, on which they all depend as the fundamental principle of unity, by showing them to be functions necessary for the building up of a world of appearances, that is to say, of such a world as is presented to us by given intuitions and the synthetic functions which connect them. Categories are valid because they are necessary conditions of our being able to unite our intuitions in one self-consciousness, and because but for such a faculty we should be unable to have objects of experience. Rational psychology commits a fundamental error in thinking it possible to separate thought from intuition. It takes away from the acts of thought the only purpose which they have, namely, that of synthesizing intuitions. It infers rightly that all acts of thought must be referred to an identical self-consciousness, but, having isolated acts of thinking from intuitions, it infers wrongly that it is possible to determine the original source of thought as an independent object. It fancies that in this way it has acquired knowledge of the soul as an object, but in this it is entirely wrong. I do not know an object merely in that I think, but only in so far as I determine a given intuition with respect to the unity of consciousness in which all thought consists. The argument which transcendental psychology employs falls to the ground because no account is taken of the fact that in order to know an object, whether an object of outer experience or 36. An object of inner experience, we must employ two different faculties of the mind, intuition, which gives us a manifold to be determined, and understanding, which gives us rules for the determination of the manifold. It has been stated in the analytic that the reason why the human mind cannot know things in themselves is that we cannot know objects by means of mere thinking. We can see now that for the same reason we cannot know ourselves as we really are but only as we appear. It has been set forth as a general truth that to thinly an object and to now an object are by no means the same thing, and we now learn that this applies to every object of experience, to the soul as well as to other objects. The agreement between Kant's argument in his criticism of the paralogisms and his argument in the deduction can be seen in the following passage which belongs to the deduction. Now in order to ourselves, there is required in addition to the act of thought, which brings the manifold of every possible intuition to the unity of apperception, a determinate mode of intuition, whereby this manifold is given. It therefore follows that although my existence is not indeed appearance, the determination of my existence can take place only in conformity with the joy of inner sense, according to the special mode in which the manifold, which I combine, is given in inner intuition. Accordingly I have no knowledge of myself as I am, but merely as I appear to myself. The consciousness of the self is thus far from being a knowledge of the self, notwithstanding all the categories which constitute the thought of an object in general through combination of the manifold in one apperception. Just as for knowledge of an object distinct from me I require, besides the thought of an object in general, an intuition by which I determine that general concept, so for knowledge of myself I require besides the consciousness of myself, an intuition of the manifold in me, by which I determine this thought. I exist as an intelligence which is conscious solely of its power of combination, but in respect of the manifold which it has to combine I am subjected to a limiting condition, namely, that this combination can be made intuitable according to relations of time, which lie entirely 37. Outside the concepts of understanding, strictly regarded. Such an intelligence, therefore, can know itself only as it appears to itself in respect of an intuition which is not intellectual and cannot be given by the understanding itself, not as it would know itself if its intuition were intellectual. The only point in this passage which needs explanation is Kant's emphasis on time. The reason for this emphasis is that the object in question is the self, and that the self is an object not of outer but of inner sense. Now, according to the doctrine of the transcendental/aesthetic, time is the formal a priori condition of all appearances whatsoever, whereas space is the formal a priori condition only of outer appearances. The reason why all appearances to conform to time is that our becoming aware of an appearance takes place in time. Moreover, we must remember that in the passage of the Critique which deals with the schematism of the categories, Kant explains that the categories as such are mere logical functions, and that they receive their meaning as conditions of experience from their applicability to time as the form of inner intuition. That is why the categories must be schematized, a schema being, according to Kant's definition, nothing but a transcendental determination of time. We may conclude our exposition of the paralogism of pure reason by quoting two passages which show clearly the method applied by Kant to refute the arguments propounded by transcendental psychology. The analysis, then, of the consciousness of myself in thought in general, yields nothing whatsoever toward the knowledge of myself as an object. The logical exposition of thought in general has been mistaken for a metaphysical determination of the object. The unity of consciousness which underlies the categories, is here mistaken for an intuition of the subject as object, and the category of substance is then applied to it. But this unity is only unity in thought, by which alone no object is given, and to which, therefore, the category of substance, which always presupposes a given intuition, cannot be applied. Consequently, the subject cannot be known. The subject of the categories cannot by thinking the categories acquire a concept of itself as an object of the categories. W.C. may now turn to Kant's doctrine of the cosmological ideas. Kant calls these antinomies because it turns out that reason never conceives a cosmological idea without at the same time conceiving another idea which asserts something diametrically opposed to what has been asserted by the first. The purpose of a cosmological idea is to subject the objective synthesis to the principle of absolute unity. An objective synthesis is a synthesis concerned with the objective conditions of a given appearance. It inquires into the conditions which have made possible the given appearance. Kant calls it a regressive synthesis. He describes the way in which reason argues about this type of synthesis, and the conclusion to which it comes. A conditioned appearance, that is to say, an appearance which depends on the conditions which have brought it into existence, could not possibly exist unless all its conditions had existed prior to it. Further, the series of conditions cannot be infinite, because an infinite series, that is to say, a series which contains an infinite number of members each of which depends on something else as its condition, could not be completed in a finite time. It follows that we have to presuppose the existence of a first member of the series which depends on nothing else and which can therefore be called the unconditioned. In such a way reason conceives the idea that the world must have an absolute beginning in time, and must also be limited as regards space. For unless there existed an absolute limit in space and in time beyond which the regressive synthesis did not need to go, no finite part of space or of time could exist. The possibility of a regressive synthesis depends on the possibility of reaching a first point. The synthesis cannot go on forever. It is comparatively easy to understand this as regards time, for it is easy to see that the transcendental idea of the absolute totality of the series of conditions of any given conditioned refers only to all past time, and in conformity with the idea of reason, past time as condition of the given is necessarily thought as being given in its entirety. We see here that it is natural for reason to infer that, since every given moment depends on the time that 39 has passed, the whole of past time must be given, and the time series must be finite. It is much more difficult to see why reason should believe that the same applies to space, seeing that the parts of space coexist and thus do not belong to a series at all, but constitute a mere aggregate of coexisting parts. It appears, however, that although the parts of space exist simultaneously, the synthesis which apprehends them is successive, that is to say, it occurs in time. If this synthesis of the different parts of space is ever to be completed, We must set a limit to it. This is why reason presupposes that every pan of space is conditioned by all the other parts, and assumes the existence of a first part of space at which the regressive synthesis can come to an end. In respect of limitation, the advance in space is thus also a regress, and the transcendental idea of the absolute totality of the synthesis in the series of conditions likewise applies to space. I can as legitimately inquire regarding the absolute totality of appearance in space as of that in past time. It is a remarkable fact that reason, after having thus proved that space and time must be limited, can prove equally convincingly that this cannot be true. Reason conceives a second idea which is the direct opposite of the first, and sets itself to prove its validity, that is to say, to prove that the world can have no absolute beginning in time and that space cannot be limited. The argument runs as follows. There can be no absolute beginning in time, for if we assumed such a beginning we should have to allow of the existence of an empty time, and such an empty time would be absolutely indeterminate, that is to say, the difference between being and non-being would not apply to it. Now, if such an empty time existed, nothing could ever come into being, for by the phrase coming into being we mean that a thing which exists at a given moment did not exist at a previous moment, but an empty time would have no character by which we could distinguish it as the moment previous to some other. The idea of an empty space is equally absurd, for if we assumed that the world was limited by empty space, then the relation of the world to that empty space would be a relation of it to no object at all. But such a relation, and consequently the limitation of the W world by empty space, is nothing. The world, 4 degrees cannot, therefore, be limited in space, that is, it is infinite in respect of extension. We need not examine the antinomies in detail, for in each of them Kant is concerned with the same fact, the fact that our reason finds it impossible to allow that the regressive synthesis should be either limited or unlimited. Reason proves that space and time are limited, that every physical body consists of simple parts, that causality in accordance with laws of nature is not the only kind of causality that exists but that there is also another causality, that of freedom, and that there exists an absolutely necessary being. And then having proved these propositions, reason goes on to prove their opposites, that space and time are unlimited, that physical bodies are infinitely divisible, that causality in accordance with laws of nature is the only kind of causality that exists, and that no absolutely necessary being exists in the world. If we are to solve the antinomies of pure reason we must take account of 2 indisputable facts, that the cosmological ideas as set forth in the antinomies are based upon erroneous assumptions, for otherwise they could not contradict one another, and that the cosmological ideas have some meaning, for they are necessary products of reason, as the categories are of the understanding, and as such must be capable of legitimate employment. When we examine the cosmological ideas we discover that what is common to them all is that they consider the regressive synthesis as if it were itself given. From the fact that the totality of the synthesis is required, it is inferred that its object, the world, must be either finite or infinite. Now we need only remember here that, according to the principles of transcendental philosophy, the world cannot be regarded as a world of things in themselves, i.e., a world which exists independently of the mind that knows it. The world is mere appearance, and when we inquire into the conditions of such an appearance, we are not inquiring into objects which exist independently of the regressive synthesis. The conditions cannot be separated from the mind which inquires into them. If the world of objects existed independently of our mind, we should be right in inferring that conditioned objects could not exist but for the existence of an unconditioned. But this does not hold for mere appearances. The mistake which is made in both the thesis and the antithesis is the same. In the thesis reason supposes that it is possible to determine the world as an object of finite magnitude because the principle of synthesis seems to necessitate such an assumption, and in the antithesis reason supposes that it is possible to determine the world as an object of infinite magnitude because the principle of synthesis considered under a different aspect seems to necessitate that assumption. The antinomies arise because no account is taken of the fact that the series of conditions is only to be met with in the regressive synthesis itself, not in the end to the guidance of natural science, then all the fruitless efforts to solve the transcendental problems of pure reason, efforts undertaken at all times by men who never suspected themselves of working in a field essentially different from that of the understanding, and who therefore mentioned concepts of the understanding and of reason in the same breath just as if they were of one and the same kind. While dealing with the appendix to the transcendental dialectic, we disregarded a passage which we must deal with now, as the problem discussed in it will be raised again in the critique of judgment. We shall see later that Kant's solution of the problem in the third critique differs from the one which he offers here, and it is important that we should be familiar with his original solution. Kant's problem may be stated thus: can natural science make use 47. of the idea of the systematic unity of nature, and if so, how? His argument runs as follows. Reason is the faculty of deducing the particular from the universal. Now there are here two possibilities: either the universal concept is already known, in which case all we need do is to subsume the particular under the universal concept, or the universal is not given but only assumed, that is to say, the particular is certain, and the universal is still a problem, a mere idea, and our business then is to examine several particular instances with a view to bringing them under a universal rule. We are here concerned with the hypothetical employment of reason, for the ideas which are involved are merely problematic concepts. Kant goes on to show that systematic unity of reason is a merely logical principle. Its only function is to assist the understanding by means of ideas in those cases in which the understanding cannot by itself establish rules. By assuming that the constitution of the objects possesses systematic unity, we should change a logical principle into a transcendental principle, that is to say, we should believe that the principle was valid not only subjectively or in relation to human reason, which necessarily seeks the systematic unity of concepts, but also objectively, as a principle of the objects. Now on second thoughts it appears that reason cannot assume this logical principle of systematic unity without at the same time assuming a transcendental principle. Reason can employ its logical principle only on condition that it presupposes that natural objects themselves belong to a system, or that nature itself follows a principle of systematic unity. And this is clearly an a priori transcendental principle which cannot be derived from empirical knowledge of natural objects. Nor can we say that reason, while proceeding in accordance with its own principles, has arrived at knowledge of this unity through observation of the accidental constitution of nature. This transcendental principle has in fact always been employed by philosophers of nature and natural scientists, although sometimes without their being conscious of it. This may be seen from the fact that it has always been assumed that nature acted in accordance with three fundamental laws, each of which implies the transcendental law of the systematic unity of nature. The first law expresses itself in the assumption that the various species in nature must be 48. regarded merely as different determinations of a few genera. The apparently infinite variety of natural objects need not prevent us from assuming that behind this variety there is a unity of fundamental properties. Behind all the varieties of species there are only a few genera which can ultimately be reduced to one highest genus. This is the principle of homogeneity. The rule which is laid down by it is, intium varietas non esse multiplicandas. This logical principle of genera is balanced by a principle which calls for multiplicity and diversity in things notwithstanding their agreement under the same genus. In following this principle we suppose that there is an endless heterogeneity of things, that when we begin with the genus and descend to the manifold which is contained under it we shall find an infinite number of species and subspecies, and we must never regard any species as the lowest. This is the principle of specification, and it can be formulated thus, intium varietas non temera esse trinundas. The third logical principle which our reason assumes is the principle of continuity, the principle that the original genera are not isolated from one another. It may be formulated thus, non datur vacuum hormardum. The manifold genera are simply divisions of one single highest and universal genus. The different species contained under it border upon one another, admitting of no transition per saltum from one to another, but only of a transition through a continuous series of lesser degrees of difference. It will be plain that the principle of continuity, another name for which is the principle of affinity, mediates between the principle of homogeneity or principle of genera and the principle of specification or variety. These three principles are as such merely logical principles, that is to say, they are applied for the sake of logical division. And yet they are grounded in three different transcendental or a priori principles. If, therefore, the logical principle of genera is to be applied to nature, it presupposes a transcendental principle. And in accordance with this latter principle, homogeneity is necessarily presupposed in the manifold of possible experience. For in the absence of homogeneity, no empirical concepts, and therefore no experience, would be possible. The law of specification cannot be derived from experience, which can never open to our view such extensive prospects. Empirical specification soon comes to a 49. Stop in the distinction of the manifold, if it be not guided by the antecedent transcendental law of specification, which, as a principle of reason, leads us to seek always for further differences, and to suspect their existence even when the senses are unable to disclose them. This logical law of the continuum specie-crum presupposes, however, a transcendental law, without which the former law would only lead the understanding astray, causing it to follow a path which is perhaps quite contrary to that prescribed by nature itself. This law must therefore rest upon pure transcendental, not on empirical grounds. For if it rested on empirical grounds, it would come later than the systems, whereas in actual fact it has itself given rise to all that is systematic in our knowledge of nature. We see from this that Kant has no doubt that the principles of reason which presuppose the systematic unity of nature are genuine transcendental principles, that they are prior to experience and conditions of it. And yet it must not be forgotten that he also believes that as principles of reason they can be nothing more than merely regulative principles. In the passage headed "The Ideas in General," Kant gives an account of Plato's doctrine of ideas. He begins by explaining what he takes Plato to mean by an idea. For Plato, ideas are archetypes of the things themselves and not, in the manner of the categories, merely keys to possible experience. Plato, he argues, was well aware that our faculty of knowledge feels a need much higher than that of merely spelling out appearances according to a synthetic unity, in order to be able to read them as experience. He realized that our reason according to its nature had to transcend the bounds of experience. And the ideas are certainly not mere fictions of the brain. Kant then shows that Plato finds the chief instances of his ideas in the practical field, and having dealt with Plato's moral ideas and expressed his agreement with Plato's account of them, he goes on as follows: but it is not only where human reason exhibits genuine 50. Causality and where ideas are operative causes, namely, in the moral sphere, but also in regard to nature itself, that Plato rightly discerns clear proofs of an origin from ideas. A plant, an animal, the orderly arrangement of the cosmos, presumably therefore the entire natural world, clearly show that they are possible only according to ideas, and that though no single creature in the conditions of its individual existence coincides with the idea of that which is most perfect in its kind, these ideas are none the less completely determined in the supreme understanding, each as an individual and each as unchangeable, and are the original causes of things. We should be mistaken if we inferred from these words that in his own doctrine of ideas Kant showed the same appreciation of the concept of a supreme understanding which would create natural objects according to ideas. In fact, he scarcely mentions this concept, and the only indication of his having approved of it, or at least of his not having thought it unreasonable, is that he criticizes the physico-theological proof of the existence of God, which is based upon the argument from design, much less severely than the other proofs. Convinced as he is that even the physico-theological argument cannot be regarded as an adequate proof of the existence of a supreme being, he is fully prepared to admit that it is quite natural to infer from the variety, order, purposiveness, and beauty of our present world to the existence of a supreme cause of the world. He says, this proof always deserves to be mentioned with respect. It is the oldest, the clearest, and the best suited to ordinary human reason. It enlivens the study of nature, just as it itself derives its existence and gains ever new vigor from that source. It suggests ends and purposes where our observation would not have detected them by itself, and extends our knowledge of nature by means of the guiding concept of a special unity, the principle of which is outside nature. This knowledge, again, reacts on its cause, namely, upon the idea which has led to it, and so strengthens the belief in a supreme author so that the belief acquires the force of an irresistible conviction. It would be utterly vain, Kant continues, to try to diminish in any way the authority of this argument. Nothing can be said against the rationality or utility of the procedure involved in it. Yet its claims to apodictic certainty cannot be granted. It cannot hurt the 51. Good cause, if the dogmatic language of the overweening sophist be toned down to the more moderate and humble requirements of a belief adequate to quieten our doubts, though not to command unconditional submission. That Kant should deny to the physico-theological proof and with it to the teleological principle generally their claims to apodictic certainty will surprise no one who is familiar with the guiding principles of his doctrine of ideas. He admits that the teleological principle extends our knowledge of nature, in that it provides us with the guiding concept of a special unity, the principle of which is outside nature. And yet it is entirely different from the principles of the understanding. It is based upon a mere idea. The concept of a purpose is a concept, not of the understanding, but of reason, and as such it is a merely regulative principle, i.e., a principle which does not enable us to determine an object. Ideas are given to us, not that we should derive our world of nature from a supernatural source, but that we should use them as principles of our inquiry into the natural world. We must note that in the Critique of Pure Reason Kant does not properly distinguish the teleological principle from the other ideas of reason. That is why he applies to it the same criticism as he applies to the other ideas. The danger which he wishes to avert by his criticism is the danger of our thinking that we could use the teleological principle as a constitutive principle which would give us knowledge of supersensible objects. It is very important to avoid such a mistake, for otherwise we might be tempted to give up our inquiry into natural causes, and to have recourse to supersensible causes about which we knew nothing at all. These detrimental consequences are even more obvious in the dogmatic treatment of our idea of a supreme intelligence and in the theological system of nature which is falsely based upon it. For in this field of inquiry, if instead of looking for causes in the universal laws of material mechanism, we appeal directly to the unsearchable decree of supreme wisdom, all those ends which are exhibited in nature, together with the many ends which are only ascribed by us to nature, make our investigation of the causes a very easy task, and so enable us to regard the labor of reason as completed, when, as a matter of fact, we have merely dispensed with its employment. And 52. Employment which is wholly dependent for guidance upon the order of nature and the series of its alterations in accordance with the universal laws which they are found to exhibit. Kant expresses this view in many other passages. We may instance one, the passage in which he defends empiricism against dogmatism. He states there that the unpopularity of empiricism, and the preference which the common understanding shows for dogmatism, is due to the fact that the latter allows us to leave the world of experience and rise to concepts far outstripping our insight and rational faculties. If it understands little or nothing about these matters, no one can boast of understanding much more, and though in regard to them it cannot express itself in so scholastically correct a manner as those with special training, nevertheless there is no end to the plausible arguments which it can propound, wandering as it does amidst mere ideas, about which no one knows anything, and in regard to which it is therefore free to be as eloquent as it pleases, whereas when matters that involve investigation of nature are in question it has to stand silent and to admit its ignorance. Thus indolence and vanity combine in sturdy support of these principles. In another passage Kant states that order and purposiveness in nature must be explained by reference to natural causes, and that the wildest hypothesis, if only it be physical, is more tolerable than a hyperphysical hypothesis such as the appeal to a divine author. The latter hyperphysical hypothesis would be a principle of ignaveratio, for we should be passing over all causes of which the objective validity could be ascertained in the course of experience in order to rest in a mere idea. Kant calls all constitutive employment of ideas a principle of ignaveratio, a principle of a reason which will not do its proper work. In another passage he speaks of perverseratio. He explains that the principle of systematic unity, on which as has been shown all ideas of reason are based, should be used only as a regulative principle. We should believe ourselves to have approximated to completeness in the use of it, a completeness which we can never attain only in so far as we are in a position to verify it in experience. Instead of this, he continues, the reverse procedure is adopted. The reality of a principle of purposive unity is not only presupposed but hypo. 53. Statist, and since the concept of a supreme intelligence is in itself completely beyond our powers of comprehension, we proceed to determine it in an anthropomorphic manner and so to impose ends upon nature, forcibly and dictatorially, instead of pursuing the more reasonable course of searching for them by the path of physical investigation. And thus teleology, which is intended to aid us merely in completing the unity of nature in accordance with universal laws, not only tends to abrogate such unity, but also prevents reason from carrying out its own professed purpose, that of proving from nature in conformity with these laws the existence of a supreme intelligent cause. From this and many other passages it can be seen that no real distinction is drawn in the critique of pure reason between the idea of a purposiveness of nature and the other ideas. We may now conclude our examination of the transcendental dialectic. We have learned from it that Kant's investigation into reason and its concepts has confirmed the fact that the human mind is excluded from all knowledge of supersensible objects. Our field is the world of experience. The idea of the existence of another world is necessary for the knowledge of our own world, but as finite beings we cannot even attempt to acquire knowledge of any sphere other than our own. One attitude which Kant adopts to this fact is characteristic of him. In his opinion, our inability to know anything other than our own world ought not to depress or discourage us. On the contrary, we should be glad that we have found a sphere in which we can work. The limited character of all our theoretical knowledge is a fact, but not one to complain about. It cannot hurt the good cause if the dogmatic language of the overweening sophist be toned down to the more moderate and humble requirements of a belief adequate to quieten our doubts. In the Dreams of a Ghost Seer, in which the problem of the transcendental philosophy reveals itself for the first time, we find the following passage: to yield to every impulse of curiosity and to allow our knowledge to be limited by nothing but our incapacity, this is an ambition not unseemly in a scholar. But to choose, from among innumerable problems which present themselves, those whose solution is in the interests of mankind is the excellence of wisdom. When science has 54. Run its course, it naturally arrives at a stage of modest diffidence, and says, discontented with itself, how many things there are which I do not understand. But reason which, matured by experience, has become wisdom speaks unperturbed in the person of Socrates amid the goods of the marketplace, how many things there are which I do not need. But since our fate in the future world will presumably depend to a great extent on how we have filled our post in this present one, I may conclude with the words which Voltaire makes his honest Candide say after so many useless academic disputations: let us look to our welfare, go into the garden and do our work. Ibid. 373. The critique of pure reason has settled once and for all the limitations of human reason in so far as it is concerned with theoretical knowledge. We have been shown that theoretical reason is restricted to a world of mere appearance. The critique of practical reason will have to ask whether the same restriction holds for practical reason, or whether man as a being possessed of practical reason can reach out beyond the world of sense. Freedom in the first critique. Before dealing with the second critique itself, I shall examine those passages in the first critique in which Kant deals with problems which actually find their solution in the critique of practical reason. I am thinking here of Kant's discussion of the problem of natural causality and freedom and of the question of their compatibility. In examining Kant's doctrine of the antinomies, we did not take any account of the third antinomy, the antinomy between causality and freedom. We shall now examine the passages in which Kant deals with it. Kant divides the cosmological ideas into two classes, mathematical ideas and dynamical ideas. The former are concerned with nothing but the magnitude of the world and the objects which it contains. We have seen above that every cosmological idea is concerned with the conditions of a given object. In the case of the first and second antinomies, the unconditioned and that of which it is the condition both belong to the world of sense and are homogeneous, and the series is called a mathematical series. Now it has been shown that the series of conditions does not exist independently of the regressive synthesis. It is no wonder, then, that all the proofs given are invalid. We can neither prove that the world has a 55, 56 beginning in time nor that it has not, neither that there is a first part of space nor that there is not, neither that natural objects consist of simple parts nor that they do not. Each of these assertions involves a contradiction in terms. For what is assumed is that there should exist something unconditioned within our own world, which is manifestly impossible. The dynamical ideas are at least more reasonable in what they claim. For they place the unconditioned one beyond the series of homogeneous sensible conditions. They understand by the unconditioned something that is different in kind from the conditioned, a supersensible force which has nothing in common with the conditioned. Thus the demands of both reason and understanding are satisfied, for while reason demands that there should be an unconditioned and the understanding demands that nothing in the world of sense should be unconditioned, a dynamical idea, in asserting that the unconditioned belongs to a sphere with which the understanding is not concerned, does not come into conflict with its principles. Hence in the mathematical connection of the series of appearances no other than a sensible condition is admissible, that is to say, none that is not itself part of the series. On the other hand, in the dynamical series of sensible conditions, a heterogeneous condition not itself a part of the series, but purely intelligible, and as such outside the series, can be allowed. In this way reason obtains satisfaction and the unconditioned is set prior to appearances, while yet the invariably conditioned character of the appearances is not obscured, nor their series cut short, in violation of the principles prescribed by understanding. Kant distinguishes between two kinds of opposition, analytical opposition and dialectical opposition. Of two analytically opposed propositions one must be true and the other false. This does not hold for dialectical opposition. Two propositions may be opposed to one another, and yet both be either true or false. The two propositions that the world is finite in magnitude and that the world is infinite in magnitude contradict one another, but they are dialectically and not analytically opposed. For both are false, the world is neither finite nor infinite, since it is not a possible object of knowledge the magnitude of which we could determine. The dynamical ideas possess this peculiarity, that they are not concerned with an object considered as a magnitude, but only with the existence of an object. They abstract from the magnitude and consider only the dynamical relation of the condition to the conditioned. A dynamical idea, as we have seen, is the idea of an unconditioned which does not belong to the series of sensible conditions. If appearances were things in themselves, that is to say, if the space and time in which appearances exist were forms of the existence of things in themselves, there could not be an unconditioned beyond the world of sense. In that case, the dynamical ideas would be based upon an erroneous principle, and since, as we have seen, a mathematical idea involves a self-contradiction, namely, the idea of an unconditioned belonging to the world of sense, no ideas of reason would be possible at all. But according to the principles of transcendental philosophy the world is not a thing in itself. The forms of intuition and the categories are applicable only to a world of mere appearance. Therefore the conception of something independent of the conditions of our sensible world is at least not impossible. Hence the two propositions, that there must exist a causality through freedom and that there is no freedom, may both be true although in different relations. The first may be true in relation to a world beyond our world of sense, the second in relation to our world, the world of nature. It is obvious that Kant does not imagine that he has thus proved the existence of practical freedom. In fact, the critique of pure reason is not concerned with this problem. it can do no more than show that the idea of a causality through freedom does not by itself conflict with the principle of natural causality. It can show this, on the ground that it has been established that our world is a world of mere appearances, and that it is not only possible but even necessary to assume the existence of a world of things in themselves. The causal law is valid in relation to all objects of experience, whether natural events or human actions. There can be nothing in this world which is not wholly dependent on an antecedent determining ground. This applies to human actions just as much as to natural events, and it is quite certain that if time, in which actions occur, were a thing in itself, if it determined them absolutely, then 58. A free action would be impossible, for in that case every action would be determined by all the actions which preceded it. Even the possibility of freedom could not be admitted if space and time were properties of things in themselves and not forms of mere appearances, for if space and time determined every possible object, then every possible condition of an action would have to belong to the world of space and time, and the law of natural causality would be an absolute law from which no object would be exempted. Every possible condition would be conditioned by the causal law, that is to say, by other conditions which preceded it in time, and the idea of an absolute beginning, a beginning independent of the laws of nature, would imply a self-contradiction. But since transcendental philosophy is able to show that the categories and principles of the understanding are valid not absolutely but only in relation to appearances, and also that the law of causality is one of these principles of the understanding, it follows that the causal law does not exclude the possibility of freedom. If absolute reality be ascribed to the world of appearances, freedom cannot be upheld. It is only if we allow that there may be things in themselves which are independent of our world of sense and the laws that determine it that we can reasonably assume the existence of a supersensible principle of freedom. The common but fallacious presupposition of the absolute reality of appearances here manifests its injurious influence, to the confounding of reason. For if appearances are things in themselves, freedom cannot be upheld. Nature will then be the complete and sufficient determining cause of every event. The condition of the event will be such as can be found only in the series of appearances, both it and its effect will be necessary in accordance with the law of nature. If, on the other hand, appearances are taken for no more than they actually are, if they are viewed not as things in themselves, but merely as representations connected according to empirical laws, they must themselves have grounds which are not appearances. The effects of such an intelligible cause appear, and accordingly can be determined through other appearances, but its causality is not so determined. Thus the effect may be regarded as free in respect of its intelligible cause, and at the same time respect of appearances as resulting from them according to the necessity of nature. This distinction, when stated in this quite general and abstract manner, is bound to appear extremely subtle and obscure, but will become clear in the course of its application. My purpose has only been to point out that since the thoroughgoing connection of all appearances, in a context of nature, is an inexorable law, the inevitable consequence of obstinately insisting upon the reality of appearances is to destroy all freedom. Those who thus follow the common view have never been able to reconcile nature and freedom. We have here one of the many passages in which Kant seems to say things which are incompatible with the fundamental principles of his own philosophy. In the first place, the very term intelligible cause seems to involve a self-contradiction. Further, Kant argues that since appearances are not things in themselves they must rest on grounds which are not themselves appearances. But does this argument not flatly contradict his doctrine that causality is a category and has therefore no meaning except in relation to mere appearances? The category of cause and effect is, in Kant's view, a rule whose only purpose is to determine intuitions as they are given in time. What, then, are we to understand by an intelligible cause, that is to say, a cause which is independent of our world of appearances and yet exercises some mysterious influence upon it? What does Kant mean when he says that the effects of such an intelligible cause appear and can be determined through other appearances, but that the intelligible cause together with its causality is outside of the series and that the effect may therefore be regarded as free in respect of its intelligible cause. The reader who finds himself puzzled by such a strange and obviously inconsistent argument may derive some consolation from the fact that Kant himself says that the distinction between the two causalities, as long as it is stated in a general and abstract manner, is bound to appear extremely subtle and obscure, but that it will become clear in the course of its application. Kant explains his general idea in a passage which follows the sentences we have just quoted. Unfortunately, however, his so-called explanation is even more obscure than his more general account. We find much in it that we do not understand and that we can see no reason for believing. We are told, for instance, that our reason as a purely intelligible faculty is not subject to the form of time, nor consequently to the condition of succession in time. 6. And 3. That in respect of the intelligible character of which the empirical character is the schema there can be no before and after. At the same time we are told that if we had sufficient knowledge of the empirical conditions of human actions there would not be a single action which we could not predict with certainty and recognize as proceeding necessarily from its antecedent conditions. The whole passage consists, in fact, of unintelligible remarks. I think, however, that it is not difficult to find the reason for this. It seems to me that Kant has discussed here all these questions, which in fact cannot be adequately dealt with in a critique of pure reason, only because of his enthusiasm for questions of moral philosophy. Whether there is freedom and if so how it is possible, these are questions for the critique of practical reason. Kant's remarks on practical freedom in the Critique of Pure Reason are unintelligible because they are of a merely provisional character. We shall now turn to the Critique of Practical Reason. In Kant's view it is not the business of the Critique of Practical Reason to ask whether practical freedom exists or not. The first thing it has to do is to state a fact, not to solve a problem. The fact is that there exists a moral law. In Kant's opinion it is impossible to deny this fact. The moral law is given to us. We find it present in every human reason. Every moral action and every moral judgment is based upon the presupposition of the moral law. The question of the critique of practical reason is therefore not whether the moral law exists, but how it can affect human actions. The moral law is given as a fact of pure reason of which we are a priori conscious, and which is apodictically certain. We may call consciousness of this fundamental law a fact of reason. The fact just mentioned is undeniable. But if it is asked, what then is really pure morality, by which as a touchstone we must test the moral significance of every action, then I must admit that it is only philosopher that can make the decision of this question doubtful, for to common sense it has been decided long ago, not indeed by abstract general formula, but by habitual use, like the distinction between the right and left hand. From the fact that the moral law is given, and that it belongs to the very nature of this law to determine the will of rational beings, it follows that the will which recognizes it is free. The moral law, which itself does not require a justification, proves not merely the possibility of freedom, but that it really belongs to beings who recognize this law as binding on themselves. But although it is certain that the moral law and with it moral freedom are given to us, it remains to be asked which of the two is given first, and an examination of this question shows at once that we can become conscious of freedom only through our being conscious of the moral law. It follows that the first thing given to us is consciousness of the moral law, and the fact that this law exists and that we ought to act in accordance with it makes us conscious that we can act in accordance with it, i.e., that we are free. The idea of freedom, which, as far as theoretical reason was concerned, was empty and void of all meaning, now receives real meaning. It may even be stated that theoretical reason by itself would never have conceived the idea of freedom, and that it is only because we are moral beings that it occurs to us to assume the existence of freedom, for the theoretical idea of freedom is of no value to theoretical reason in its task, which is the study of nature, since freedom cannot belong to nature and the idea of freedom cannot therefore be used for the explanation of events in nature. That this is the true subordination of our concepts, and that it is morality that first discovers to us the notion of freedom, hence that it is practical reason which, with this concept, first proposes to speculative reason the most insoluble problem, thereby placing it in the greatest perplexity, is evident from the following consideration: since nothing in phenomena can be explained by the concept of freedom, but the mechanism of nature must constitute the only clue. Moreover, when pure reason tries to ascend in the series of causes to the unconditioned, it falls into an antinomy which is entangled in incomprehensibilities on the one side as much as the other, whilst the latter is at least useful in the explanation of phenomena. Therefore no one would ever have been so rash as to introduce freedom into science, had not the moral law, and with it practical reason, come in and forced this notion upon us. For as long as one has formed no definite notion of morality and freedom, one could not conjecture on the one side what was intended to be the noumenon, the basis of the alleged phenomenon, and on the other side it seemed doubtful whether it was at all possible to form any notion of it, seeing that we had previously assigned all the notions of the pure understanding in its theoretical use exclusively to phenomena. In view of such a doctrine we may be inclined to think that Kant has first oversimplified and then unnecessarily complicated his problem. Having first told us that the moral law and freedom are given to elevens and that consequently we need not ask whether they exist or not, he raises a question which seems to be unnecessary, the question which of the two exists first, or more correctly of which of the two do we first become conscious. We must therefore ask ourselves whether this change is justified, and in answering this question we find that there is one important point of which we have so far taken no account, that is, Kant's assertion that theoretical knowledge of practical freedom is quite impossible, or, in other words, that freedom is a supersensible object and as such cannot be known theoretically by the human mind. Kant holds that freedom as a practical principle is certain, but that the same freedom is theoretically incomprehensible. It is hard to understand what this means, and whether it has anything to do with the question we have raised. There are many passages in the Critique of Practical Reason in which Kant explains his distinction between theoretical and practical reason, between knowledge through theoretical reason and knowledge through practical reason. We shall pick out one of them in order to have something to work on, but it should be remembered that it is only one of many passages which would have served as well. The passage with which we shall deal is headed "Of the Deduction of the Fundamental Principles of the Pure Practical Reason." We may begin by giving a brief summary of the argument set forth in it. It has been proved in the Critique of Pure Reason that our theoretical knowledge of objects is limited to objects of experience, but at the same time it has been shown that the idea of an object beyond the world of experience is possible, and that it is even necessary for us to form such an idea. Now practical reason, in presenting us with the moral law as an undeniable fact, introduces us into a purely rational world. Pure reason can and indeed must represent to itself the idea of an original nature which it contrasts with our own world of sense, regarding the latter as a mere image of the former or as an object modelled upon it. Theoretical reason has left an empty space, for theoretical knowledge is incapable of determining an object beyond the world of sensible experience. But practical reason, since it is capable of thinking a determinate supersensible law, can fill the place which has been left empty. It must be noted, however, that practical reason conceives the idea of a supersensible or intelligible world, which is supposed to act upon the sensible world, only in order that the actions of the rational being should be determined by it in this world, and not for the sake of theoretical knowledge. In fact, practical reason is in no way interested in such knowledge, and freely confesses that it is unable to know how a supersensible principle can influence an action in the sensible world. We can have no theoretical knowledge whatsoever of the causal relation between the supersensible and the sensible worlds. For if reason sought to do this, it would have to show how the logical relation of principle and consequence can be used synthetically in a different sort of intuition from the sensible, that is, how a causality known is possible. The general principle underlying Kant's argument is clear. He tells us once more that he has proved in the Critique of Pure Reason that the idea of an intelligible world known by mere thought is free from contradiction. We cannot have theoretical knowledge of such a world, because we are unable to determine an object by mere thought, that is, by the understanding alone. Neither can we determine the causal relation between the intelligible world and our world of sense. Yet in the field of practical reason the idea of an intelligible causality is possible and even necessary, for since the moral law is given to us we cannot but assume that as moral beings we are determined by a principle which belongs to an intelligible world. We can see now that Kant's concept of an intelligible causality, which, when we first tried to understand it in the Critique 64 of pure reason, could not but seem absurd and in conflict with the principles on which transcendental philosophy is based, receives in the Critique of Practical Reason a meaning quite different from anything that we could have expected. The idea of an intelligible causality would indeed conflict with the fundamental principles of his own philosophy if Kant believed that we could have any theoretical knowledge of it, or even if he believed that theoretical reason was concerned with it. This, however, is precisely what he denies, for along with his conviction that intelligible causality is real practically, i.e., that we are free to determine our actions according to the moral law, he maintains that we can have no theoretical knowledge of such a relation, that the very concept of an intelligible causality is impenetrable to the human mind. The only kind of causality of which we have any knowledge is natural causality, which is a rule of the understanding for the determination of natural events. We cannot understand how there can be a causality of an entirely different kind, nor do we need to understand this, for it does not concern us as moral agents since we cannot and need not have any knowledge of the supersensible moral law. One is easily tempted to underestimate the importance of what Kant says about the character of man as being both empirical and intelligible, about naturarchetypa and natura-archetypa, phenomena and noumena. It is Kant's terminology that prevents us from taking it seriously enough. No doubt the terms which Lie uses belong to the period in which he wrote, but this must not blind us to the fact that they represent a moral theory with special characteristics of its own. Kant's moral theory is a part of transcendental philosophy, and as such it must differ from any moral theory which does not recognize the fundamental transcendental principles. It is because it is based on these principles that Kant's moral philosophy, while maintaining that the moral law is undeniably real and that it is an absolute law binding on all rational beings, can at the same time declare that the freedom of the will which follows necessarily from the moral law remains for us an insoluble problem. Kant maintains that if we knew all that was to be known about the motives of a human being we should be able to predict his actions with the same certainty as we can predict an eclipse of the sun or moon, because every human action is determined by natural grounds, and is wholly dependent on them. But he is none the less convinced that the human will is free. This seems to be paradoxical, but it is not really so, for it arises within a philosophical system which rests upon the conviction that all natural objects without exception are subject to necessary and unalterable laws, and at the same time maintains that these laws are valid only in relation to appearances and are not applicable to things in themselves. That is why Kant can believe that the moral law leads us from our empirical world into a supersensible world. We can act according to a law which does not belong to our own world, since it imposes upon us the obligation to make ourselves independent of the causes by which our world, the world of nature, is determined. But we cannot have any knowledge of how such a law can exist. All that we know is that moral freedom is not impossible, how it is possible is beyond our comprehension. Kant sets forth his view of the freedom of the will in many passages both in the Critique of Practical Reason and in the groundwork of the Metaphysic of Florals. I shall select for quotation some of them which seem to me of special interest. Instead, however, of the deduction of the supreme principle of pure practical reason, that is, the explanation of the possibility of such knowledge a priori, the utmost we were able to do was to show that if we saw the possibility of the freedom of an efficient cause, we should also see not merely the possibility, but even the necessity of the moral law as the supreme practical law of rational beings, to whom we attribute freedom of causality of their will, because both concepts are so inseparably united, that we might define practical freedom as independence of the will on anything but the moral law. But we cannot perceive the possibility of the freedom of an efficient cause, especially in the world of sense. We are fortunate if only we can be sufficiently assured that there is no proof of its impossibility, and are now, by the moral law which postulates it, compelled and therefore authorized to assume it. For as to the question how a law can be directly and of itself a determining principle of the will, this is, for human reason, an insoluble problem and identical with the question, how a free will is possible. But reason would overstep all its bounds if it undertook to explain how pure reason can be practical, which 66 would be exactly the same problem as to explain how freedom is possible. For we can explain nothing but that which we can reduce to laws, the object of which can be given in some possible experience. But freedom is a mere idea, the objective reality of which can in no wise be shown according to laws of nature, and consequently not in any possible experience, and for this reason it can never be comprehended or understood, because we cannot support it by any sort of example or analogy. And thus while we do not comprehend the practical unconditional necessity of the moral imperative, we yet comprehend its incomprehensibility, and this is all that can be fairly demanded of a philosophy which strives to carry its principles up to the very limit of human reason. The different forms which Kant gives to his moral doctrine become perfectly intelligible and consistent as soon as we take account of the one underlying principle on which they are all based. We may take as an example of this the common objection to Kant's doctrine, that he makes morality dependent on merely formal and universal rules. Before discussing this, I must ask the reader to remember that I am concerned only with an exposition of Kant's doctrine, and not with the question whether the fundamental principles of his philosophy are tenable or not. I think I can, however, say this much: the doctrine that the rules of morality are merely formal and universal follows necessarily from the general principles of Kant's philosophy, and cannot be disputed by anyone who is prepared to admit that his general position is tenable. For it is easy to see that since Kant believes that the moral law is an absolute and universal law independent of the world of nature, he must also hold that moral rules are independent of the principle of nature. Causal laws apply to natural events. Consequently, a rule which refers to the moral law must be independent of these laws. Now let us assume those rules to be dependent on natural objects of desire, and W.C. can at once see that in that case empirical objects would be the ground of actions, and that the relation between an action and its object would be an ordinary causal relation. The action, then, would be subject to the natural law of causality, and could not be free or in agreement with the moral law, whose very nature it is to prescribe to us that we should make ourselves independent of laws which are necessary only in relation to the world of sense, and that we should act in accordance with a supersensible law. We have seen that the moral law is given to us, and that it commands us to determine our actions in accordance with it. In face of these facts, Kant's problem is there anything which can belong both to the supersensible world and to an action occurring in the sensible world? His solution is that there is such a thing, namely, the determination of the will of the agent. Not the effect which is produced by an action, but the determination of the will can belong to both the sensible world and to the intelligible world. Now the moral agent determines his will independently of the effects which may be produced by his action in the world of nature. It follows that the agent must represent to himself that which determines his will as being a universal rule, for this will is independent of empirical objects, and empirical objects, according to Kant, are mere particulars given to us by intuition, and as such are never wholly determined by, but are always merely subsumed under, the universal rules of the understanding. Whether a particular object is desired by a particular person depends on the particular nature of the person in question, and a man who acts from the desire for a particular object finds no difficulty in the fact that other people desire different objects. If, however, the agent determines his will according to the moral law, he cannot do otherwise than consider himself independent of his own individual nature, that is to say, he must assume that his will is determined by a rule which is universally valid, and which must be recognized as valid by every other person. We can understand now that the question as to how an absolute and universal law can be conceived by a being that belongs to the world of sense is the fundamental problem of the critique of practical reason. In order to understand Kant's solution better than we have so far been able to do, we may consult two very important passages. The first of these is the chapter headed of the concept of an object of pure practical reason. Kant explains here that the only objects which practical reason has are the concepts of the good and the evil. The fundamental difference between those objects and natural objects which we may desire is that it is a law which brings the former into existence. The fundamental mistake which has been made by moral philosophers is that they have first looked for an object of the will, c.g., happiness, which they could make the matter and principle of a law, whereas they ought first to have looked for a law which would have determined the will a priori, and only afterwards for an object of the will. In the case of the moral objects, it is a law which produces the objects, and it is quite wrong to assume that the objects of the will exist first and that the moral law can be derived from them. But we may ask, how can a law produce its own objects? This follows from the difference between a rule of the understanding, a category, or a principle, and a practical law. Categories of the understanding taken by themselves are mere functions which can do nothing but combine a manifold given in intuition, and therefore depend for the existence of their objects on something outside their own sphere, viz., on sensibility. A practical law, on the other hand, is quite independent of empirical objects, since it is concerned, not with the existence of its objects in nature, but with the determination of the mere form of the will. The will can determine itself in accordance with a merely formal law. Theoretical reason is dependent on sensible particulars for the existence of the object which it seeks to know. To practical reason, on the other hand, there is given a universal a priori law, and therefore it does not have to look for something outside itself. It can determine the will directly by means of the universal a priori law which belongs to reason itself, and thus produce its own objects. These categories of freedom, for so we choose to call them, in contrast to those theoretic categories which are categories of physical nature, have an obvious advantage over the latter, inasmuch as the latter are only forms of thought which designate objects in an indefinite manner by means of universal concepts for every possible intuition. The former, on the contrary, refer to the determination of a free elective will, hence instead of the form of intuition, which does not lie in reason itself but has to be drawn from another source, namely, the sensibility, these being elementary practical concepts have as their foundation the form of a pure will, which is given in reason, and therefore in the thinking faculty itself. From this it happens that as all precepts of pure practical reason have to do with the determination of the will, not with the physical conditions of the execution of one's purpose, the practical a priori principles in relation to the supreme principle of freedom are at once cognitions, and have not to wait for intuitions in order to acquire significance, and that for this remarkable reason, because they themselves produce the reality of that to which they refer, which is not the case with theoretical concepts. This passage shows once more how closely Kant's argument in the Critique of Practical Reason is connected with the general problem of his philosophy. Indeed, this passage, along with many others, would remain quite unintelligible if Kant's moral philosophy were treated as an isolated moral treatise, and if no account were taken of its place in transcendental philosophy as a whole. In order to understand the passage which we have just quoted and to see what Kant's problem is, we need only remind ourselves that one of the fundamental doctrines of the Critique of Pure Reason is the doctrine that all human knowledge depends on particulars given in intuition and on universal rules whose function is to combine the particulars. We know also from our examination of the Critique of Pure Reason that Kant holds that reason according to its nature must demand that the particulars should be capable of being wholly determined by universal concepts, and even that particulars should owe their very existence to universal concepts. We have seen that as a consequence of this Kant has to assume that theoretical reason is concerned with nothing but the understanding. 70. We have seen that in the theoretical field reason cannot achieve its purpose, since the concepts of the understanding do not possess an independent existence but must be referred to intuitions. Categories as such are mere functions, and can receive real significance only by being schematized, i.e., by being related to intuitions. It must be noted, however, that a schematized category is a category which is no longer within the sphere of pure thought. It is not a purely universal rule. Such universality as it possesses consists in nothing but its being a universal rule for intuitions. Since the universality which the concepts of reason possess and the universality which must be attributed to schematized categories are not of the same kind, reason cannot achieve its end. It is unable to regard the schematized concepts of the understanding as wholly determined by its ideas, because the former now belong to a sphere with which reason has nothing whatsoever to do, namely, the sphere of sensibility. As regards practical reason, the case is quite different. For what is first given to us is the universal law of morality, which commands that our actions should be determined by it alone. It thus appears that in the moral law we have that complete determination of particulars by universals which pure reason demands. But, since all our actions take place in the world of sense and consequently are subject to the conditions of this world, the question arises whether there is anything in human actions which does not necessarily belong to the sphere of nature, and which might be quite independent of it. It appears that the determination of the will might possess the required properties, for whereas the bringing about by our actions of a desired effect depends entirely on natural conditions, the self-determination of the will or its surrender to the moral law irrespective of the consequences which may ensue is determination by the universal moral law alone. Such self-determination is the only thing that matters in the practical field, for the moral law does not command that a certain action should take place in the world of sense, but that an action should be done by a will which determines itself in accordance with its commands. It is only the determination of the will that can be thought to be independent of natural conditions, for in determining the will alone reason need not go beyond the purely rational sphere. It is the mere form of the action which is determined in this way, and this form is real because in the field of practice we are not concerned to know how an action is possible but how it can be determined. If practical reason were interested in knowing actions theoretically, it would have to leave its own sphere of mere thought and to rely on sensible intuitions, for every action regarded as a mere event in nature belongs, like every other theoretical object, to the world of sense. We cannot acquire theoretical knowledge of an action in any other way than by regarding it as a natural event, and as such it is subject to the conditions of time. Now every action that takes place in time must be regarded as wholly dependent on the occurrences which are the content of the time preceding the moment of the action itself. But, this being so, the agent, who has no control over what he has done in the past, cannot be regarded as free. Every action, in so far as it is a mere occurrence, is determined by time, since it is nothing but an event in nature. It has been proved in the critique of pure reason that every natural object is dependent on time as a form of intuition. But the critique of pure reason has also shown that time is not a condition of things in themselves but only of appearances, that is to say, of the only objects that theoretical reason can know. Hence we can allow that practical reason, which is not interested in theoretical knowledge, may be capable of determining actions quite independently of the series of natural conditions. Theoretical reason cannot deny the possibility of actions being determined independently of the conditions which precede it, i.e., it cannot deny the possibility of free actions. Practical reason assures us of the real existence of free actions, for it makes us conscious of the moral law, a law which is independent of the sensible world. The critique of practical reason teaches us that we can consider one and the same action and one and the same agent from two different points of view. We may regard the former as entirely dependent on its natural conditions and the latter as entirely dependent on his own previous acts and on his empirical character, which determines his present act just as it has determined his previous acts. The action viewed in this way is a mere event in nature, and the agent a mere phenomenon. We may describe the second point of view in Kant's words, but the very same subject being on the other side conscious of himself as a 72. Thing in himself, considers his existence also in so far as it is not subject to time conditions, and regards himself as only determinable by laws which he gives himself through reason, and in this his existence nothing is antecedent to the determination of his will, but every action, and in general every modification of his existence, varying according to his internal sense, even the whole series of his existence as a sensible being, is in the consciousness of his supersensible existence. Nothing but the result, and never to be regarded as the determining principle, of his causality as a noumenon. In order to understand this, we must remember that it is Kantian doctrine that only mere particulars are given to us in time. These particulars may be subsumed under the universal concepts of the understanding, but this does not take away from them their character as particulars, because the understanding is unable to determine them absolutely. Now, that is precisely what the moral law has to do, and when we ask what can be determined by an absolute moral law, it appears at once that it must be something which is itself a universal and is independent of intuition and in particular of time. The rule which determines the will is such a universal, because it is independent of time and thus of the whole sphere of intuition. The practical universal rule is independent of the world of sense. Unlike a theoretical rule, it has nothing to do with the synthesis of the manifold in time. Thus, practical reason can achieve what theoretical reason attempted in vain. It can determine an object by means of a universal rule or a mere function of reason. For, as we have seen, practical reason makes us conscious of the moral law, and thus the will is provided with a universal rule, and is enabled to produce an object of practical reason. It will be evident that my interpretation of the passage in which Kant discusses the problem of the objects of practical reason is very far from complete, and that a really satisfactory explanation would have to discuss a great many questions which I have not even raised. I should therefore like to point out that all that I have tried to do is to show again that the problem of the relation between universal and particulars is one of Kant's fundamental problems in the critique of practical reason. It seems to me necessary to emphasize this point because it has been overlooked by many of Kant's interpreters. The sensible and the supersensible. We may now examine the second of the two passages mentioned above. The passage is headed "of the typic of the pure practical judgment." I should like to say at the outset that this passage seems to me to be of the utmost importance for the understanding of the second critique, and also that it is very difficult to understand, and that I am by no means confident that I can successfully explain it. The problem which faces Kant may be stated thus. All human actions occur in the sensible world. How then can we judge an action in such a way that we can think it to be in accordance with a practical rule, which as a strictly universal rule is purely abstract and has nothing to do with the sensible world in which the action occurs? If we are to be able to apply that which is contained in the abstract rule to a concrete case which comes under it, we must possess practical judgment. As we have seen in the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant holds judgment to be the faculty of the mind which enables us to relate particulars to universals. It is not surprising, therefore, to find him maintaining in the Critique of Practical Reason that it is the faculty of judgment which mediates between the abstract rule and the concrete instance. As regards theoretical judgment, the problem as to how we can relate particulars to universal rules of the understanding has been discussed in the first critique, chiefly in the passage on the schematism. The Critique of Practical Reason seems to have to face a still more difficult problem, for, as Kant says, it seems absurd to expect that we should find in the world of sense, which is determined by the laws of nature, an instance to which we could apply the supersensible category of the good. The Critique of Pure Reason has removed the difficulties which face theoretical judgment, for the examination of theoretical knowledge made it clear that in order to be presented with an object of theoretical experience we must relate concepts to intuitions, and that we can do this by schematizing the concepts of the understanding, that is to say, by taking them not as mere abstract concepts but as universal rules which make particular intuitions subject to universal rules. It does not seem in 74. Superably difficult to understand how a concept of the understanding can be exhibited in intuition. But it seems quite impossible to understand how a moral concept, a concept which by its very nature belongs to the supersensible world, can be represented in the world of sense. And yet it is not really so difficult as it seems. We need only remember that when we are called upon to subsume an action under a pure practical law we are not concerned with the possibility of the action considered as an event in the world of sense. It is quite true that in order to judge as to the physical possibility of an action we must apply the categories of the understanding as the universal rules to which all natural objects must conform. For instance, we should have to make use of the principle of physical causality. But Kant holds that, whereas a pure concept of the understanding can and indeed must be schematized. This is not true of practical concepts. Here, however, we have to do, not with the schema of a case that occurs according to laws, but with the schema of a law itself, since the fact that the will is determined by the law alone, without any other principle, connects the notion of causality with quite different conditions from those which constitute physical connection. This is certainly difficult to understand. In the first place, it seems to me necessary to ask why Kant believes that the word schema is perhaps not allowable in the case of the subsumption of a moral action under the moral law. I think the answer is that what interests us in the moral action is not that which makes it a particular action done by a particular individual, but that in it which makes it universal. We are interested in the particular action only in so far as the will of the agent is determined by a law. In so far as this law, in accordance with which the will determines itself, is concerned with actions which occur in nature, it may be regarded as a law of nature. But it is quite different from a theoretical law of nature, for a theoretical law, as long as it is merely formal, is devoid of all real significance. Every theoretical law which is to produce knowledge of an object must be related to the manifold of intuition, which is to be determined by the formal and universal rule. A practical law, on the other hand, is not concerned with the exhibition of an object in intuition, and therefore cannot be schematized. The word schema is thus inappropriate in connection with practical laws, for a schema in the proper sense is the representation of a concept in intuition by means of the imagination. The concept of the good can indeed be represented, but we must note that that which we subsume under it is not the particular action given in intuition but the formal law by which the will of the agent is determined. We can see now that in the field of practical reason the faculty of judgment finds something that it may regard as affording adequate representation of a supersensible concept. It is the determination of the will in accordance with a formal law regarded as a universal law of nature, this law having something in common both with the moral law and with the action which it is supposed to determine. The physical law being a law to which the objects of sensible intuition, as such, are subject, must have a schema corresponding to it. But the law of freedom, and consequently the concept of the unconditionally good, cannot have any intuition, nor consequently any schema supplied to it for the purpose of its application in Cont Series 2. Consequently the moral law has no faculty but the understanding to aid its application to physical objects, and the understanding for the purposes of the judgment can provide for an idea of the reason, not a schema of the sensibility, but a law, though only as to its form as law, such a law, however, as can be exhibited in Cont Series 2 in objects of the senses, and therefore a law of nature. If we are to understand this passage, we must first ask ourselves why Kant believes that it is the understanding alone which can refer to reason and its concept of the good. To be able to answer this question we must remember that according to Kant a concept of reason has to determine absolutely what is to come under it. Now that which can be wholly determined by a universal concept and may be regarded as an adequate representation of a universal concept must itself be some sort of concept. The two things, the universal concept of reason and what is to be subsumed under it, must belong to one homogeneous sphere, otherwise that which is to be subsumed could not properly represent the universal concept of reason. From this it follows that it cannot be produced by any other faculty of the mind than the understanding, the only faculty with the exception of reason capable of producing universal concepts. Further, we know that the problem with which Kant is here concerned is not the problem as to the possibility of actions, but the problem as to how an action which occurs in the sensible world may be judged in such a way as to make it appear to be determined by a supersensible practical law. Kant shows that for this judgment understanding is required, for the understanding can take away from the action all that belongs to intuition, abstracting from its sensible conditions, and thus can conceive the concept of a universal determination of the action, and this is nothing but the mere form of the will, which can be subsumed under the concept of reason. It must be noted, however, and this is a very important point, that Kant does not believe that the will of the agent is determined by the formal law of nature. He states positively that the will of the agent is determined by the moral law and by nothing else. His question is, How can a finite being which belongs to the world of nature judge his actions in such a way as to think them to be determined by a supersensible law? And his answer is, he can do so by thinking that the maxims of his will are in accordance with a universal law of nature. Hence, this comparison of the maxims of his actions with a universal law of nature is not the determining principle of his will. Kant calls the universal law of nature which represents the moral law a type of the moral law, and the general procedure he calls typic. His meaning would be more adequately expressed by the term symbol, a term which he actually uses once in the passage which we are discussing. What he is trying to show is that the finite moral being is capable of symbolizing the supersensible law by means of the concept of a universal law of nature. We must, however, remember that he also holds that the finite being does not in that way acquire any theoretical knowledge of a supersensible object. The intelligible world cannot be represented by us in such a way as to make us know it theoretically. But practical reason is not concerned with theoretical knowledge, and the idea of the supersensible is represented by us only in order that we may be able to make practical use of it. It is, therefore, allowable to use the system of the world of sense as the type of a supersensible system of things, provided I do not transfer to the latter the intuitions, and what depends on them, but merely apply to it the form of law in general. Kant goes on to explain that a typic of judgment which does not mistake that which belongs to the typic of the concepts for the concepts themselves, that is to say, a method which regards the universal law of nature as a mere symbol of the moral good, guards us against both empiricism and mysticism, for empiricism regards the good as a mere product of experience, while mysticism, on turning what served only as a symbol into a schema, proposes to provide for the moral concepts actual intuitions which, however, are not sensible, and thus it plunges into the transcendent. Kant contrasts these two methods with his own, which he calls rationalism, and he adds, what is befitting the use of the moral concepts is only the rationalism of the judgment which takes from the sensible system of nature only what pure reason can also conceive of itself, that is, conformity to law, and transfers into the supersensible nothing but what can conversely be actually exhibited in the world of sense according to the formal rule of a law of nature. I hope that my exposition of the chapter on the typic has made at least one point quite clear, that is, that the problem that is discussed in it is bound up with the general principles of the transcendental philosophy. I have said again and again that the problem of the relation between the supersensible and the sensible world seems to me to be the fundamental problem of Kant's philosophy. The critique of pure reason shows that human reason must necessarily produce universal concepts which imply the existence of supersensible objects. Further, it shows that theoretical knowledge of these objects is quite impossible, for all our knowledge depends upon intuition, and supersensible objects cannot be exhibited in intuition, since, owing to their nature as products of 78. Pure reason, they are thought to be entirely independent of the world of sense and sensible intuition. But as moral agents we are in a different position from that in which we find ourselves when we aim at theoretical knowledge. For the moral being has an absolute consciousness of an absolute law. The critique of practical reason does not in any way deny this. It even admits that it is possible to represent the supersensible law in the world of sense, but it must nevertheless adhere to the fundamental principle of the critical philosophy, namely, that theoretical knowledge by means of ideas is denied to our reason. An idea of a supersensible object can be represented by a rational being in such a way as to enable him to make practical use of it by determining his will in accordance with it. But this is all that we can do. We must not mistake a symbol for a schema, and must not imagine that we are capable of discovering intuitions adequate to our moral concepts. If we did so, we should contradict the fundamental principles of the critical philosophy, for we should deny the limited character of all human knowledge. The finite will and the law respect. At the beginning of chapter 3 of the Analytic of Pure Practical Reason, Kant points out that the moral law would be a holius caret if it were regarded as a law determining the will of a being that would of his own nature conform to it. Now the will of a finite rational being does not of its own nature conform to the moral law. On the contrary, the moral law, that is, the law of freedom, commands the finite being to act contrary to his nature, and this raises the question as to what induces a finite being to act according to this law, or what is the subjective principle which makes him submit to its demands. Kant's answer is that it is the feeling of respect for the moral law that acts as such a subjective motive. This feeling of respect shows us the peculiar nature of the finite being as a creature belonging to two different worlds, the finite world of nature and the infinite world of freedom. For respect for an unconditional law can be felt only by a being that submits unconditionally to the moral law and is aware of his finite nature and conscious of the fact that as a being belonging to the sensible world and subject to natural conditions he can never be in perfect conformity with the law. That is why respect for the moral law both elevates and humiliates the person who feels it. We must now ask if the feeling of respect produces morality. Kant's answer is that it cannot do so, for the first thing that is given to us is the consciousness of the moral law, and the feeling of respect is only a consequence of that. Strictly speaking, respect is not a feeling at all. It is a product of reason, and it arises because the finite being compares his own conditioned nature with the absolute demands of the unconditional law. It is nothing but the subjective state of mind of a sensible being on finding himself determined by the objective law. Thus the respect for the law is not a motive to morality, but it is morality itself subjectively considered as a motive. We must note that the feeling of respect for the moral law is not a peculiarity of the human mind. It is not comparable to those properties of the mind with which empirical psychology is concerned, and which can be discovered only by empirical observation. Kant says of it that it is a feeling which can be known a priori, and the a priori necessity of which we can understand, and this shows that he does not regard it as special property of the human mind but as a feeling which every finite being determined by a supersensible law must have. When he says that the feeling of respect is composed of pleasure and pain, this is not to be taken as psychological observation. He explains again and again that a holy will, unlike the human will, would not feel respect for the moral law, that the concept of duty would not exist for it and that it would not determine itself by means of imperatives. But in ascribing all these properties to man he is not taking them to be special characteristics of human nature. What he is trying to show is that the human will as the will of a finite being is of necessity essentially different from a will for which the moral law is the law of its own nature. That Kant does not believe that the feeling of respect, the concept of duty and the consciousness of the commands of the moral law as imperatives are due to the peculiar organization of the human mind, he expresses by saying that all these things are necessary characteristics of the will of every finite rational being. For men and all created rational beings, moral necessity is constraint, that is obligation, and 8. Every action based on it is to be conceived as a duty, not as a proceeding previously pleasing to us of our own accord. The moral law is in fact for the will of a perfect being a law of holiness, but for the will of every finite rational being a law of duty, of moral constraint and of the determination of its actions by respect for this law and reverence for its duty. Just as, when Kant says that the categories of the understanding must hold for every finite rational being, he never means that they are psychological peculiarities but always that they are objectively necessary forms of thought, so in spite of many statements which may seem to suggest it he never for a moment assumes that respect for the moral law, the sense of duty and the awareness of imperatives are accidental properties of the human mind, but is convinced that they are necessary and a priori properties, the possession of which by every rational being can be objectively proved. With the view of attaining to this \T.E, to the proof of the existence of a categorical imperative, or of a practical law which commands absolutely and to follow which is duty, it is of extreme importance to remember that we must not allow ourselves to think of deducing the reality of this principle from the particular attributes of human nature. For duty is to be a practical, unconditional necessity of action, it must therefore hold for all rational beings and for this reason only be also a law for all human wills. On the contrary, whatever is deduced from the particular natural characteristics of humanity, from certain feelings and propensions, nay even, if possible, from any particular tendency proper to human reason, and which need not necessarily hold for the will of every rational being, This may indeed supply us with a maxim, but not with a law, with a subjective principle on which we may have a propension and inclination to act, but not with an objective principle on which we should be enjoined to act, even though all our propensions, inclinations, and natural dispositions were opposed to it. In fact, the sublimity and intrinsic dignity of the command in duty are so much the more evident, the less the subjective impulses favor it and the more they oppose it, without being able in the slightest degree to weaken the obligation of the law or to diminish its validity. The dialectic of practical reason. The summum bonum. I propose now to try to give the main points of Kant's argument in the dialectic of practical reason. This is not an easy task, because Kant's terminology here is so different from the one to which we are accustomed that it may often seem to us as if his argument depended entirely on the terminology of the period to which it belonged and had no independent philosophical value. What follows now is a summary of his argument. Practical reason, like theoretical reason, conceives an idea of the unconditioned, the summum bonum. The summum bonum as the object of the will contains both virtue and happiness. But this does not mean that virtue depends on happiness. On the contrary, the practical reason must regard happiness as entirely depending on virtue. At first sight it may not appear easy to understand why Kant holds that the summum bonum must contain happiness as well as virtue. The analytic of practical reason has made it clear that the desire for happiness can never be regarded as a determining principle of the will, for such a principle would destroy the moral value of our actions. The moral law commands unconditionally, and if we made an action dependent on happiness as its object, we should make it dependent on a condition. The action would not be done for the sake of obedience to the moral law, but for the sake of something which has nothing whatever to do with the principle of morality. Yet it is impossible to regard moral virtue as the summum bonum. For, as a being which belongs to the world of nature, man has necessarily a desire to make himself happy. This desire is a property of the will of every finite rational being. Practical reason must presuppose that the finite being, while pursuing virtue and by such pursuit making himself worthy of happiness, which is the natural end of every finite being, is not excluded from partaking in happiness. Practical reason does not allow virtue to be pursued by the finite being for the sake of happiness, but this does not prevent it from assuming that the perfect state of a finite rational being would be a state in which he was both virtuous and happy. For to need 82. Happiness, to deserve it, and yet at the same time not to participate in it, cannot be consistent with the perfect volition of a rational being possessed at the same time of all power, if, for the sake of experiment, we conceive such a being. We see that Kant's reason for assuming that virtue by itself cannot be the summum bonum is that no finite rational being, if it had the power to bring about its own happiness, would refrain from doing so. But we also see that he believes that such a being, in conceiving the idea of the perfection of its own existence, must necessarily make its happiness dependent upon its virtue. The idea of a union of virtue and happiness such that happiness would be exactly proportionate to virtue is a necessary idea of reason. The ideal state has been reached when happiness is produced by virtue. Such a state is the summum bonum, the perfect object of practical reason. Now, inasmuch as virtue and happiness together constitute the possession of the summum bonum in a person, and the distribution of happiness in exact proportion to morality constitutes the summum bonum of a possible world, hence this summum bonum expresses the whole, the perfect good, in which, however, virtue as the condition is always the supreme good since it has no condition above it, whereas happiness, while it is pleasant to the possessor of it, is not of itself absolutely and in all respects good, but always presupposes morally right behavior as its condition. It is not really difficult to understand why Kant holds that the idea of the summum bonum, that is, the idea of an object in which the highest perfection of the moral and of the natural life coincide, must be conceived by practical reason. We need only remember that for Kant there are two worlds, the world of nature and the intelligible world of freedom. Man belongs to both of these worlds. All his actions occur in the world of nature, and all that he can do is to refer them as regards their mere form to the intelligible world, without, however, having any knowledge of the connection between the two worlds. We must also remember that, according to Kant, reason, whenever it is at work, conceives the idea of an absolutely unconditioned object. In the case of practical reason, this means that reason cannot conceive that the intelligible world should have no influence on the natural world. It makes the intelligible world the absolute condition of all things in general, it regards it as the source of all being, so that the causal principle which determines the intelligible world, namely, causality through freedom, is thought to be a principle which determines not only the intelligible world but also the world of nature. Thus reason in its search for an absolute principle removes the fundamental difference between the two kinds of causality, causality through freedom and the causality of nature, and makes the latter dependent on the former. Whenever our reason conceives an idea, it assumes that the conditioned is wholly determined by the unconditioned. For practical reason, the conditioned is the world of nature. The finite rational being requires happiness in the world of nature. On the other hand, his reason necessarily conceives the idea of an absolutely unconditioned intelligible world in accordance with whose principle he determines his actions. Therefore he cannot but believe that for that very reason he will obtain his share of happiness, and also that the amount of happiness which he will obtain will depend on the extent to which he has determined his actions in accordance with the intelligible law. In other words, the finite rational being regards the world of nature as entirely subordinate to the world of freedom, and his own condition in the former as dependent on his morality. As pure practical reason, it likewise i.e., like theoretical reason, seeks to find the unconditioned for the practically conditioned, and this not as the determining principle of the will, but even when this is given it seeks the unconditioned totality of the object of pure practical reason under the name of the summum bonum. It appears, however, that the idea of the summum bonum involves practical reason in an antinomy, in the same way as the theoretical ideas involved theoretical reason in antinomies. It is the task of a critique of pure practical reason to present, and if possible to solve, the antinomy of practical reason. 84. Kant begins his discussion of the antinomy of practical reason by showing that both the Stoic and the Epicurean theories with regard to the summum bonum rest upon erroneous assumptions. Both of these schools believed that virtue and happiness could be derived from one another analytically, the only difference between their theories being that the Stoics believed that the consciousness of one's virtue was happiness, while the Epicureans believed that the consciousness that one's maxims led to happiness was virtue. But neither of these is true. Virtue and happiness must be regarded as two distinct elements of the summum bonum, they form a synthetic unity, that is to say, the one is not implicit in the concept of the other. It is because they are quite different from one another that reason, in conceiving the idea of the summum bonum which is to contain them both, becomes involved in an antinomy. For since the idea of the summum bonum is necessary, and since it unites happiness and virtue, we are faced with these alternatives: either the desire for happiness produces virtue, or virtue produces happiness. It is obvious that the former is quite impossible, for it has been shown in the analytic that a will which makes actions dependent on happiness is not determined by the moral law at all. The latter is also impossible, because the practical connection of causes and effects in the world, as the result of the determination of the will, does not depend upon the moral dispositions of the will, but on the knowledge of the laws of nature and the physical power to use them for one's purposes. Consequently, we cannot expect in the world by the most punctilious observance of the moral laws any necessary connection of happiness with virtue adequate to the summum bonum. Since there is no necessary connection between the two elements of the summum bonum, namely, virtue and happiness, it follows that the summum bonum cannot be realized at all, and consequently it appears that the moral law which commands us to promote it is ted to vain imaginary ends, and must be false. Ibid. Kant solves the antinomy of practical reason in the following way. The first proposition, that happiness can produce virtue, is absolutely false. The second proposition, that virtue might promote happiness, has been refuted on the ground that it is impossible for the moral law to have any influence on the world of nature, which is wholly determined by the natural laws of causality. It was, therefore, held to be quite impossible that virtuous conduct, that is, conduct determined according to an intelligible causality, could in any way determine the natural state of the agent, the latter being entirely dependent on the laws of nature. This, however, is not really a sound argument, for it is only if we take the law of natural causality to be an absolute law that we have to believe that the world of nature cannot be determined by any other kind of causality. Since, however, the world of natural objects is mere appearance, it is quite possible that the other causal principle, that of causality through freedom, should determine not only the intelligible world but also the world of nature, the world of mere appearances. To think that there is a connection between them is at least not an unreasonable assumption. Theoretical reason has nothing whatever against it, for, however strongly it must insist that every change in the world of nature is dependent upon the laws of natural causality, it is at the same time aware of the fact that nature is mere appearance, and of the possibility of the existence of another kind of causality. From the fact that theoretical reason cannot raise any objection, and that practical reason makes us conscious of a supersensible law which in turn makes us conceive the idea of the determination of our state in the world of sense by a supersensible law, it follows that the idea conceived by practical reason is theoretically not impossible and practically real. It is interesting to compare Kant's solution of the antinomy of practical reason with his solution of the theoretical antinomies. Such a comparison shows that although the method of solution is the same in both cases, the method being to show that it is only because appearances are taken to be things in themselves that the antinomies arise, there are nevertheless considerable differences between the two cases. In the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant could do no more than show that the idea of a supersensible world was not self-contradictory. Practical reason, on the other hand, can actually establish the reality of such a world, because in the sphere of practice a supersensible law is given, and because, as a consequence of this, practical reason necessarily conceives the idea of a unity of the world of nature and the world of freedom. A being that determines his actions in accordance with an absolute law finds it impossible to believe that the 86 two worlds to which he belongs have nothing to do with one another. His reason necessarily conceives the idea of a summum bonum which unites the world of nature and the world of freedom. Continuing my exposition of the dialectic of practical reason, I shall now examine the chapter on the immortality of the soul as a postulate of pure practical reason. The following are the main points of Kant's argument. The realization of the summum bonum is the necessary object of a will which is determinable by the moral law. Now the supreme condition of the summum bonum is the perfect conformity of the agent to the moral law. This, however, is something of which no finite rational being is capable at any moment of his existence. The demand which is made is that a being belonging to the sensible world should be absolutely perfect, that it should possess a holy will. As this can never be fully realized by a finite being, it can only be found in an infinite progress. Since, nevertheless, it is required as practically necessary, it can only be found in a progress in infinitum towards that perfect accordance, and on the principles of pure practical reason it is necessary to assume such a practical progress as the real object of the will. Now such an infinite progress cannot be assumed unless we assume the infinite duration of the existence of the finite rational being, that is, the immortality of his soul, and since, as we have seen, it is a necessary idea of practical reason to assume the former, the latter must also be assumed. The immortality of the soul is, thus, a postulate of pure practical reason, a postulate being a theoretical proposition, not demonstrable as such, but which is an inseparable result of an unconditional a priori practical law. Kant's argument will help us to understand more clearly the peculiar meaning which he attaches to the ideas of reason, and in particular the nature of the objectivity which he ascribes to them. The argument which we find here is again a transcendental argument, i.e., an argument which rests upon principles entirely different from those which either a dogmatic or a sceptical philosophy would put forward. The latter would deny the immortality of the soul altogether, and the former would regard it as theoretically demonstrable. The transcendental philosophy takes an entirely different point of view. Since perfect virtue is unattainable, since we can only approach it and never fully realize it, we must, as we have seen, assume the immortality of the soul. But this assumption is not a theoretical dogma. The immortality of the soul is not a super-sensible object which we can know, it is an idea in accordance with which we can act. We conceive this idea without having any theoretical knowledge of it. We are commanded to realize it, but WC can never fully do so. WC can only try to approach nearer and nearer to perfection. Perfect virtue, again, was believed by the Stoics to be realizable in this world. Kant denies this. Perfect virtue is an idea, and this implies that we can never attain to it. An idea refers to a supersensible object, and its function is to make the finite being capable of determining himself in accordance with it, or to make him strive for its realization in the finite world, although he knows that he can never fully realize it. In exercising this function, the idea is real whether it be a theoretical or a practical idea. Ideas are given us, not in order that we may imagine that we can transcend the sensible world, but in order that in the sensible world WC may determine ourselves in accordance with them. The ideas of perfect virtue and of immortality are given us in order that we may try to be as virtuous as we can be. Perfect goodness and holiness can be attained by us only in an endless progress. If this fact is overlooked, then either the moral law is quite degraded from its holiness, being made out to be indulgent, and conformable to our convenience, or else men strain their notions of their vocation and their expectation to an unattainable goal, hoping to acquire complete holiness of will, and so they lose themselves in fantastical theosophic dreams which wholly contradict self-knowledge. In both cases the unceasing effort to obey punctually and thoroughly a strict and inflexible command of reason, which is yet not ideal but real, is only hindered. For a rational but finite being, the only thing possible is an endless progress from the lower to the higher degrees of moral perfection. That human beings are incapable of ever reaching moral perfection we could infer, if from nothing else, from the fact that their actions 88 take place in time. We must remember that it has already been shown in the Critique of Pure Reason that reason in forming its concepts or ideas does not take any account of time. It has been shown that we can never have theoretical knowledge of supersensible objects because all such objects are quite independent of time, whereas our knowledge, being dependent on intuition and understanding, is always successive. We can have no knowledge of an object which is independent of our successive apprehension, i.e., independent of time. Only a being possessed of either an intellectual intuition or an intuitive understanding could acquire knowledge of supersensible objects. In the formation of the ideas of practical reason there is the same neglect of time. In forming the idea of holiness we do not take any account of the fact that human actions take place in time, or that the progress of the finite being towards perfection is a progress in time. A series of human acts, even if it were a continuous progress from the worse to the morally better, would be quite different from the concept of holiness. This concept could only be understood by an infinite being, i.e., a being which is independent of time. To such a being the progressive series would be an indivisible whole which it would be able to comprehend in a single intellectual intuition. The infinite being, to whom the condition of time is nothing, sees in this to us endless succession a whole of accordance with the moral law, and the holiness which his command inexorably requires, in order to be true to his justice in the share which he assigned to each in the summum bontany, is to be found in a single intellectual intuition of the whole existence of rational beings. We see here that the first postulate, that of the immortality of the soul, leads immediately to the second, that of the existence of a supersensible being, God. Kant's argument begins from the fact that the summatum bonum contains two elements, namely, morality and happiness. Now, there is nothing in the moral law itself which would give us grounds for believing in a necessary connection between these two. As, however, we must presuppose such a connection, we cannot do otherwise than assume the existence of a supreme cause containing the principle of this connection. We have to assume the existence of a supreme being distinct from nature which brings it about that our actual state is determined in accord with our moral character. Therefore, the summum bonum is possible in the world only on the supposition of a supreme being having a causality corresponding to moral character. It is not necessary for us to concern ourselves with the details of Kant's argument, for the general principle is all that we are here interested in. There is, however, one point of which we must take account. Kant's doctrine of practical ideas seems to contain a great many contradictory statements. For instance, we are told that the necessity of assuming the existence of God is merely subjective, and that it is only because of the subjective conditions of our reason that we find it impossible to assume a necessary connection between the moral and the natural worlds without assuming the existence of a supreme being. Elsewhere we are told that practical ideas or postulates enable us to conceive the supersensible definitely, and that to strive after the summum bonum is objectively necessary. The latter is, in Kant's words, an absolutely necessary requirement betreffnis in Schlechterdings notwendiger Absicht. We may remember here that when we had to examine Kant's doctrine of the theoretical ideas a difficulty of the same kind arose. We found it difficult to decide whether on Kant's view the theoretical ideas were subjective or objective principles. There were a number of statements which seemed to suggest that Kant regarded the ideas as merely subjective, and there were others which suggested that he thought of them as objective principles. We must also remember that we succeeded in showing that his doctrine of ideas was not really inconsistent. We have seen that Kant ascribes a peculiar kind of objectivity to the theoretical ideas. We shall now see that the same is true of his doctrine of practical ideas. The point is discussed by Kant in chapter 7 of the Dialectic. How is it possible to conceive an extension of pure reason in a practical point of view, without its knowledge as speculative being enlarged at the same time? The problem is, how can an idea of practical reason, a practical postulate, extend reason's knowledge? 7. 9 degrees. In a practical sense without at the same time increasing its theoretical knowledge? The impossibility of an increase in theoretical knowledge by means of practical ideas follows from the nature of a theoretical object. An object of theoretical knowledge cannot be determined by mere thought. If we are to know an object theoretically, it must be given to us in intuition. Practical reason, on the other hand, in conceiving practical ideas, can do no more than prove that there exist objects towards which our will must be directed. This concept of an object in general cannot be considered adequate to give us theoretical knowledge. It follows that practical reason does not provide theoretical reason with theoretical knowledge of supersensible objects. And yet, although our theoretical knowledge of objects has not been increased in that way, theoretical reason itself has gained in its knowledge of the supersensible in general by the help of practical reason. For theoretical reason by itself was unable to say anything more about the supersensible than that it could not be denied that supersensible objects might exist. The position is quite different now that theoretical reason actually knows that there are such objects. Since those objects are given to reason on practical grounds and for practical use, theoretical reason must not imagine that it can know them, and yet it may be asserted that in the sphere of the practical they are not merely transcendent and regulative but immanent and constitutive principles. In this they become immanent and constitutive, being the source of the possibility of realizing the necessary object of pure practical reason. It is easy to see in what sense the ideas of practical reason can be said to be constitutive and immanent principles. For Kant, practical reason is not at all concerned with theoretical knowledge of supersensible objects. Its only interest is that the sensible being should determine his actions in accordance with supersensible ideas, that he should have supersensible objects to direct his actions in the sensible world. It is for this reason that in the practical sphere the mere thinking of a supersensible object is all that reason could possibly want. In the theoretical sphere, on the other hand, the fact that an idea can never give us knowledge of a supersensible object must be regarded as a disadvantage, for theoretical reason is interested in determining its objects theoretically. Practical reason is interested in nothing but actions, and our actions can be determined by means of mere thought. It need only think the ideas, and act according to them. A practical concept, unlike a theoretical concept, is not a mere form of thought. How the object of practical reason, the summum bonum, can be given to us is a question which practical reason need not ask. All that matters is that there is such an object. The mere concept of an object in general satisfies practical reason, because it is not interested in theoretical knowledge. Theoretical reason, on the other hand, cannot make use of its ideas. They cannot give it the objective knowledge at which it aims, for, as has been shown in the first critique, theoretical concepts are mere forms of thought and cannot give us knowledge of objects. If we wish to understand the fundamental difference between theoretical and practical ideas as regards their objective validity, we need only take Kant's term regulative principles quite literally, that is, as meaning principles which provide us with rules. This makes it clear at once that both theoretical and practical ideas are merely regulative principles, for neither of them can give us knowledge of supersensible objects, neither of them is a constitutive principle in the sense in which the categories of the understanding are. The fundamental difference between the two kinds of ideas is that practical reason in providing a rule is providing exactly what is required for its purposes, whereas theoretical reason is not satisfied with the production of a mere rule, and the fact that it can do no more must be regarded as a disadvantage. A practical idea can be called a constitutive or immanent principle, because what practical reason requires is a rule according to which it can determine itself and the objects which it has to realize. Practical reason is in no way concerned with the so-called objective existence of its objects. It is not interested in knowing whether the soul is immortal or whether God exists. It assumes both, and in doing so gives a principle of action. All that it needs is a regulative principle which will make the finite being strive for the realization of the supersensible. 9 Object, which will urge him to act in accordance with the moral law and thus realize the summum bonum in his actions. Thus in the practical field the ideal rule is a genuinely immanent or objective principle, whereas theoretical reason must regard it as a disadvantage that it can only provide a rule and cannot know a supersensible object or produce constitutive principles like those of the understanding. At the end of my exposition of the critique of practical reason, I should like to point out once more that what I have tried to show is that there is a necessary connection between the first two critiques, in that they both rest upon the transcendental presupposition that the world of sense is not the world of things in themselves. The critique of pure reason has shown that theoretical reason cannot know supersensible objects, and that the ideas of supersensible objects which it conceives are merely regulative principles which can do no more for us than provide us with principles for the systematization of our empirical knowledge. The critique of practical reason has shown that in the practical field we can transcend the world of sense, and can realize supersensible objects. But it has also confirmed the view of the first critique that no theoretical knowledge of such objects is possible. There is one other point which seems to me very important. We have seen that in the critique of pure reason Kant not only denies the possibility of theoretical knowledge of things in themselves, but also asserts that this is not to be regarded as a disadvantage, for such knowledge would in his opinion be both unnecessary and dangerous. Human reason, if it were capable of giving us such knowledge, might, he holds, be tempted to abandon its proper task of inquiring into the nature of the sensible world. Thus metaphysics in the wrong sense, a metaphysics which would derive the world of sense from the supersensible ideas instead of realizing the latter in the former, would corrupt science. In the critique of practical reason we learn that theoretical knowledge of supersensible objects, if it were possible, would destroy not only our scientific knowledge but also our morality. Kant deals with this second point, the destruction of morality, which would be brought about by an extension of theoretical knowledge to the supersensible, in the concluding section of the dialectic of pure practical reason, of the wise adaptation of man's cognitive faculties to his practical destination, which I wish to quote almost in full. Suppose now that in this matter nature had conformed to our wish, and had given us that capacity of discernment or that enlightenment which we would gladly possess, or which some imagine they actually possess, what would in all probability be the consequence? Unless our whole nature were at the same time changed, our inclinations, which always have the first word, would first of all demand their own satisfaction, and, joined with rational reflection, the greatest possible and most lasting satisfaction, under the name of happiness, the moral law would afterwards speak, in order to keep them within their proper bounds, and even to subject them all to a higher end, which has no regard to inclination. But instead of the conflict that the moral disposition has now to carry on with the inclinations, in which, though after some defeats, moral strength may gradually be acquired, God and eternity with their awful majesty would stand unceasingly before our eyes. Transgression of the moral law would, no doubt, be avoided, what is commanded would be done, but the mental disposition, from which actions ought to proceed, cannot be infused by any command, and in this case the spur of action is ever active and external, so that reason has no need to exert itself in order to gather strength to resist the inclinations by a lively representation of the dignity of the law. Hence most of the actions that conform to the law would be done from fear, a few only from hope, and none at all from duty, and the moral worth of actions, on which alone in the eyes of supreme wisdom the worth of the person and even that of the world depends, would cease to exist. As long as the nature of man remains what it is, his conduct would thus be changed into mere mechanism, in which, as in a puppet show, everything would gesticulate well, but there would be no life in the figures. Now, when it is quite otherwise with us, when with all the effort of our reason we have only a very obscure and doubtful view into the future, when the governor of the world allows us 94. Only to conjecture his existence and his majesty, not to behold them or prove them clearly, and, on the other hand, the moral law within us, without promising or threatening anything with certainty, demands of us disinterested respect, and only when this respect has become active and dominant does it allow us by means of it a prospect into the world of the supersensible, and then only with weak glances. All this being so, there is room for true moral disposition, immediately devoted to the law. And a rational creature can become worthy of sharing in the summum bonum that corresponds to the worth of his person and not merely to his actions. Thus what the study of nature and of man teaches us sufficiently elsewhere may well be true here also, that the unsearchable wisdom by which we exist is not less worthy of admiration in what it has denied than in what it has granted. The first introduction. Kant wrote 2 introductions for the Critique of Judgment. The second of these has been published in every edition of the Critique. The first has had a strange history. It would have been entirely lost but for the fact that Kant sent the manuscript of it to his friend and pupil Jacob Sigismund Beck, who was at that time engaged in writing a commentary on Kant's philosophy. Beck did not publish the full text of the introduction, but in 1777 he published an excerpt from it. In this mutilated form the text was reprinted by Rosenkranz in 1838, Hartenstein in 1838 and 1886, von Kirchmann in 1870 and Erdmann in 1880. Finally Buch in 1914 published the full text in his edition of the Critique. There he gives an interesting account of the history of the text. Kant had only one reason, Buch shows, for replacing the original introduction by a second one, and that was its length. This is in fact the only reason which Kant himself gives for his rejection of it. Lehmann, who published the first introduction in the Philosophische Bibliothek in 1927, asserts that the first introduction was rejected by Kant not merely owing to its long-windedness, but because as a whole it represented a stage of transition in the development of his thought from my study of the text. However, I am convinced that Buch is right, and that the only reason for Kant's rejection of the first introduction is the one which he himself gives. I have not been able to discover any important differences in doctrine between the 2 introductions. It seems to me that they present the same problem in 2 different forms. It is only natural that the first should have both the advantages and the disadvantages of the more elaborate account, while the second should have those of the more concise one. An English translation of the first introduction has been published. 97. 98. Along with 4 introductory essays by Humayun Kabir with the title of Immanuel Kant on Philosophy in General. 1. In his 4th essay, Mr. Kabir discusses the relation between the 2 introductions and the value of each. These are questions with which I shall not concern myself. I have, however, had to decide which of the two introductions would be the better subject for commentary. I have chosen the first, because it contains more material than the second, and because in reading both I have found that it was possible to understand the first without referring to the second, whereas when reading the second I had to go back again and again to the first, especially for the help which it could give by its greater richness of illustration and example. If Kant had rejected the first introduction owing to a change in his doctrine, then the one which he substituted for it would have to be regarded as the real introduction to the Critique. But, since this does not seem to me to be the case, I feel entitled to disregard Kant's scruples concerning the length of the original introduction. I might of course have written a commentary on both introductions, but that would have led to the most tedious repetitions. I shall therefore deal with the second introduction only in section 6, where Kant considers a problem which is not fully discussed in the first introduction, the problem of the connection between the feeling of pleasure and the concept of the purposiveness of nature. I have mentioned the recently published translation of the first introduction under the title of On Philosophy in General. If we consider the history of this title, it will be apparent that there are no good grounds for retaining it as the title of the first introduction when that is in its proper place as the introduction to the Critique of Judgment. The title On Philosophy in General was first given to the introduction when it, or rather Beck's excerpt from it, was published in 1833 in F.C.H. Stark's edition of Kant's Lesser Writings. The editor was forced to make up a title for it, since, owing to Beck's omissions, it could no longer be called an introduction to the Critique of Judgment. The full title which he gave it was On Philosophy in General and On the Critique of Judgment in particular, and in the index this was shortened to On Philosophy in General. All subsequent editions give it the shorter name. We may admit that it is not an altogether unsuitable name, since we find in the text a more elaborate account than Kant gives anywhere else of the general principles of his philosophy. There seems, however, no reason why we should give it to the unabridged first introduction. However important it may be to us that Kant has given us a treatise in which he sets forth the general principles of his philosophy so clearly that it can help us to understand his philosophy as a whole, we must not forget that his purpose in writing it was to prepare us for the Critique of Judgment. This, I think, ought to be expressed in the title. The treatise is simply an introduction to the Critique of Judgment based upon the general principles of the transcendental philosophy. In my interpretation I shall try to show that the introduction must be understood in relation to the general principles of Kant's thought, and must be regarded as a part of the whole critical philosophy. I have thought it advisable not to give a merely general survey of Kant's problem and its solution, but to follow his argument step by step and to deal with the details of his exposition. My chief reason for doing so is that I have found that, even after Kant's general idea had become clear to me, there remained considerable difficulty in following his argument in detail, and, in writing my commentary, I have had in mind a reader with the same difficulties about details and have thought that he might be glad of a commentary dealing with them. Further, my idea of a commentary on a philosophical work is that it should try to help the reader to understand particular passages which he finds difficult, and that is what I have tried to do in this commentary. The correctness of my explanations is another matter, and as to that I can only say that I am far from imagining that they are correct on every point. Another reason for choosing to expound the introduction in detail is that I wish to rebut the charge that it is nothing but a piece of architectonic, and only a detailed exposition can do this. A merely general survey of the argument would be unconvincing and might even confirm the charge by giving us the impression that the treatise with all its enumerations of divisions was to be considered more as a general tidying up of Kant's system than as the presentation or discussion of a real problem. In section I of the introduction, which is headed Philosophy as a System, Kant discusses the question of what belongs to theoretical and what to practical philosophy. There is, he says, a grave misunderstanding as to what is to be regarded as practical. It might seem as if we were entitled to give the name practical to a proposition simply because it expressed a form of doing and was not mere knowing. For example, it might seem as if the proposition which gave us precepts as to how to put theoretical knowledge into practice should be called practical. This, however, is not so, for such propositions do not contain anything more than is already contained in theoretical knowledge. A geometrical proposition may prescribe what we have to do to produce a certain effect, for instance the bisection of a line. A proposition of this kind cannot be regarded as a genuine practical proposition, for it contains no principle of its own, that is to say, no principle which would make it independent of theoretical knowledge. A proposition, to be truly practical, must be determined by specific principles, that is to say it must be determined by practical principles or laws of freedom, not by theoretical principles or laws of nature. Therefore not every proposition which is concerned with some kind of doing belongs to practical philosophy. Only those propositions form a part of practical philosophy which contain a special principle of practical freedom and are thus fundamentally different from theoretical propositions. All other so-called practical propositions are determined by the laws of natural causality, and are distinguished from theoretical knowledge only formally and not in respect of their content. It is true that every proposition which refers to some kind of action, even one which is determined by principles of nature, is determined by a formula which differs from a merely theoretical formula. Doing something in accordance with our knowledge of natural causes is not identical with knowing a thing theoretically. But the difference between them is merely formal and is not a difference in principle. Even when our actions are determined by precepts for the furtherance of our own happiness, the propositions in which these precepts are contained are not on that account to be regarded as practical propositions. For the causal relation between our idea of happiness and the effects which are produced by it belongs to the realm of nature. It is the relation between two natural objects. When we act in accordance with such an idea, our action is nothing but the immediate consequence of our theoretical knowledge of objects in relation to our own nature. The concept of happiness is conceived by our understanding, and the same understanding determines theoretically the actions which will lead to our happiness. Action in accordance with such knowledge is not in principle different from theoretical knowledge. It is an immediate consequence of it, and does not require any independent principle which could be called a practical principle. From this account of practical propositions it is evident that the principles of the so-called practical sciences, such as applied geometry, cannot be regarded as genuine practical principles, and that these sciences do not therefore belong to practical philosophy. Neither can we regard as practical the principles of a will which determines itself by natural objects of which we can have theoretical knowledge, example happiness, and the propositions which express our desire for such objects are not practical propositions. As long as the will obeys none but the laws of natural causality, the knowledge of which is the concern of our understanding, no practical rules or propositions are produced. Propositions produced in this way belong to theoretical philosophy, for they do not contain any specific practical principle but merely determine the causal relation between a physical object which is desired and our own nature. Only a free will, i.e., a will which makes itself independent of natural objects, can produce practical propositions which belong to practical philosophy. It is true that practical propositions differ from theoretical propositions in their method of representing things. This, however, does not cause them to be different in content from theoretical 102 positions which contain the possibility of things and their determinations. Only those practical propositions are different in content which consider freedom in accordance with laws. All the others are nothing but the theory of what belongs to the nature of the things, with the one difference that they apply to the way in which those things can be produced according to a principle, i.e., the possibility of those things through an arbitrary action is **centered in them, which action belongs just as much to the sphere of natural causes. In a word, all practical propositions which derive that which may be contained in nature from the arbitrary will as cause belong without exception to theoretical philosophy as knowledge of nature. Only those practical propositions which give a law to freedom are specifically different in content from the former. Now the possibility of things in accordance with laws of nature is essentially different in its principles from the possibility of things in accordance with laws of freedom. This difference does not, however, consist in the fact that with the latter the cause is placed in a will, whereas with the former it is placed outside it in the things themselves. For let us assume that the will does not follow principles other than those in regard to which the understanding comprehends that the object is possible according to them as mere laws of nature. In that case the proposition which expresses the possibility of the object through the causality of the arbitrary will may be called a practical proposition. And yet as regards its principles it will differ in no way from theoretical propositions which are concerned with the nature of things, or rather it must borrow its principle from it in order to exhibit the representation of an object in reality. All this may at first seem very mysterious, yet as far as the general principle is concerned the doctrine is known to everyone who is familiar with Kant's moral philosophy, for it is the basis of his distinction between categorical and hypothetical imperatives. We may remind ourselves that according to Kant hypothetical are distinguished from categorical imperatives in that the command J given by the former is made to depend on certain conditions while the latter commands unconditionally. Hypothetical imperatives never determine actions unconditionally, but only determine them on the condition that something else is made an object of the will. Our action depends on the object, and this object we may or may not desire. Our action is thus an arbitrary one. Hypothetical imperatives do not command simply that a certain action should be done, but that if a certain object is desired certain actions should be done since they will put us in possession of the object. In the groundwork Kant distinguishes between two kinds of hypothetical imperative, imperatives of skill and imperatives of prudence. In the case of the former the object is entirely arbitrary, i.e., it is an object which we might just as well repudiate as desire. We may take as an example a doctor who makes the health of his patient the object of his will. Assuming that he wishes to realize this object and has the necessary theoretical knowledge of the means which will bring it about, he will act accordingly. Yet his action will have no independent practical principle, it will be nothing but an immediate consequence of his theoretical knowledge, for that he who wills the end wills also the means to achieve it is an analytical proposition. The end in the case which we are considering is not a practical object, for the doctor conceives the idea of the object, the health of his patient, by mere thought. The actions which he does are not guided by a practical principle, but are wholly dependent on the desired object and on the means which will realize that object. Now both end and means are known theoretically, and the action is therefore not determined by a practical principle. The same holds for the principles of the so-called practical sciences, such as applied geometry. It is clear that if I wish to bisect a line, and if I know that in order to do so I must draw from its extremities two intersecting arcs, then I shall do this. It is also clear that my action does not possess any principle of its own, but is entirely dependent on my theoretical knowledge, of which it is the immediate consequence. The connection between knowing and doing is here analytic and not synthetic, i.e., the principle which determines my action is implicit in what I know theoretically. The imperatives of prudence, i.e., those imperatives which command us to bring about our own happiness, differ from the imperatives of skill. 104. In that their object, namely, happiness, must necessarily be desired by every finite rational being. Yet we cannot attribute to the actions which are determined by such imperatives any practical principle of their own. Happiness is an object the idea of which we conceive by means of thinking. From this idea it follows analytically that we shall use the means by which it can be brought about. It may seem absurd to assume that the actions which will lead to our happiness are implicit in our idea of happiness, since it is obviously very difficult or even impossible to have perfect knowledge of what we should do to make ourselves happy. But it is important to notice that the difficulty is in knowing how to achieve happiness. It is not at all difficult to see that if we had full knowledge of the nature of happiness and the means of achieving it, our actions would follow immediately and would be in strict accordance with our knowledge. The imperatives of prudence would on that assumption be merely analytic propositions, i.e., they would be propositions implicit in our theoretical concept of happiness. They would be in no way different from the imperatives of skill. If it were only equally easy to give a definite conception of happiness, the imperatives of prudence would correspond exactly with those of skill, and would likewise be analytical. For in this case as in that, it could be said, whoever wills the end, wills also the indispensable means thereto which are in his power. This imperative of prudence would, however, be an analytical proposition if we assume that the means to happiness could be certainly assigned, for it is distinguished from the imperative of skill only by this, that in the latter the end is merely possible, in the former it is given, as however both only ordain the means to that which we suppose to be willed as an end. It follows that the imperative which ordains the willing of the means to him who wills the end is in both cases analytical. We have now seen why Kant treats the so-called practical propositions employed by such sciences as applied geometry, practical psychology, and mechanics on the same footing as the precepts which he calls in the Critique of Judgment the precepts to further one's own happiness, and in the groundwork the imperatives of prudence. And why he gives to all of these the name of technical propositions. What is common to them is that they are concerned with nothing but the putting into practice of what is already implicit in our theoretical knowledge, and therefore do not contain any principle which affects the action as such. They belong, accordingly, to theoretical philosophy. They do not determine the will as such, but make it dependent on a natural object. The will here is not a free will determined by an independent practical principle, but is an arbitrary will whose actions are dependent on something else, namely, the theoretically conceived concept of its object. They must be called technical and not practical propositions. For they belong to the art of bringing about that which we desire should be, which art in the case of a complete theory is always a mere consequence and not an independent part of any kind of instruction. Moral propositions alone may be regarded as genuine practical propositions, for they follow a principle which is independent of the world of natural objects. They are determined, not by laws of nature, but by laws of freedom. Kant says of them here that they determine the action through the determination of its form without taking account of the object which is produced in this way, that they have their specific principles in the idea of freedom, and that although those principles constitute the concept of an object of the will, namely, the summum bonum, this object belongs only indirectly to the practical precept. For the explanation of this I must refer to my exposition of die general principles of the Critique of Practical Reason. Kant goes on to say that the possibility of practical propositions cannot be understood by theoretical knowledge of nature. This is a very important point, for it shows that Kant maintains here the fundamental doctrine of the first two critiques. The first section of the first introduction to the Critique of Judgment is apparently concerned with a question of terminology. But this must not make us overlook the fact that Kant's discussion is entirely dependent on the fundamental principles of his philosophy as set forth in the first two critiques. Kant is convinced that there exist two entirely different worlds, the world of nature and the world of freedom. Theoretical philosophy is concerned with knowledge of the world of nature, and it is the understanding which furnishes the rules necessary for this. 8. IO6. Knowledge. Practical philosophy is concerned with the world of freedom, the laws of which are conceived by practical reason. It is true that these laws actually determine our will, but they do not give us any theoretical knowledge of the world of freedom. We are quite incapable of understanding practical principles theoretically. The significance of the distinction between technical and practical propositions for the Critique of Judgment is not shown by Kant in the first section of the introduction. But we can see from his account of the distinction that the Critique of Judgment will maintain the fundamental principles of the critical philosophy. At the end of the first section of the introduction, Kant tells us that he proposes to use the terms technique and technical also in another sense, viz., in cases where objects of nature are judged by us as if their possibility depended on an art. Such judgments are neither theoretical nor practical judgments, for they do not determine their objects at all, but merely judge them in relation to our cognitive faculty. We must not give the name technical to them, but only to the faculty of judgment on whose laws they are based. It is not possible for us to understand at this stage Kant's exposition of the second sense of the term technical, and we may therefore go on to Section 2. Section 2. As regards the point which we left unexplained at the end of the first section, the second section begins unpromisingly, for here Kant seems to be concerned with a mere question of division. We are told that there exist three higher faculties of knowledge, which constitute a system, namely, the understanding, which is the faculty of the cognition of universal rules; judgment, which is the faculty of subsuming the particular under the universal; and reason, which is the faculty of determining the particular by the universal; the faculty of deriving the particular from principles. What does all this mean? Our examination of the main principles of the first two critiques has shown that the problem of the relation between particulars and universal is the central problem of the transcendental philosophy. We have seen that in Kant's view every strictly universal concept is a product of the mind. It is an a priori concept, i.e., it does not belong to the objects as such nor to things in themselves, but is conceived by the mind prior to actual experience. In the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant has proved that our understanding produces certain a priori concepts or categories which are necessary conditions of our experience of objects. On the other hand, he has also shown that these universal rules do not in any way determine the sphere of particulars as such. The universal rules of the understanding are devoid of all meaning unless they are related to given intuitions. The particular intuition as such is unknown to us. Our theoretical knowledge is incapable of determining particulars by means of universal rules. That particulars should be fully determined by universal concepts is a demand which our faculty of reason by its very nature must make. For reason is not a faculty of rules like the understanding but a faculty of principles, and knowledge from principles is, according to Kant's definition, 11 that knowledge alone in which I apprehend the particular in the universal through concepts. The first critique has shown that such knowledge cannot be attained in the theoretical field. The second has shown that in the practical field we are capable of determining particulars through universal concepts. What is first given to us is the universal law of reason, and we are able to determine our particular actions by means of this universal law. There exists, however, a third faculty of the mind, the faculty of judgment, without which we should be unable to relate particulars to universals. This faculty does not produce any universal concepts. All that it has to do is to subsume particulars under given universal concepts. It has to decide whether a given particular case stands under a given universal concept, which is not produced by judgment but either by the understanding or by reason. There are universal laws of nature, laws of the understanding, and there are universal laws of freedom, laws of reason. Theoretical judgment subsumes particular intuitions under universal laws of the understanding, and practical judgment subsumes particular actions under the universal laws of reason. We have now to state the problem of the critique of fudgment. We might think that, since the critique of pure reason had set forth the a priori principles of nature, and the critique of practical reason those of freedom, we had discussed all the a priori principles possible in philosophy. Is this really true, or is there an a priori principle? Tens. Belonging to the faculty of judgment? It is clear from the outset that since judgment is not an independent faculty of cognition, but merely mediates between the other two faculties of cognition, understanding, and reason, any a priori principle which it may possess will be inherently different from the a priori principles of the understanding and of reason, which by means of concepts constitute the objective worlds of nature and freedom. Since judgment does not produce any objective concepts, neither categories nor ideas, it is quite impossible that it should view the relation between particulars and universals in the same way as the other two faculties. It is, however, not impossible to assume that judgment should have a subjective principle. This would be the case if judgment neither made use of universal concepts which it itself produced like understanding and reason, nor merely subsumed particulars under universal rules given from elsewhere, but provided us with a principle which made us look for universal concepts, which are not yet given, within the sphere of particulars. It is clear that if such a principle exists that the sphere of particulars itself is subject to some regularity, and that the rules for this regularity are not given to us but that we must look for them, it will be entirely different from the principles of the understanding and of reason. Kant's first description of this principle is very obscure. He says that if there were a concept or rule which originated in judgment, it would have to be a concept of such a nature as to conform to our faculty of judgment, that is, to our faculty of subsuming given particular laws under more universal laws not yet given. He goes on to explain that such a concept would be the concept of the adaptation of nature to the purpose of our knowing it. For, in order that we should be able to have knowledge of nature, it is necessary that we should be able to estimate the particular as contained under the universal, and to subsume it under the concept of nature. This statement is partly explained in the next paragraph, for we learn there that the concept in question is the concept of experience as a system according to empirical laws. Now we have to remember that in the first two critiques Kant distinguishes between two totally different spheres, the sphere of mere particulars and the sphere of universal concepts which are produced by understanding and reason. The idea that particulars as such should belong to a system is an idea which could not be conceived either by understanding or by reason. The critique of pure reason did not pay sufficient attention to the fact that we do not merely presuppose that all natural objects are determined by universal laws, but must also assume that we shall succeed in arranging particular laws in a system. This is a presupposition on which all our scientific inquiry into nature rests. We must assume that the particular laws of nature which we discover are related to one another. In doing so we conceive the idea of a nature which conforms to our subjective requirements. We expect that the particular laws will not be so different from each other as to make it impossible for our faculty of judgment to find a universal principle common to them all, and the curious fact is that we have no objective reason whatsoever for believing this to be so. There are only two faculties of the mind which produce objective principles, understanding and reason. The idea of experience as a system in accordance with particular or empirical laws belongs to neither of them. It cannot be regarded as a product of the understanding, for our understanding is concerned only with strictly universal laws. Still less can it be regarded as a product of reason, for reason by its very nature transcends experience, and is not concerned with the world of experience or its laws. We can now understand much better what Kant's problem is, and why he regards the concept of a systematic unity of particular laws as a concept of the faculty of judgment. The critique of judgment discovers a new fact, namely, that in order to have experience we need not only the universal laws of the understanding, the objective validity of which the critique of pure reason has demonstrated, but also the assumption, on merely subjective grounds, of connections among the empirical laws which we find, so that we can relate them to one another and subsume them under the universal laws of the understanding. But for such an assumption, scientific experience would be impossible. Physics, for instance, is not so much concerned with the universal law of causality as with particular causal laws, and it must demand that those causal laws be related to one another, not only as regards their universal nature, i.e., insofar as they are causal laws, but also as regards their particular characteristics. 110. It is plain that Kant is here concerned with an entirely new problem, a problem of the existence of which he knew nothing when he wrote the Critique of Pure Reason and the Prolegomena. We need only remember that one of the questions raised in the Prolegomena is, how is pure natural science possible, and that Kant's definition of the object of natural science, i.e., nature, is the existence of things insofar as they are determined in accordance with universal laws. Kant's view both in the first critique and in the Prolegomena is that we have neither a priori knowledge of particular laws of nature nor any a priori principle with regard to them. In the Critique of Judgment he takes a different view. He realizes now that it is not enough to regard nature as a system in accordance with transcendental laws which constitute the universal conditions of experience, but that we must presuppose that nature is a system in accordance with particular laws which it contains. A particular experience die besondere Erfahrung, connected throughout according to permanent laws, requires also the systematic connection of empirical laws in order that it should be possible for our faculty of judgment to subsume the particular under the universal though still empirical, and to proceed in this way until it reaches the highest empirical laws and the forms of nature which correspond to them. In other words, our faculty of judgment must be capable of regarding the aggregate of particular experiences as a system. For without this presupposition there can be no thoroughgoing connection in accordance with a law dash, that is to say, those experiences would be without empirical unity. If we are to realize fully the change which has taken place in Kant's doctrine, we need only remember that in the Critique of Pure Reason the idea of systematic unity is a pure concept of reason, and that Kant there believes that reason in conceiving this idea must transcend the world of nature. Now, however, Kant thinks it possible that there should be an a priori principle which enables us to treat nature as a system even as regards its merely empirical laws without leaving the sphere of experience. The principle of systematic unity is a principle which is applied by empirical science. It is a principle implicit in Revereitsinn of scientific inquiry. Since, however, it is not a principle of the understanding, it is obvious that as regards its objective validity it must be essentially different from the categories and principles of the understanding. We have seen that the faculty of judgment demands the systematic unity of nature on merely subjective grounds. It expects that nature will meet its demands. The faculty of judgment presupposes that it will succeed in connecting the particular laws of nature with each other so as to be able to arrange them in a system. It follows that the faculty of judgment is not entitled to assume the objective existence of such laws or of such a system. It can do no more than apply its principle as a principle of inquiry into nature. Since there are no laws given to judgment, all that judgment can do is to look for such laws in experience. When it finds them there, it must seem as if nature had adapted itself to the faculty of judgment and its subjective principle. Thus the principle of judgment is of an entirely different kind from the objective principles of the understanding, which are necessary conditions of experience as such. It is a subjectively necessary principle, a necessary maxim of scientific inquiry. It is true that all scientific inquiry depends on the assumption of such a principle, but this must not lead us to treat this principle as if it were equivalent to the principles of the understanding, the objective validity and necessity of which can be established. Since the principle of judgment is a mere maxim, a merely heuristic principle, i.e., a guiding principle of our inquiry, we must attach to it a special kind of objective validity. In fact, whether we call it an objective or a subjective principle depends on our definitions of these terms. The principle of judgment may be called an objective principle insofar as in inquiring into nature we must employ it, and cannot but assume that nature will adapt itself to our faculty of judgment. But we may also call it subjective, for it is quite different from the objective principles of the understanding, and we are quite incapable of knowing prior to actual experience to what extent nature will comply with our desire to bring about the systematic unity of empirical laws. This we could only do if there were given us an a priori and objective concept of experience in general from which we could derive its particular laws. As a matter of fact, however, we have no a priori knowledge whatever of the particular laws of nature. 112. And all that we can do is to base our inquiry into these laws upon a principle which will enable us to find out what they are and what their relation to each other is. Kant explains the difference between the principles of the understanding and the principle of judgment in a note on page 186. His language is highly technical and it is not easy to understand him. He begins by stating that experience is based upon synthetic judgments. Experience of objects can be derived from a mere comparison of perceptions, i.e., experience depends on a synthesis which is made possible by the categories and principles of the understanding. A mere analysis of perceptions would never give us knowledge of an object. This is a doctrine with which every reader of the first critique is familiar, and it is easy to understand what Kant means. It is far more difficult to understand him when he states immediately after this that empirical cognitions in accordance with what is necessarily common to them all, i.e., in accordance with the transcendental laws of nature, constitute a merely analytic unity of all experience, whereas the unity which regards experiences even in respect of their differences as belonging to a system is a synthetic unity of experience. One thing is clear, namely, that the terms analytic and synthetic are here used in a sense different from the usual one. We must ask ourselves, how can Kant say that the transcendental laws of nature, which according to him are functions of synthesis, constitute a merely analytic unity? In order to understand this, we must remember that the transcendental laws of nature are all products of the understanding. It is true that they are conditions of experience in general, that we can have no experience of an object at all without having synthesized given intuitions by means of these universal rules. It must, however, be noted that the understanding as such has nothing whatever to do with the sphere of particulars, i.e., the sphere of intuition. It is not at all concerned with the application which its universal laws will find in experience. The understanding is a faculty of universal rules, for example, the universal law of causality. It is quite indifferent to the particular causal laws which we find in experience. All that it can say about them is that each of them is a causal law. As far as the understanding is concerned, empirical laws constitute a merely analytic unity. The understanding ignores all their differences. It grasps only their common element, i.e., that which constitutes their analytic unity, and cannot leave its own sphere of mere thought. As a consequence of this, it is unable to synthesize empirical laws. Judgment, on the other hand, is not a faculty of mere thought, it is concerned with the world of experience, i.e., with a world which contains not only universal laws but also particular or empirical laws. It is the latter which judgment subjects to its idea of unity. It employs a special principle of synthetic unity. It compares the particular laws of experience with one another in respect of their differences, and assumes that they will not be totally different from one another but will be interrelated and will belong to one system. At the end of the note, Kant points out that the concept of judgment is distinguished from a category, which determines synthetic unity objectively, and that in spite of this it yields subjective principles which serve as clues in the investigation of nature. This has already been explained, but we do not yet understand what Kant means when he says that judgment assumes a formal purposiveness of nature on its own behalf, that the concept originating in and peculiar to judgment is the concept of natui as technical or a concept of a technique of nature in respect of its particular laws, and that judgment represents nature not only as mechanical but also as technical. To understand these statements we require further explanation from Kant. The discussion of the problem of empirical and universal laws is continued in section 4, to which we shall now turn, leaving the discussion of section 3 till later. Kant's argument in this section may be set forth as follows. We have seen in the Critique of Pure Reason that nature constitutes a system in accordance with transcendental laws, for we have been able to show that the understanding produces universal laws which must apply to every object of experience, since without their application we could not unite our ideas and so could not become aware of an object. It is the understanding itself which gives us the idea of a systematic unity of experience. Now it is a curious fact that in the assumption of a transcendental unity of experience there is implicit another assumption, namely, that of experience as a system of particular laws. The problem of which the Critique of Pure Reason took no account is that, while we must demand the systematic unity of experience even as regards the particular laws, we cannot establish this unity. For, as far as the understanding and its a priori knowledge of nature is concerned, we cannot exclude the possibility that actual experience might show us such a variety and heterogeneity of empirical laws as would make it impossible for us to relate them to one another in a system. The variety of empirical laws and of natural objects might be endlessly great, so that nature would present us with a chaotic aggregate and would reveal not the slightest trace of a system. We can quite clearly see what Kant's problem is. The understanding presents us with a world which is determined by the objective laws of the understanding. But if we are to have real experience, we must also presuppose that nature as regards its empirical laws will be intelligible to the human mind. If nature showed us only laws which were totally different from one another, we should be unable to apprehend it. Experience depends upon two a priori presuppositions, that nature is determined by universal laws, and that the empirical laws of nature are intelligible to the human mind. That we are entitled to make the first of these presuppositions Kant has shown in the Critique of Pure Reason, by establishing the objective validity of transcendental laws. The second we may call a subjectively necessary transcendental presupposition, for we presuppose it, not because there are any objective reasons why we should believe it to be the case, but because without it experience would be impossible. Thus it is a subjectively necessary transcendental presupposition that this unlimited diversity of empirical laws and heterogeneity of natural forms, of which otherwise we might be afraid, actually does not occur in nature. We must presuppose, on the contrary, that nature, through the affinity of particular laws which stand under more general laws, provides itself with the qualities necessary for it to become experience as an empirical system. It cannot be the understanding which makes us presuppose this, for the understanding in conceiving its objective transcendental laws does not take any account of particular empirical laws, but is concerned only with the conditions of experience in general. The presupposition prior to actual experience that nature will be a system of empirical laws originates in our judgment. Judgment is not only as was wrongly supposed in the Critique of Pure Reason, a faculty of subsuming particulars under the universal laws of nature which apply to all objects of experience irrespective of their differences. Judgment has also another function. It enables us to compare particular, empirical laws identical as far as the universal laws of nature are concerned in respect of their differences. In other words, judgment presupposes that the empirical laws are not totally different from one another. It assumes that they possess particular characteristics which enable us to arrange them in a system. The fact that the principle which is assumed by the faculty of judgment is a merely subjective principle, one which it employs for its own special use so that it may be able to regard experience as a system without having any objective concepts which would justify such a procedure, must not lead us to believe that it is an empirical principle, i.e., a principle which is derived from observation of empirical objects. It is a genuine a priori principle. It cannot be attributed to experience, but is a product of the human mind and is assumed prior to all actual experience. Such a principle cannot on any account be attributed to experience, because it is only on the presupposition of it that we can inquire into experiences in a systematic manner. Kant goes on to explain that formula, such as, nature takes the shortest way, nature does nothing fortuitously, nature makes no leaps in the variety of forms, nature is rich in species and yet at the same time sparing of genera, are nothing else than the very same transcendental expression of judgment which establishes a principle for its own special use, a principle by which it may regard experience as a system. This is interesting, because in the first place we have to note that in the Critique of Pure Reason Kant attributed this principle and these formulae to reason, and we now see that he has given up this part of his doctrine. But it is also ambiguous, for Kant does not make it clear that so far he is concerned only with a special kind of empirical system, viz., the logical system. This will become clear in the next section. But it is and 6. Important to state here that so far Kant is concerned only with the logical system of our empirical concepts. What he is thinking of is that an empirical scientist, example a botanist, presupposes that he will succeed in bringing his objects, viz., plants, under certain species and genera, that his concepts and definitions will be related to one another, or, in other words, that he will be able to arrive at a logical system of concepts and not be presented with a discontinuous aggregate. What we have learned from section 4 is only that the principle which is applied by us when we presuppose that nature is a logical system is a principle which belongs neither to the understanding nor to reason but is produced by judgment. In section V a new term is introduced, viz., reflective judgment. Reflective judgment is to be distinguished from determinate judgment. The function of determinate judgment has been explained in the Critique of Pure Reason, especially in the chapter on the schematism. We have seen that in the first critique judgment is for Kant a mere faculty of subsuming particulars under given universal rules or concepts. This view is maintained as far as determinate judgment is concerned. The only function of determinate judgment is to apply universal rules or concepts given by the understanding to particulars given by intuition. Reflective judgment has an entirely different function. It is interested in the relation of empirical laws and empirical concepts, but there are no universal objective concepts given to reflective judgment. For judgment itself does not produce any concepts or rules, and the understanding produces only strictly universal rules which are conditions of experience in general. In spite of this lack of determinate universal concepts, judgment assumes that it will find determinate empirical concepts for all objects of experience. Here there is a difficulty, for it might seem as if the principle assumed were not a transcendental a priori principle, i.e., not a true a priori principle, but a principle belonging to formal logic, which is in no way concerned with objects but only with our concepts of them and their division. It is logic that teaches us to compare a given representation with others, to abstract what is common to them, and in that way to make a concept. Such a procedure has obviously nothing to do with natural objects, but is concerned only with our concepts and their relation to each other. On closer inspection of the problem it appears, however, that you see should be unable to arrive at empirical concepts of actual objects, to arrange them in a logical system and to divide them into classes, if nature contained nothing but an endless multiplicity of totally different objects. In other words, in the presupposition that we shall be able to apply our principle of logical classification, it is implied that nature itself, in spite of its apparently endless multiplicity, yet exhibits a systematic division into species and genera. For only if this is supposed will judgment when concerned with natural objects find it possible to compare them with one another according to their common characteristics, and thus to arrive at a system of empirical concepts. We see now that the principle of judgment which assumes an empirical system of nature, although only a system of our concepts of empirical objects, rests upon a transcendental a priori principle, i.e., a principle which is not merely concerned with our concepts of natural objects, but also with the objects themselves. We presuppose that natural objects are of such a kind as to make it possible for our judgment to arrive at empirical concepts, and to compare these concepts with each other and to arrange them in a system. It is, however, very important to make a clear distinction between the transcendental principle of judgment and the transcendental principles of the understanding. We have to remember that the understanding provides us with definite rules, whereas judgment can do no more than provide us with a guiding principle, a principle which enables us to look for empirical concepts. Those concepts, however, we can find only in actual experience, we have no a priori knowledge of them. It is quite true that we could never acquire real experience of the world if we were unable to discover particular laws of nature, and consequently the principle which enables us to look for them must be regarded as a genuine a priori principle. But we must not forget that reflective judgment does not provide us with objective concepts. We do not know prior to actual experience what the particular laws of nature are, and what are their relations to each other. The faculty of judgment presupposes that we shall find a certain regularity in nature, that natural objects will be of such a kind as to make it possible for us to form concepts of them and to discover empirical laws, that nature has observed a certain economy, that there is not an unlimited number of totally different laws but a limited number of laws which are related to in the multiplicity of nature's empirical laws. It is important to note once more that in section 4 of the introduction Kant is concerned only with logical purposiveness. He says himself that, in assuming the principle of purposiveness, judgment in no way assumes that the objects of nature themselves are purposive. It is only interested in asking whether they are related to each other, and whether in spite of their great variety they are fit to be arranged in a logical system of concepts. We can see from this that Kant's problem is a specifically transcendental problem, and that both his question and his answer are entirely dependent on the general problem of transcendental philosophy. We need only ask ourselves, why does the problem of purposiveness arise at all? The answer is that it arises because it had been shown in the first critique that the only objective concepts of nature possessed by the human mind are the universal principles of the understanding. In the critique of judgment Kant discovers that even when we are concerned with nothing but a logical problem, viz., the problem of a logical division of our concepts of natural objects, we cannot but ascribe purposiveness to nature. For we must assume that nature will not make it impossible for us to arrange our empirical concepts of those objects in a system. The concept of purposiveness which is thus discovered is quite different from what is generally understood by the term. It is clear that since this concept is only needed for use in logic, it cannot be regarded as an objective determining concept. For the purpose which we ascribe to nature is entirely dependent on the knowing mind. It is not posited in the object, but merely in the subject. In the Critique of Judgment, Kant discovers a new a priori principle, the principle of reflection, and Kant himself is well aware of the fact that his problem is a specific problem of transcendental philosophy, as we can see from the following passage: if nature showed us none but this logical purposiveness, we should already have reason to admire it, since so far as the universal laws of the understanding are concerned we cannot account for it. But hardly. 124. Anyone, except perhaps a transcendental philosopher, would be capable of such an admiration, and even he would be unable to name any definite case which would serve as proof of this purposiveness in the concrete, but would have to think it merely in the abstract. In section 3, with which we shall now deal, Kant seems at first sight to be concerned with mere questions of division. We must find out whether this is really so, or whether he is discussing in this section a genuine philosophical problem. The section is headed "The System of All Faculties of the Mind." Kant begins by stating that there are three such faculties, and that there cannot be any more, viz., the faculty of knowledge, the feeling of pleasure and pain, and the faculty of desire. He goes on to explain that there have been philosophers who have tried to explain away the differences between these faculties as merely apparent, and have tried to derive the other two faculties from the faculty of knowledge. Such an attempt, however, is bound to fail, for there always remains a considerable difference between representations being referred merely to the object and their own unity in consciousness, belong to knowledge, and that objective relation of them in which they are at the same time regarded as causes of the reality of that object, and are therefore assigned to the faculty of desire. We must further distinguish from those two the relation of representations to the subject alone, in which case the representations are by themselves grounds merely for maintaining their own existence and are therefore regarded in relation to the feeling of pleasure. For such a relation neither is knowledge nor produces knowledge in any sense, although it may presuppose some sort of knowledge as its determining ground. This is all very difficult. In the first place we must ask what Kant understands here by the faculty of desire. The term is rather misleading, because one is inclined to believe that the faculty of knowledge and the faculty of desire are concerned with the same object, viz., a natural object. If this were so, the difference between knowing and desiring an object would be a mere difference in our attitude towards one and the same object, and it would be impossible to understand why Kant believes that our representations of the object of the faculty of desire are at the same time causes of the existence of the object. Now, we must remember that Kant has shown in the Critique of Practical Reason that the principle of moral actions is fundamentally different from that on which our theoretical knowledge is based. The reason for this difference is that moral actions are not dependent upon an external natural object. The object with which our moral actions are concerned is not a natural object but the good itself. Moreover, it has been shown that moral actions are not dependent on this object, but that they produce it. The only object of the practical law is produced by the moral action. Thus in Kant's moral philosophy the term faculty of desire means something quite different from what we might expect. Commonly we think of desire as having for its object a natural object, possession of which is desired. Kant, however, holds that there is another quite different kind of desire, viz., the desire to realize the good. That we can attribute an independent a priori principle to the faculty of desire is due to the fact that the object of the faculty of desire is fundamentally different from the object with which the faculty of theoretical knowledge is concerned. That is XVH why the two mental faculties are essentially different from each other, and why the relation between subject and object changes completely in the case of practical action, which brings its own object into existence. It is an entirely different kind of objective relation. In the practical field the idea of the object is at the same time the ground of its possibility. We can now understand why Kant believes that there is an essential difference between the cognitive faculty and the faculty of desire. The last part of the passage which we have quoted, where Kant speaks of representations which are related to the subject and which are considered only in their relation to the feeling of pleasure, cannot be understood by us yet, chiefly because Kant's assertion that a feeling may not produce knowledge and yet may depend on some kind of knowledge as its determining ground is so far quite obscure. Kant does not here adduce any reasons for his assertion, and we must therefore await his further explanation. Continuing our examination of section 3, we find that Kant 126 holds that in experience it is easy enough to recognize a connection between our knowledge of an object, our feeling of pleasure or pain in its existence, and the determination of the faculty of desire to bring it into being. Since, however, this connection is not based upon an a priori principle, the faculties of the mind constitute a mere aggregate and not a system. Further, he points out that the fact that a subjective feeling of pleasure is contained in the objective determination of the will, which finds itself determined by reason's concept of freedom, does not connect the three faculties with each other. For this pleasure, by which Kant means the respect for the moral law, does not precede the determination of the will, but follows it, or else it is perhaps nothing but the sensation of the determinability of the will through reason itself, one and therefore not a specific feeling or susceptibility which would require a special division in the system of the faculties of the mind. Kant's argument continues as follows. The empirical analysis of the faculties of the mind shows that there is a feeling of pleasure which is independent of the other two faculties, viz., the faculty of knowledge and the faculty of desire. That the feeling of pleasure is independent of the faculty of desire follows from the fact that pleasure may be the determining ground of our desires. It is important to note that Kant is thinking here of the faculty of desire insofar as it is determined by merely empirical principles, i.e., he takes desire in its ordinary sense, the desire to possess a natural object, as distinct from the moral desire determined by an a priori practical principle. As regards the latter, it is clear that on Kant's principles the pleasure in die object must never precede our desire to realize it. All that Kant means to say here is that empirical observation shows that human beings may desire an object merely because they take pleasure in it. Another point to be noted, although it is not made explicit by F. Kant, is that pleasure may also be quite independent of the faculty I of knowledge. Kant's argument then continues as follows. If we are to be able to connect the three faculties of the mind in a system, it is necessary that the feeling of pleasure should, like the other two faculties of the mind, rest upon a priori principles. Now, the faculty of knowledge derives its a priori principles from the understanding, and the faculty of desire from reason. But there are three faculties of knowledge, viz., understanding, judgment and reason. What could be more natural than to suppose that judgment, the intermediate faculty of knowledge, will contain the a priori principles for the feeling of pleasure and pain, the intermediate faculty of the mind? All this is very distressing to the reader who is prepared to take Kant seriously, for it seems as if Kant were concerned here only with an arbitrary division of the concepts of his philosophy and not at all with a serious problem. In other words, Kant seems to produce here a piece of mere architectonic. I do not think it can be denied that Kant's presentation of his problem is extremely artificial, and that if he has serious grounds for holding that the faculty of judgment and the feeling of pleasure and pain belong together, he certainly does not mention them here. We must now try to find out whether he has any good reasons for believing that such a connection exists. Section 3 gives us very little help. We may derive some consolation from the fact that Kant himself tells us that he will decide nothing yet as to the possibility of such a connection. He adduces one reason why it might be so, viz., that the faculty all-judgement is related to the subject alone and does not produce and objective concepts such as those of understanding and reason, and that the feeling of pleasure and pain is a merely subjective feeling. Even this, however, is not very convincing and does not really solve our difficulty. But in the second introduction we find a passage in which Kant explains that there is a necessary connection between the feeling of pleasure and the concept of the purposive energies of nature, and we may hope that his discussion of this problem will give us some help. We may expect this, for we know from our interpretation of sections 4 and v of the first introduction that Kant believes that the fundamental idea employed bv the faculty of judgment is the idea of a purposiveness of nature, and we also know why he believes this. The argument of section 6 of the second introduction may be paraphrased as follows. That nature as regards its particular laws should harmonize with our need to discover a universal principle of these laws must be deemed contingent as far as our insight goes, but it is indispensable for the requirements of our understanding. Since he understanding does not supply it with any principle regard / such a unity, the faculty _ judgment must ascribe a principle of I1 purposiveness to nature. This, however, is a special kind of purposiveness, for nature is regarded as purposive only in relation to our own knowledge of it. A it is not difficult to understand this argument, for we know already that according to Kant's doctrine the human CVI0CL must necessarily aim at bringing about a system of empirical l-acharad. We have also seen that this idea of a systematic unity / cannot be derived from the principles of the understanding. The understanding, which is concerned with the universal laws ot nature, cannot guarantee this unity of the particular laws. The idea of the systematic unity of particular laws is a product of the faculty of judgment, which on subjective grounds ascribes to nature a principle of purposiveness. It assumes that nature has taken account of the special needs of the human mind. In our section Kant goes on to explain that the universal laws of nature do not as regards their origin presuppose that nature has taken any regard of our cognitive faculties, because it is only through those laws that we come to form any conception as to what ledge of natural objects is. Those laws, therefore, apply necessarily to nature as an object of our knowledge in general. This is again easy to understand. Kant argues that since the universal laws of the understanding are necessary conditions of our experience of nature, it is by no means surprising that nature should conform to them. Since they are the universal a priori conditions of experience, nature as the object of experience must conform to them. But it does not seem in any way necessary that nature as regards its particular laws, with their possible wealth of variety and heterogeneity, should conform to our faculty of comprehension. On the contrary, it may seem surprising that it should be so. It is the business of our understanding to introduce unity into nature. As regards the particular natural laws, however, the understanding cannot give us any necessary objective laws regarding their unity, and it may rightly be asked how we can expect such unity of nature. The situation with which the human mind is confronted is that on the one hand it must of necessity assume that it will succeed in bringing about a system of particular laws, and that on the other it has no objective grounds whatsoever for believing that it will succeed. The faculty of judgment, according to its necessary a priori principle, must aim at bringing about a system of particular laws, but it can never know prior to actual experience whether it will be able to do this or not. This, Kant argues, is why we feel pleasure whenever we discover that two or more heterogeneous empirical laws have a common principle. The attainment of an end is always bound up with the feeling of pleasure. Now, where such an end rests upon an a priori representation as its condition, as here where the end depends on a general principle for reflective judgment, the feeling of pleasure is also determined by an a priori ground and is thus valid for everyone. It is now easy to understand Kant's argument. He believes that our faculty of judgment must necessarily aim at relating the particular laws of nature to each other and bringing them under common principles. For this task it does not possess any objective rules. It is on merely subjective grounds that the human mind in employing the principle of reflective judgment seeks to bring about a system of particular laws. The principle of reflective judgment is necessarily coupled with pleasure. In finding that nature is in accordance with the universal laws of nature, the knowing mind will feel no pleasure at all, because the understanding knows that this is objectively necessary. Our understanding has a priori knowledge of the fact that every object of experience must be determined by the universal laws of nature, which the understanding itself produces. Such a necessity does not exist for the principle of judgment, and that is why we must feel pleasure whenever WC succeed in making use of this principle. Both the principle of judgment and the feeling of pleasure are a priori necessary and universally valid, and there is also a necessary connection between them. When we discover that two or more heterogeneous empirical laws of nature can be united by one principle which embraces them both, this gives rise to a clearly perceived pleasure, often even to an admiration, and moreover to one which does not wear off even when we are sufficiently familiar with the object of our admiration. 130. In order that in judging nature our attention should be drawn to the purposiveness of nature for our understanding, we must study heterogeneous natural laws and try where possible to bring them under higher although still empirical laws, so that when successful we may take pleasure in such a conformity of nature to our faculty of knowledge, a conformity which we regard as merely contingent. I think WC have learned from the argument which we have just examined that Kant has very good reasons for believing that judgment and pleasure belong together, and that his reason for putting forward such a view is not merely that he wishes to put his system in order. His argument is in perfect harmony with the fundamental principles of his philosophy, and follows necessarily from them. What is the problem with which he is here concerned? According to the doctrine of the transcendental philosophy as set forth in the first critique, the only concepts and principles which the human mind produces are those of the understanding. It has been shown that they are objectively necessary conditions of experience. But the critique of pure reason had overlooked the fact that for empirical knowledge WC must also have a principle which enables us to study the particular laws of nature. Without such a principle experience would be impossible. In the critique of judgment Kant discovers this principle, the principle of reflective judgment. This principle makes us assume that not only the universal laws but also the particular laws of nature belong to a system. In doing so we ascribe purposiveness to nature. The curious fact is that we expect nature to serve a purpose which is entirely ours, and which has nothing to do with nature as such. It is a faculty of the human mind, viz., the faculty of judgment, which demands the system of particular laws. As regards the universal laws, we can know prior to actual experience that nature must conform to them. We have objective reasons for expecting it, for our own minds have introduced them into it. But we can have no objective knowledge whatsoever of the technique of nature or the idea of a nature which arranges its particulars in a system. WC merely wish that it should be so. We expect and hope that it will be, for otherwise WE should have no experience of nature. To assume the purposiveness of nature is subjectively necessary and objectively contingent. It is the uncertainty of our own success which makes us feel pleasure when we meet with it. A merely subjective principle manifests itself in a subjective feeling. The connection between the two is a priori necessary. It may be noted that in dealing with section 11 of the introduction I shall discuss the same questions as here, and especially the question of architectonic, from a more comprehensive point of view. At the beginning of this section, on the purposiveness of the forms of nature one as so many particular systems, Kant explains that the idea of a logical purposiveness, the idea that nature will conform to the subjective conditions of judgment in respect of the possible connection of empirical concepts in the totality of one experience, does not entitle us to ascribe real purposiveness to nature, i.e., we must not ascribe to nature a faculty of producing particular forms according to a special principle of a system. It is quite possible to assume that nature produces things in such a way as to make it possible for us to arrange our concepts of them in a logical system without at the same time believing that those products of nature contain within themselves a principle of systematic unity. Logical purposiveness is concerned with the relation of things to each other, or rather with the relations among our concepts of them. In presupposing logical purposiveness we are not at all concerned with particular things as such, but only with their logical relations. For instance, we believe that certain natural objects such as stones or minerals are capable of being classified according to their characteristics, although we do not ascribe to them any inner unity and in fact consider them mere aggregates. Kant here introduces a new term, namely, absolute purposiveness, which he defines as follows. By an absolute purposiveness of the forms of nature I understand that purposiveness, when experience shows us purposive forms among its products, and to ascribe their purposiveness to the very same ground as that on which the first purposiveness may perhaps rest. This seems a most extraordinary statement. Does Kant really? 136. Believe that we first realize the need for a principle which will enable us to arrange the particular laws of nature in a system, then discover such a principle, namely, the principle of the logical purposiveness of nature, and only then apply the principle of purposiveness to particular natural forms, and come to believe that organisms, for example animals or plants, are not mere machines but are designed for a purpose? It seems clear that Kant cannot possibly hold such a ridiculous view. We need only remember how he has explained that to admire nature for its logical purposiveness is something that hardly anyone would be capable of except a transcendental philosopher. His reason for believing this is simply that it is only the transcendental philosopher who is aware of the fact that the laws of the understanding do not account for such purposiveness. It is a peculiar type of mind of which Kant is thinking in the passage we have just quoted, the mind of the transcendental philosopher, or rather Kant's own mind. In the Critique of Pure Reason he had discovered that the only a priori concepts which we possess are the concepts of the understanding, the universal laws of nature. When he wrote the first critique, he believed that these were the only necessary a priori conditions of experience. In the Critique of Judgment, however, he realizes that this is not the case, and that experience depends on a further condition, viz., on our ability to arrange the particular laws of nature according to the idea of a system. He discovers that we possess a faculty of reflection, that we must ascribe purposiveness to nature, and that this assumption is based upon a necessary a priori principle, the necessity of which transcendental philosophy can and in fact must establish. Thus it is true that in transcendental philosophy the principle of logical purposiveness comes first, and that of absolute purposiveness is only secondary. In the Critique of Pure Reason Kant had rejected the teleological method of inquiry. He had believed that the only true explanation of natural phenomena was the mechanical explanation, and that the concept of a purpose, the concept on which the teleological principle rested, was a mere idea. In the Critique of Judgment he retracts this view, but he is fully aware of the fact that but for the discovery of logical purposiveness he could never have done so. This is stated once more at the beginning of Section 7. Section 7. Judgment, as was shown above, makes it for the first time possible, and in fact necessary, to conceive besides the mechanical necessity of nature also the idea of its purposiveness, as but for such a presupposition systematic unity in the thoroughgoing classification of particular forms according to empirical laws would be impossible. Here we are told once more that, so long as we apply the principle of logical purposiveness alone, we are concerned with nothing but our concepts of objects and their relation to each other. This principle is a merely subjective principle for the division and specification of nature, i.e., it is a merely logical principle and is in no way concerned with particular natural objects as such. We do not presuppose that any particular natural object has been produced by nature according to an idea of its purpose. To presuppose this would be to conceive the idea of a different kind of purposiveness. We assume a specific kind of causality of nature which may be called technique. Kant goes on to state that mechanical causality is quite different from technique, for the mechanical principle of causation does not employ a concept which would explain the unity of a given manifold. I think that what Kant means is this. In applying the principle of mechanical causation to the explanation of a manifold of material parts, we state simply that the parts have combined owing to mechanical causes, and we do not assume that there is any internal relation either between the parts or between them and the whole. Their coexistence is due to merely mechanical causes, and there is no inner relation between them. On the other hand, when we judge an object to be a purpose of nature, we assume that the parts of our object are in a necessary inner relation to each other and to the whole. We derive the manifold given to us from a purpose. We assume that nature has produced the given object so that it should serve a certain one purpose, i.e., we regard nature as an intelligent being in whose mind the idea of the thing existed before it was actually produced. We derive our object from a concept, for we assume that the parts of the object have combined in a certain manner because nature intended them to do so. The concept of their purpose unites them, it is the condition of their existence and their relation both to each other and to the whole to which they belong. Why is this to be regarded as a specific kind of causality? The answer to this question may be illustrated by an example. We know that human beings can produce things in order that they should serve some purpose. A watchmaker, for instance, first conceives the idea of the purpose which the watch is to serve, and then acts in accordance with this idea. In the same way, when we judge an object to be a purpose of nature, we presuppose that nature first conceived the idea of what its product was to be and then combined material parts in accordance with this idea. Nature acts according to a special kind of causal principle, for what unites the material parts is not merely their mechanical connection, but the idea of the whole to which they belong. The product, e.g. a plant, is not a mere manifold or aggregate of parts, but a system in which every part is determined by the idea of the whole. The question as to whether we are entitled to ascribe such a purposiveness to nature will be fully discussed in the critique of judgment itself. All that we know so far is that the principle of purposiveness is never an objective principle, but always a subjective principle of mere reflection. This is stated again in the next paragraph, in which Kant raises the problem, how can we perceive the technique of nature in its products? The problem is solved in the following way. Since purposiveness is not an objective concept, i.e., a concept by means of which we can determine an object, but a merely subjective principle of reflection, it follows that strictly speaking it is not nature that is technical but the faculty of judgment itself. Nature is represented as technical only insofar as it corresponds to, and makes necessary, the procedure of judgment. This is easy to understand. We have learnt that the idea of a technique of nature or the idea of nature's purposiveness can arise in us only when we find a certain kind of unity in nature which our understanding cannot explain to us. It is reflective judgment which makes us aware of such a unity, and from this it is clear that we cannot attribute it to nature as such. For we call nature purposive, not insofar as it is known by us objectively, but only insofar as it accords with our own subjective principle of reflection. Kant goes on to distinguish between two kinds of reflective judgment, viz., aesthetic judgments of reflection and teleological judgments of reflection. His argument runs as follows. To every empirical concept there belong three different activities of the mind, viz., apprehension of the manifold given in intuition, comprehension of the manifold in the synthetic unity of consciousness, or apperception, which gives us the concept of an object, and exhibition of the corresponding object in intuition. The first is brought about by the imagination, the second by the understanding, and the third by judgment. Kant's account here corresponds exactly with what he has said in the chapter on the schematism in the Critique of Pure Reason. I can therefore refer the reader to the exposition which I have already given of that chapter. It will be sufficient to state here that it is determinate judgment which is involved in the schematism, i.e., that kind of judgment whose only function is to subsume given intuitions under given universal concepts. An aesthetic judgment of reflection is quite different from a determinate judgment, for there are in it no determinate concepts given to the faculty of judgment which could be schematized. Kant tells us that when the form of an object given in intuition is such as to make the apprehension of the manifold correspond with the exhibition of a concept, then the understanding and the imagination harmonious with each other. This harmony is a harmony in mere reflection. We regard the object merely as subjectively purposive, i.e., as purposive only in relation to our faculty of judgment. The faculty neither requires nor produces any determinate concept of the object. The judgment is not a cognitive judgment, but an aesthetic judgment of one reflection. This is a very strange and obscure argument, and in order to understand it we have to take account of Kant's theory of the beautiful as set forth in the Critique of Judgment itself. In the first place we have to ask, why does Kant believe that there is a connection between aesthetic judgments and those logical judgments by means of which we arrive at empirical objective? 140. Concepts. The connection is that in both cases the faculty of judgment regards the given manifold not as a mere manifold but as an orderly manifold. But there is an essential difference between the two. In the case of a logical judgment, the faculty of judgment can refer to determinate concepts which explain the orderliness of the given manifold. In making an aesthetic judgment, on the other hand, the faculty of judgment cannot rely upon determinate concepts or rules, and yet in judging an object to be beautiful we presuppose that the manifold given to us is not a disorderly manifold but is determined by some kind of ruling principle. Kant believes that in making an aesthetic judgment we become aware of a harmony between the imagination and the understanding. It is clear why imagination is involved, for according to Kant's doctrine it is the imagination which enables us to apprehend a manifold. But why does Kant believe that the understanding is also involved? The reason is that the manifold which is judged by us seems to us not to be devoid of all regularity but to be determined by some rule or other. We do not know what this rule is, but in thinking of the regularity of a given manifold we must necessarily refer to the understanding, which is the faculty of rules in general. It must not be forgotten, however, that in speaking of the understanding we do not imply that the aesthetic judgment involves any definite concept of an object. The judgment is a merely aesthetic judgment, i.e., a judgment which involves a merely subjective awareness of a harmony between the faculty of apprehension and the faculty of comprehension. To understand this theory fully, we must wait for further explanation from Kant. Kant's preliminary exposition of teleological judgments is almost as difficult to understand as his exposition of aesthetic judgments. He states that in order to be able to judge an object to be a purpose of nature there must first be given to us empirical concepts and laws in accordance with the mechanism of nature, and that it is only after this that our faculty of judgment compares such a concept of the understanding with reason's principle of a system. From this it almost looks as if Kant were concerned here with the principle of logical purposiveness. Such an interpretation is, however, impossible, for teleological judgments judge particular objects of nature to be purposes of nature, and are not merely concerned with the logical relations of our concepts. I think that what Kant really means is that if we are to be in a position to judge an object teleologically or to regard it as a purpose of nature it must first be given in experience. Now, according to Kant's doctrine, there are only two ways of determining an object. Every object of experience, in order to become an object, must first be determined by the a priori laws of the understanding, and can then be determined by empirical laws and concepts, an activity which is also due to the understanding. As regards the question of the origin of teleological judgments, it is clear that in the first place we must determine an object according to the concepts and laws of the understanding, for it is in this way that we are presented with a material object, and only after having done so can we raise the question as to whether our object is more than a merely material body, whether in fact it is a purpose of nature. If we are to understand why Kant believes that reflective judgment, in order to conceive the concept of a purpose of nature, must refer to reason and its principle of a system, we need only ask ourselves, what, according to Kant's principles, is the concept of a purpose as it would be used by determinate judgment? I think Kant would say that a concept of a purpose could be formed only by one faculty of the mind, viz., reason. It could not be formed by determinate judgment, for determinate judgment does not form concepts at all, its only function is to subsume a given particular under a given concept. Now, in order to conceive the idea of a purpose, reason would have to transcend the sphere of mere nature. It would have to represent to itself the idea of an intelligent being which arranged every particular contained in a natural object according to a universal idea called its purpose. Determinate judgment would merely subsume the given natural object under the universal concept. This would be a determinate teleological judgment. It is clear that we are not justified in making such a judgment, simply because reason does not produce objective concepts by means of which we could transcend the sphere of experience. It follows that we can make use of reason's concept of a purpose only for the sake of reflection. It is only in order to be provided with a principle of reflection that our reflective judgment makes. I 4-2. Gist of reason's concept of a purpose, viz., the idea that a given object is not a mere aggregate but a system, i.e., such a unity that every part is determined by the idea of the whole, every particular by a universal concept conceived by the mind of an intelligent being. Reflective judgment is not interested in the question whether the given object as such is a system. It does not assert that there is such an intelligent being. It is interested in nothing but the empirical objects. And if it finds an object whose inner form seems to make it necessary for judgment to refer its parts to the whole if it wishes to understand it, then judgment makes use of reason's idea of a purpose. It takes this idea as the basis of its inquiry into the nature of the object, without, however, asserting that the object as such is dependent on the idea. In other words, in making a teleological judgment we do not maintain that the object given to us is a system or a purpose of nature. We merely say that in order to explain it to ourselves, i.e., on merely subjective grounds, we must regard it as a system or we must employ reason's concept of a purpose of nature. We have now learnt that all our teleological judgments are merely subjective. But this raises another difficulty. Kant distinguishes in section 7 between the subjective purposiveness about which we judge when we make our aesthetic judgments and the objective purposiveness about which we judge when we make teleological judgments. What does he mean by this? And what is the difference between these two kinds of judgment? I think that his meaning is that in making an aesthetic judgment we do not judge the object at all. We are merely concerned with our own subjective feelings. A teleological judgment, on the other hand, is at least in some way concerned with the object. It is a cognitive judgment, its aim is to gain knowledge of the object. In that sense, and only in that sense, the judgment is objective, i.e., it is concerned with an object and our knowledge of it. In making a teleological judgment we attribute objective purposiveness to an object, whereas in making an aesthetic judgment we judge about subjective purposiveness, which expresses itself in our becoming aware of a harmony of our faculties of imagination and understanding. Yet in both cases we apply a merely subjective principle, viz., the principle of reflection. It must not be forgotten that the idea of a purposiveness of nature does not belong to nature as such but only to our faculty of judgment, and that nature is judged to be purposive only in relation to our faculty of judging it. In other words, both our aesthetic and our teleological judgments are products of reflective and not of determinate judgment. Section 8. Kant begins this section by giving a simple explanation, which requires no discussion, of the sense in which he will use the term aesthetic in the critique of judgment, and then goes on with his preliminary exposition of aesthetic judgments. He distinguishes between aesthetic judgments and logical judgments, and points out that every determinate judgment is a logical judgment because its predicate is a given objective concept, whereas a reflective judgment about a given particular object might be aesthetic. The faculty of judgment, without comparing the given object with any others and without having any concept in readiness, is merely concerned with the relation between the imagination and the understanding, and perceives such a relation between them as constitutes the subjective condition for the objective employment of the faculty of judgment, viz., a harmony between them. In order to understand this we must ask, what are the conditions of an objective or logical judgment? According to transcendental principles, there are required for logical judgment three faculties of knowledge, viz., imagination, understanding and judgment. In order to make an objective judgment, we must be able to apprehend a manifold given in intuition, and this is the work of the imagination. Further, we must employ concepts, and these concepts are produced by the understanding. Lastly, we must have a faculty of determining intuitions by means of concepts, and this faculty is judgment. Reflective judgment, on the other hand, may deal with given intuitions in an essentially different manner. Instead of trying to determine them objectively by means of an objective concept, it may be interested in nothing but the subjective conditions of the objective employment of judgment. What are those conditions? They are imagination and the understanding, for these are the faculties which the knowing subject must employ if it is to be able to employ the faculty of judgment. Now Kant holds that reflective judgment, without making use of any objective concept at all, without even being interested in its object as such or having any desire to know what it is, may become aware of a harmony between the two faculties of the mind which enter the subjective conditions of all knowledge, viz., imagination and understanding. In presenting certain objects to ourselves we feel, without knowing the reason for it, a harmony between imagination and understanding. The relation between imagination and the understanding is quite different here from what it is in a logical judgment. For when we make a logical judgment about an object we know why imagination and understanding are related to each other. In fact, it is the faculty of judgment itself which relates them, and it can do so because there are concepts given to it which it can apply to the intuitions. Reflective judgment, on the other hand, in making an aesthetic judgment, does not know why there should be a relation between imagination and understanding. For there is no definite concept given to it by means of which it could determine the manifold, and which would explain to it why the two faculties should be related to each other. In making use of his power of aesthetic reflection, the subject merely feels that there is some relation between its faculties of knowledge. In judging his object and calling it beautiful, the subject feels that the manifold given to him is not a mere manifold. It seems to him that there is some principle of orderliness in the manifold of intuitions. There is no definite rule which would explain this orderliness. If the faculty of judgment were provided with definite concepts, these concepts would explain to us the regularity present in the manifold. As it is, however, we merely feel a harmony between our imagination on the one hand and the faculty of rules on the other. Imagination and understanding do not stand in any definite relation. It is an indefinite relation of which we become aware, a harmonious play of imagination and understanding. It is very important to draw a sharp distinction between aesthetic judgments, which are concerned with this indeterminate relation of our cognitive faculties, and logical judgments which rest upon their determinate relation, a relation made possible by determinate concepts whether empirical or transcendental. An aesthetic judgment may therefore be explained in general terms as that judgment the predicate of which can never be a cognition, i.e., the concept of an object/aesthetic judgments are purely subjective judgments, for they are not judgments about an object as such but about our feelings about an object. We cannot become aware of the harmony between the cognitive faculties in any other way than by feeling it. It expresses itself in mere sensation, but this sensation which we feel is of a very special kind. It is not to be confused with an objective sensation, example the sensation of a color or tone. When we judge an object to be blue or warm, we judge objective qualities, we attribute certain sensory qualities to the object. There is only one sensation which is purely subjective, viz., the sensation of own pleasure or pain. It must, however, be noted that there are other judgments which also judge about nothing but subjective pleasure and pain, viz., our judgments about the pleasant. In such judgments we also judge merely that certain objects give us pleasure or pain, and are not concerned with knowledge of the objects themselves. And yet the two judgments are different. For the judgments about the pleasant are immediately referred to their object, and no act of reflection is involved in them. We must therefore distinguish between aesthetic judgments of sense and aesthetic judgments of reflection. The former have nothing whatever to do with our cognitive faculties, the latter judge about the pleasure or pain which results from our becoming conscious of a harmony or disharmony of our faculties of cognition. It may be asked why Kant believes that aesthetic reflection is necessarily connected with the feeling of pleasure or pain and cannot express itself in any other way. The answer is not difficult. He has told us that whenever reflective judgment is at work, or whenever we become aware of purposiveness, this awareness must express itself in a feeling of pleasure. The reason for this pleasure is that our reflective judgment becomes aware of a rule, although it cannot determine this rule. We do not know of any reason why our object should conform to the principle of judgment, for our understanding does not give us any objective concepts which would explain it, and that is why we must feel pleasure. We wish that our object were such as to enable us to make use of the principle of reflection, But we can never know definitely that it will be, as a result of this, those objects that do in fact conform to our principle of reflection necessarily give us pleasure. There is another important point. It must be noted that the feeling of pleasure is an even more essential characteristic of our aesthetic judgments than of our other reflective judgments. It is true that reflective judgment, even when it reflects on objects, is incapable of determining those objects by its own principle. But there is a difference between such judgments and an aesthetic judgment, for in the latter we are concerned not with our object but simply with our own feelings. From this it is clear that aesthetic judgments of reflection are more closely connected with the feeling of pleasure than the other kinds of reflective judgment. It may be asked, in what sense can we attribute purposiveness to a nature which presents us with beautiful objects? Now it is clear that when we ascribe purposiveness to nature on account of the fact that it presents us with beautiful objects, this purposiveness can in no sense be attributed to nature itself. We ascribe purposiveness to nature only because nature presents us with objects which make us feel the specific kind of pleasure which accompanies an awareness of the harmony of our cognitive faculties. Such a harmony of the cognitive faculties is a demand made by the subject alone and is wholly distinct from objective qualities. The purposiveness of nature is here merely subjective. It cannot express itself in any other way than in the specific kind of pleasure which is felt by the subject. Another important distinction which we must note is that between subjective purposiveness, as the principle which underlies our aesthetic judgments about the beautiful, and that subjective purposiveness about which we judge when we make judgments about the pleasant. The purpose to which we refer in both cases is clearly the same. It is a merely subjective purpose. We judge about the pleasure felt by the subject. Our judgment decides whether this purpose has been fulfilled. But the principle which is applied in order to arrive at this decision is not the same in the two cases. Kant indicates the difference as follows. In the case of an aesthetic judgment of reflection, the subjective purposiveness is thought before it is felt. In the case of an aesthetic judgment of sense, the pleasure is felt immediately, and the judgment has nothing to do with judgment and its principle of reflection. Kant adds that the essential difference between the two types of judgment is that aesthetic judgments of reflection, unlike those of sense, claim universal validity and necessity, and that in making this claim they make the further claim that they should have their determining principle, not merely in the feeling of pleasure and pain, but also in a rule of the higher faculties of knowledge, chiefly in the faculty of judgment. This is difficult to understand. Kant himself is aware of the fact that the reader of the present section cannot fully understand his argument, and tells us that he cannot deal with this problem yet and will only do so in the critique itself. In this section he is giving a merely preparatory exposition of aesthetic judgments, and that is why his argument is so difficult to follow. The main point of this section, viz., that aesthetic judgments of reflection are merely subjective, is emphasized once more in the last paragraph. Here Kant points out that the reason why judgment has no consciousness of its own principle or rule, as Kant says, and why it must relate its reflection directly to the feeling of pleasure or pain is that the principle or rule itself is merely subjective. Yet these judgments differ from aesthetic judgments of sense, for they refer to a principle of the faculty of judgment as a higher faculty of knowledge, whereas aesthetic judgments of sense are concerned with nothing but the relation of the representations to inner sense insofar as the latter is feeling. Our judgments may be divided according to the order of the higher faculties of knowledge into theoretical, aesthetic, and practical judgments. Section 9. In this section Kant sets forth the general principles of teleological judgments. He begins by drawing a distinction between formal technique of nature and real technique of nature. Former is ascribed to nature when it presents us with objects which we judge to be beautiful. The form of these objects is purposive in relation to our faculty of judgment. When we represent them to ourselves, our faculties of representation agree with each other for the possibility of a concept. All this seems very difficult. In order to understand it, we must first remember that Kant believes that it is the faculty of judgment which makes us aware of aesthetic purposiveness. It is this faculty which, in representing the object to itself, discovers a harmony between the two faculties of the mind which are necessary for the formation of an objective concept. On the other hand, as has often been pointed out, when we judge a thing beautiful, we are not concerned with a determinate relation between imagination and understanding. We consider the relation between them from a merely subjective point of view. We do not even aim at an objective concept. And yet our judgment, in making an aesthetic judgment, refers to the subjective conditions of the possibility of a concept. As we have seen, judgment finds in that case those conditions in harmony, just as if there existed an objective concept which would explain their harmonious relation. Such an objective determinate concept is, however, not employed. We simply feel that imagination and understanding agree, and this takes place, as it were, spontaneously and not necessarily. In the case of a logical judgment, it is the objective concept which makes their agreement necessary. In the case of an aesthetic judgment, we find that they agree of their own accord, just as if this agreement had been made necessary by an objective concept of the understanding which our determinate judgment could apply to the manifold of apprehended intuitions. The problem which we have to solve now is, how can we ascribe real technique to nature? In order to do so, we must make use of a concept. It is not the mere form of the object which we judge purposive but the object itself. We assume that the object as such has been produced by nature for a purpose. Kant says here that the real technique of nature indicates a conception of things as purposes of nature, or things the inner possibility of which depends on a purpose, that is to say, they depend on a concept which as their condition lies at the basis of the causality of their production. This is very obscure, and it does not give us much help that in the next. The first introduction 149. Paragraph he defines purposes as representations which themselves are regarded as conditions of the causality of their object as effect. Kant goes on to state that if judgment is to be able to judge certain objects to be purposes of nature, it must be possible to regard them as if they were products of a cause the causality of which could be determined only through the representation of the objects. All this is very difficult, and to understand it fully we have to await Kant's discussion in the critique of teleological judgment. Yet even at the present stage of the argument it is possible to grasp his main idea, and we may remind ourselves that we have already had to deal with one of Kant's very general and abstract definitions of what he means by an objective purpose. From our discussion of this definition we have seen that Kant holds that, in order to regard an object as a purpose of nature, we must conceive the idea of a productive nature which acts according to a special principle of causality. We assume that, before producing the object, nature, which we regard as an intelligent being, conceived the idea of what the object was to be and what purpose it was to serve. This is a special kind of causality. The cause of the object is its own representation. The object depends for its existence on the idea or concept of its purpose. This may be sufficient for the present, and we may now go on with our discussion of section 9. Having first stated that judgments which ascribe purposiveness to nature are teleological judgments, Kant raises a new problem, which may be stated thus: how is it possible to ascribe purposiveness to nature? Or, how are teleological a priori judgments possible? 3.1 It is more difficult to understand the possibility of such judgments than to understand the possibility of aesthetic a priori judgments. 4. Although we cannot make an aesthetic judgment prior to actual experience of an object, the a priori principles of such a judgment are present in the necessary idea of experience as a system, which contains the concept of a formal purposiveness. Of nature. Nature agrees necessarily, not only in its transcendental laws with the understanding, but also in its empirical laws with judgment and its faculty of exhibiting such laws in an empirical apprehension of its \t.e, nature's forms through the medium of imagination. It does so only for the sake of experience, and it is just possible to demonstrate as something necessary formal purposiveness, which shows itself in the agreement of nature with judgments. The concept of an objective purposiveness of nature serves merely for reflection upon the object, and not for its determination by means of the concept of a purpose, and that the teleological judgment about the inner possibility of a product of nature is a merely reflective and not a determinate judgment. The concept of purposes of nature is, therefore, a mere concept of reflective judgment, which it applies for its own sake in order to trace causal relations among objects of experience. A teleological principle which is used for the explanation of the inner possibility of certain natural forms leaves it undetermined whether the purposiveness of nature is intentional or unintentional. A judgment which asserted the one or the other would no longer be a merely reflective judgment. It would be a determinate judgment, and the concept of a purpose of nature would also no longer be merely a concept of judgment employed for immanent or 154 empirical use, but it would be connected with reason's concept of a supernatural cause working by design. Whether we affirm or deny this, the use of such a concept would be transcendent. Section X. It has been shown in the preceding section that both aesthetic and teleological judgments are merely reflective judgments, or that they are only subjectively valid insofar as they cannot determine their objects as such but only in relation to the human mind. The task which Kant sets himself in section X is to determine the special kind of subjectivity one which belongs to these judgments. What he sets out to show is that if by a subjective judgment we understand a judgment to which no necessity at all can be attributed, a merely arbitrary judgment without any principle of its own, then the judgments made by reflective judgment are by no means to be called subjective. If the principles of reflective judgment are to find a place in transcendental philosophy, they must not be wholly subjective, they must be based on necessary subjective principles. Kant begins with aesthetic judgments, and points out that they must not be explained psychologically. Our examination of the first two critiques has shown that for Kant psychology is an empirical science, and the principles applied by it are totally different from those in which transcendental philosophy is interested, for transcendental philosophy is concerned with a priori and not with empirical principles. In our section Kant explains once more the nature of the psychological method. It will be noticed how disdainfully he speaks of it. He points out that the principles of explanation applied by psychology are, as far as he is aware, altogether empirical. He gives a brief account of actual psychological method, and states that not only is it, like empirical physics, based upon purely empirical principles, but also its explanations, in comparison with those of physics, are extremely poor and ceaselessly hypothetical. On top of three different psychological explanations, a fourth, equally plausible, can readily be invented. Kant goes on to express his scorn of the multitude of would-be psychologists who, without being able to give a scientific explanation of the most ordinary event in nature, profess to be able to specify the cause of every affection or motion of the mind. He describes the real task of psychology as follows: to make psychological observations, i.e., to collect material for empirical rules which are to be systematically connected in the future, without any attempt to understand them, is perhaps the only true obligation of empirical psychology, which will scarcely ever be able to claim to rank as a philosophical science. A judgment which pretends to be universally valid, and claims that what is asserted in it is necessary, whether this necessity be subjective or objective, cannot be explained psychologically. 1. If W conceded to such a judgment a claim of this kind /it a claim to necessity, it would be absurd to vindicate it by explaining the origin of the judgment psychologically. In doing so we should defeat our own end, for, if we were completely successful in the attempted explanation, this would only prove that the judgment could lay absolutely no claim to necessity, for the very reason that we can demonstrate its empirical origin. Kant does not explain here why he believes that aesthetic judgments lay claim to necessity. The questions whether they do, and, if they do, how this is possible, must be left to the critique of aesthetic judgment. All that Kant says here is that if they do claim necessity, 1, and if they thus assert, not merely how everyone judges, but how everyone ought to judge, then they must have an a priori principle of their own. If the relation to such a principle were not contained in judgments of this kind and in the claim to necessity made by such a judgment, one would have to presuppose that it is possible to assert of a judgment that it ought to apply universally because, as proved by observation, it actually is universally applied. It is, however, clearly impossible to infer from the fact that everyone judges in a certain manner that everyone ought to judge so. We see that it is a very special kind of subjectivity that must be attributed to aesthetic judgments. The difficulty in explaining their nature is that they are not based upon concepts, and cannot be derived from a definite concept, and that in spite of this they claim universal validity and necessity. The critique of aesthetic judgment will have to discover the subjective and indeterminate a priori principle which underlies our aesthetic judgments. In the second part of section X, Kant shows that teleological judgments are also based upon an a priori principle. It is clear that teleological judgments are not so liable to be taken for merely subjective judgments, i.e., for judgments without any a priori principle. On the other hand, our examination of the general principles of teleological judgments has made it clear that all such judgments are merely reflective judgments, and that they do not determine their objects as such. It is true that teleological judgments make use of a determinate concept, viz., the concept of a purpose. But they do not assert that nature, in presenting us with objectively purposive objects, actually proceeds intentionally. They are subjective judgments, for in making them we merely assert that in order to explain to ourselves the possibility of such objects we have to judge them to be purposes of nature. Here there is a difficulty, for it may be held that we find out by experience alone that certain objects in nature are not mere mechanisms but are purposes of nature, so that our judgments about them would be merely empirical judgments without any a priori principle of their own. Kant denies this. He says that a teleological judgment compares the concept of a product of nature in respect of what it is with what it ought to be, and he illustrates this by an example. That we can see with an eye is something that we experience immediately, and we can explain the inner and outer structure of the eye in accordance with mechanical laws. When, however, we judge the eye teleologically, we not only assert that we can see with it, but we also assert that it was intended for seeing. We regard the mechanical causes as merely accidental. We assume quite a different kind of causality. The eye given to us can see, because this is its purpose. We judge that the eye could not have been what it is unless it was intended to be so. Experience, on the other hand, only shows us things as they are. If we are to be able to compare a thing as it is with the thing, as it ought to be, and to make our judgment about it dependent on whether it actually is what it ought to be, we must apply a special a priori principle. This principle cannot be derived from experience, because experience only teaches us what things actually are and not what they ought to be. To think of a product of nature that it ought to have been something, and to make our judgment dependent on whether it actually is so, this implies the presupposition of a principle which cannot be derived from experience. For experience teaches us only what things are. We can now understand what the analogy between aesthetic and teleological judgments is. They are both merely reflective judgments. 158. And as such may be called subjective. In spite of this, they are based on a priori principles, and are thus to be distinguished from all those judgments which follow merely empirical principles. Teleological judgments can as little be derived from physical laws as aesthetic judgments can be derived from psychological laws. They are products of the faculty of judgment. The critique of judgment will have to give a precise account of the nature of these two types of judgment. It will contain two parts, a critique of aesthetic judgment and a critique of teleological judgment. Section /I. There is perhaps not another passage in the whole of Kant's critical philosophy, and certainly none in the critique of judgment, which gives so much the appearance of being a piece of architectonic. Kant seems to be concerned in it with nothing but an artificial division of concepts. He presents us with a number of lists, a list of the faculties of the mind, which are said to be three, and a list of the faculties of cognition, which are also said to be three. Further, there is supposed to be a necessary connection between these two lists and two others. It seems hard to believe that Kant is discussing a serious philosophical problem. This however is the very thing I shall try to show. Not only this. I shall try to prove that the argument set forth in this section, far from being the mere product of an architectonic mind, is in fact a statement of the general principles of Kant's philosophy in the form of a sketch. It is its form which is artificial, and not its content. After these preliminary remarks I may now begin my exposition. The section bears the heading, Encyclopedic Introduction of the Critique of Judgment into the System of the Critique of Pure Reason. Kant begins by distinguishing between two kinds of introduction, propedeutic introductions and encyclopedic introductions. A propedeutic introduction is of a merely preparatory character. Its purpose is to provide the reader with knowledge derived from some other doctrine or science which already exists, in order to introduce him to the doctrine to be propounded. It gives him the material necessary for the understanding of the latter. An encyclopedic introduction is of an entirely different kind. It rests upon the idea of a system. It does not merely enumerate the different parts of the whole as they are discovered in the process of empirical investigation. It gives a complete inventory of the parts of a whole and shows their necessary relation to one another and to the whole to which they belong. For it is a systematic introduction, and a system according to Kantian principles is a whole the parts of which are necessarily determined by the idea of the whole from which they are derived, so that it becomes possible to determine them both as regards their number and their nature. What is the whole in the case with which we are concerned? The answer is simple. The whole of which the faculty of judgment is to be a part is human knowledge in so far as it is determined by a priori principles. If judgment is to belong to the system of pure reason in the widest sense of this term, it must possess an a priori principle of its own. If it does, it will be possible not only to regard it as a part of the whole but also to determine the relation of this part to the other parts and to the whole. The Critique of Pure Reason had set forth a priori principles of the understanding, the Critique of Practical Reason the a priori principles of reason. The principles of the understanding and the principles of reason are both objective principles. They enable us to determine two different kinds of objects, viz., theoretical/objects and practical objects. Transcendental philosophy, regarded as an objective doctrine, can contain only two parts, viz., a theoretical and a practical part. The faculty of judgment cannot belong to the system of the objective sciences of pure reason. For those sciences are based upon objective a priori principles, and in order to be a part of such a system the faculty of judgment would have to produce objective one a priori principles. Now judgment is fundamentally different from the understanding and reason in that it does not provide us with any objective concepts or principles at all. It cannot therefore belong to the system of philosophy. Philosophy regarded as a doctrine is concerned with objective knowledge alone. There are only two such objects, namely, nature and morality, and only two faculties of the mind which give us a priori objective knowledge of them, viz., understanding and reason. The system of philosophy is complete if it contains the principles of the understanding and the principles of reason. The faculty of judgment can however be a member of the system of the a priori determinable faculties of the mind. It belongs to the system of philosophy in so far as this is regarded as a critique of the faculties of the mind. For judgment produces special a priori principles, and is fundamentally different from the empirical faculties of the mind with which psychology is concerned. It may also be rightly assumed that it is the very subjectivity of its principle which determines the place of judgment in the system of the cognitive faculties and enables us to determine its relation to the other faculties. It is this characteristic which will make us see the necessary connection between them all as members of the system of the pure faculties of knowledge. We know already what the a priori principle is which is assumed by judgment. It is the principle of reflection. It has been shown that on merely subjective grounds, i.e., because we desire to know nature, we must presuppose that nature specifies its universal laws into particular laws according to the idea of system. We must assume that the particular laws of nature are arranged in a system. We have seen that we must necessarily apply this merely subjective principle of reflection because the knowledge of the universal laws of nature is not sufficient to give us real knowledge of natural objects. But we have also seen that such a presupposition, subjectively necessary as it is, cannot be derived from objective principles. It is an assumption made by reflective judgment. We cannot determine nature as such by means of the principles which cause us to make such an assumption. For the particular empirical laws must be given in experience, and we cannot know, prior to our actual experience of them, whether they really belong to a system. The principle is an a priori principle, but since we cannot prove its objective necessity, we can do no more than take the empirical laws which are given to us and try to arrange them in a system, without ever knowing in advance whether we shall succeed. Kant has also shown that since the rule which our reflective judgment applies is independent of determinate concepts, which would prove that nature necessarily presents us with a logical system, we conceive the idea of a purposiveness of nature. We expect of nature that it will serve our own purposes. In the preceding sections of the introduction he has told us, and he repeats it here, that the principle of logical reflection is the original principle of judgment and that the other principles of the faculty of judgment are dependent on it. It is the logical principle of reflection which first makes us conceive the idea that there should exist in nature a conformity to law which is objectively contingent, i.e., which cannot be based on objective concepts of the understanding and yet is subjectively necessary because owing to the constitution of our faculties of cognition we must attribute it to nature. Further, Kant tells us once more in our section that the reason why we are entitled to hold that aesthetic judgments are based upon an a priori principle is that J.V. succeeded in establishing the principle of logical reflection as a special a priori principle. The faculty of judgment which supplies the principle of these judgments is thus entitled to a place in the system of the higher faculties of knowledge. All this will be easily understood by anyone who has followed Kant throughout the preceding sections of the introduction. The two subsequent paragraphs of our section are more difficult. Kant sets out to prove that of the two judgments made by reflective judgment it is only the former which have their origin in judgment and which make a critique of judgment necessary, whereas the possibility of the latter can be shown without its being necessary to derive them from a principle peculiar to judgment. He explains that it is in its judgments of taste that judgment reveals itself as a faculty with a special a priori principle. These judgments alone entitle it to a place in the critique of the higher faculties of knowledge, and it is only after its aesthetic faculty has been discovered that its teleological faculty can be dealt with. In order to complete the critique of judgment, we have to concern ourselves with the teleological judgments as well, and to show that they are contained in one and the same faculty and rest upon the same principle. 162. Kant himself adduces his reasons for believing that aesthetic judgments are more closely connected with the faculty of judgment than teleological judgments. What distinguishes the two kinds of judgment is that teleological judgments must make use of concepts, whereas aesthetic judgments are independent of concepts. From this it follows that, if the latter may claim any validity at all, they must have a specific a priori principle which must be ascribed to the faculty of judgment. Teleological judgments, on the other hand, employ reason's concept of a purpose, and it is therefore not so obvious that the principle which underlies them is a special principle of judgment. It is their very subjectivity which makes it so obvious that aesthetic judgments must have an a priori principle, which they cannot derive from any other faculty than judgment. Since they do not employ concepts at all, it is manifest that they are produced neither by the understanding nor by reason but by judgment. For judgment is the only faculty of the mind which applies a subjective principle, namely, the principle of logical reflection. All this is comparatively simple. But what are we to say when Kant speaks here of teleological judgments as if they had no connection with judgment at all, as if the principles on which they rest were supplied by reason? He says, the possibility of a teleological judgment about nature is, therefore, easily shown without its being necessary to presuppose a special principle of judgment. For judgment, in making it, merely follows the principle of reason. This is a most surprising statement. It obviously contradicts everything that has been said in the preceding sections of the introduction. Moreover, it is fundamentally opposed to the general principles of critical philosophy. For according to critical principles, the human mind cannot transcend the world of nature. A teleological judgment, on the other hand, as long as it makes use of objective concepts of reason, must do so. For in employing such a concept we assert that natural objects owe their existence to supernatural causes. This is the use which has been made of the teleological principle by nearly all dogmatic philosophers. They have all believed that it is possible to prove by means of this principle that there exists a supersensible being which produces things in order to make them serve certain purposes. The physico-theological proof of the existence of God rests upon this argument. Kant, however, has shown in the Critique of Pure Reason that it is invalid. The concept of a purpose is a mere idea, the objective validity of which cannot be established. In the introduction to the Critique of Judgment, he has shown that we can make some use of the teleological principle in a different sense. Teleological judgments are merely reflective and subjective judgments. The principle which underlies them is not a principle of reason but of judgment. Another point to be noted is that in section X, i.e., the section which immediately precedes the section with which we are here concerned, we find a passage in which Kant states that, of the two kinds of reflective judgments with which the critique of judgment one must concern itself, the teleological judgments are more in need of criticism than the aesthetic judgments. This is because, left to themselves, they tempt reason to transcend the world of sense, whereas aesthetic judgments demand a laborious investigation in order to guard against their being wholly limited to the empirical in respect of their principles, which would destroy their claim to universal validity. This seems clearly to contradict the argument which is set forth in section 11. But I think it is comparatively easy to reconcile the two passages. Kant has a habit of discussing the same question from different points of view, so that he first lays stress upon one side of a problem and then upon another. As a result of this, different passages seem to be incompatible with one another. The semblance of incompatibility disappears, however, in practically every case when account is taken of the argument as a whole. In the case with which we are here concerned, it may be said that Kant's answer to the question as to whether aesthetic or teleological judgments are of greater importance for the critique of judgment would be this: the answer depends on the point of view from which we consider the two judgments. Aesthetic judgments are more closely connected with the faculty of judgment, insofar as they do not make use of any concepts and thus obviously cannot derive their principles from any other faculty of the mind than judgment. We may, however, consider the question from a different point of view. We may say that, since aesthetic judgments do not make use of any concepts, no one would ever imagine that by means of them the human mind could transcend the world of sense. They do not endanger the fundamental principles of a critical philosophy. Teleological judgments, on the other hand, do. For they make use of concepts, and, as long as they are not subjected to transcendental criticism, they may easily be held to be based upon objective concepts of reason by means of which we can have knowledge of a supersensible world. To subject them to critical examination is therefore far more important than to explain the nature of aesthetic judgments. For if critical philosophy does not explain the nature of aesthetic judgments, there is no harm done except that the nature of these judgments remains unintelligible. So long, however, as the nature of teleological judgments is not explained, i.e., so long as it is not made clear that they are subjective judgments of reflection, the principles of transcendental philosophy are in danger. For it may be said against these principles that the fact that we can, and indeed must, judge certain objects teleologically proves that the fundamental assumption of critical philosophy that the human mind can have no knowledge of a transcendent world is erroneous. We may now go on with our exposition of section 11. In the paragraph which we have just examined and in the one which follows it, Kant states that the critique of taste, if it is undertaken with a transcendental purpose, offers an extremely promising prospect of arriving at a complete system of the faculties of the mind. For it fills a gap in the system of our faculties of knowledge. The system of the faculties of the mind insofar as they are referred not alone to the world of sense but also to the supersensible will be worked out according to critical principles without the limitations which critical philosophy has set to our knowledge of the supersensible being removed. Instead of explaining what he means, Kant goes on to present us with a number of lists. There is first a list of the faculties of the mind, then a list of the faculties of knowledge, and two others follow. All this looks exceedingly artificial. As I have said at the beginning of my exposition of this section, I shall try to show that behind these divisions there is concealed a comprehensive survey of the fundamental principles of transcendental philosophy. It is only a very elaborate study which will bring this argument to light. In the first place I shall examine the first two lists, viz., the list of the faculties of the mind and the list of the faculties of knowledge. Kant holds that there are three different attitudes which the human mind may take towards an object. It may be interested in gaining knowledge of it, it may take pleasure in it, or it may desire it. In order to exercise those three faculties, some kind of knowledge is required. The mind must not remain purely passive. It must have some principle of its own, and this is possible only through activity on the part of the faculty of knowledge. The knowledge involved need not always be objective knowledge brought about by determinate concepts. We shall see that the a priori principle which determines our faculty of taking pleasure in an object does not give us objective knowledge. Kant believes, however, that all the faculties of the mind are ultimately related to the faculty of knowledge. Besides the faculties of the mind, there exist three higher faculties of knowledge, viz., understanding, judgment, reason. If we eliminate intuition and imagination on account of their being sensuous faculties and as such possessed by irrational beings as well as man, we are left with these three higher faculties of knowledge. Now Kant's assertion is that there is a necessary connection between the faculties of the mind and the faculties of knowledge. The understanding supplies principles only for the faculty of knowledge, the faculty of judgment only for the feeling of pleasure and pain, and reason only for the faculty of desire. It is easy to see why Kant believes that it is the understanding which supplies a priori principles for the faculty of knowledge. He has shown in the Critique of Pure Reason that the only objective a priori principles which our faculty of knowledge can employ are the principles of the understanding, reason and its concepts. Cannot give us any objective knowledge, and judgment, as far as theoretical knowledge is concerned, is a faculty of mere subsumption. It does not possess any a priori principle of its own. I shall now explain why Kant believes that there is a necessary connection between reason and the faculty of desire. We may remind ourselves that in section I of the introduction he distinguished between two different kinds of proposition, viz., technical one and practical propositions. We were told that it is only the latter which are based upon a priori principles and may be called practical. The principles on which the former are based are theoretical principles. It is important to note here that what Kant believes is not that there is no difference between knowing theoretical rule and acting in accordance with it. What he means is that the distinction between the two is a merely empirical difference. Of course, we know by experience that knowing a geometrical rule and carrying it out are two different things. And yet there is no difference regarding the a priori principle. The principle which the actual construction follows is the theoretical principle. We have full theoretical knowledge of the rule of the construction, and in actually carrying it out all that you do is to apply the theoretical rule. We have also learnt that in Kant's view it does not make any difference whether we are concerned with scientific rules or rules of conduct, insofar as the latter are concerned with natural objects. The rule, for instance, that we ought to bring about our own happiness does not follow an independent a priori practical principle. For happiness is an object that belongs to the world of nature. If we had perfect theoretical knowledge of the way in which it could be brought about, we should act accordingly and our actions would be entirely determined by this knowledge. An action which contains an a priori practical principle must be of an entirely different kind. Not only must it be independent of our theoretical knowledge of an object. It must even be impossible for us to have any knowledge. It is only moral actions which fulfill this condition. For their object is a supersensible object of which we have no theoretical knowledge. In desiring to realize the good, and in obeying the moral law which commands us to realize it, we follow a principle fundamentally different from the principles of the understanding. It is an independent principle of practical reason. The problem with which we are here concerned is, why does Kant believe that reason supplies principles for the faculty of desire? In order to understand this, we have first to state that Kant is not thinking of desire in the ordinary sense of the word. It is not the desires for natural objects, of which WC seek to gain possession in order to enjoy them, which are determined by reason and its a priori practical principle. It is a special kind of desire, viz., the desire to realize the good, which, as we have just seen, is an object fundamentally different from all natural objects. In fact, it is an object of which we should have no knowledge whatever, unless our reason revealed it to us. Reason makes us desire this object. Hence it may be said that the only desire which is determined by an independent a priori principle is the desire to bring about the good, and since it is reason which makes us conscious of the moral law and the object of moral action, of which the understanding and its theoretical principles can teach us nothing, it may be said that it is reason alone which supplies the faculty of desire with a special a prion principle. As regards the third faculty of the mind, which is empirically given, the problem that faces us is similar to the one which we have just discussed. There is again given in experience a specific faculty of the mind, and what we have to find out is whether this faculty is capable of being determined by an independent a priori principle. That the faculty in question, viz., the faculty of feeling pleasure and pain, is empirically different from the two other faculties is manifest. Psychological observation shows that, taking pleasure in an object is different from knowing it or desiring it. Transcendental philosophy, however, is not concerned with their empirical differences. It is in search of a priori principles. It appears that when an object produces pleasure in the subject, the relation between them is determined by ordinary causal laws. It may be difficult ever to determine their precise nature, but it is obvious that they do not rest upon a priori principles. We may presume that if pleasure is capable of being determined by specific a priori principles, i.e., principles which are essentially different from the principles of the understanding and the principles of reason, this will be a very special kind of pleasure, a feeling which is just as different from what is ordinarily called pleasure as practical desire is different from what is ordinarily called desire. Now it has been explained in the preceding sections of the introduction that there actually exists a specific kind of pleasure, namely, the pleasure which arises in the subject when it finds itself confronted with a rule the necessity of which it cannot understand because it in no way follows from the rules of understanding. We have learnt that every act of reflection is accompanied by such a feeling of pleasure. We have seen that, since our understanding and our reason are concerned with nothing but strictly universal rules, and since the sphere of particulars is not determined by their principles, the knowing subject has to employ a subjective principle of reflection which makes it assume that the particulars themselves are not a disorderly aggregate but a system. In applying this principle, the subject must necessarily feel pleasure when it finds its assumption confirmed by the facts. We have also seen that, although all our reflective judgments are bound up with a feeling of pleasure, this holds to an even greater extent for our aesthetic judgments. The reason is that aesthetic judgments are merely subjective judgments. In making them we do not judge about properties of the object but about our own feelings. It is true that teleological judgments are also merely reflective. And yet they are concerned with knowledge of the objects to which the principles of reflection is applied. They are cognitive judgments of a special kind, viz., reflective cognitive judgments. Aesthetic judgments, on the other hand, are fundamentally different from all cognitive judgments, whether determinate or reflective. As has been indicated already and will be made clearer in the critique of aesthetic judgment, the pleasure which is involved in our aesthetic judgments is of a very special kind. It is a pleasure arising from the fact that the subject, in representing an object to itself, becomes conscious of a harmonious relation of its faculties of representation. The faculties involved in this process are the imagination and the understanding, and the faculty which relates them to each other is the faculty of judgment. The critique of aesthetic judgment will throw light upon all this. But even at the present stage it is possible to grasp Kant's general idea. In section 3 of the introduction, Kant has told us that the reason why reflective judgment, in making an aesthetic judgment, does not become conscious of its own principle, and why the judgment cannot manifest itself in any other way than in a subjective feeling, is that the rule itself is subjective. It follows that, in order to decide whether a particular case does or does not conform to the rule, we can do no more than refer to that which is also merely subjective, viz., the pleasure which is felt. I think it has now become clear what Kant reasons are for believing that there is a necessary connection between the feeling of pleasure on the one hand and the faculty of judgment, and in particular its aesthetic principle, on the other. The pleasure in the beautiful is fundamentally different from what is ordinarily called pleasure. Kant will make this point quite clear in the critique itself. For the present it is sufficient to state that he believes that in taking pleasure in an object which we find pleasant we are always interested in more than our own feelings. We are interested in the object and its existence. We seek to bring it into our possession in order to enjoy pleasant feelings. Our pleasure in the beautiful, on the other hand, is of an entirely different kind. It is a pleasure of contemplation. We are interested in nothing but our own state of mind, and our enjoyment of the object is due to the fact that its representation gives us pleasure. We may now concern ourselves with Kant's third list. It adds, to the faculties of the mind and the faculties of knowledge, the a priori principles which belong to them. These are said to be conformity to law, purposiveness which is at the same time law. That Kant defines here the fundamental principle of the understanding as the principle of conformity to law hardly requires an explanation. He has shown in the critique of pure reason that our understanding produces certain a priori universal laws, to which every object of experience has to conform in order to become an object. The fundamental principle of the understanding may therefore rightly be called the principle of conformity to law. It is harder to see why Kant calls the principle of practical reason purposiveness which is at the same time law. I shall try to explain this. The concept of purpose is, according to 12. Kant, a concept of reason. The fundamental difference between concepts of the understanding and ideas is that, whereas the former make the particulars subject to certain universal rules without determining the particulars as such, the latter are thought to do this. Our understanding produces universal rules to which all the particulars contained in the world of sense have to conform. But it does not even aim at determining the sphere of particulars as such. It leaves the subsumption of the particulars under the universals to the faculty of judgment. Reason, on the other hand, demands far more. It demands that every particular which falls under its concepts should be fully determined by them, that the particulars should owe their very existence to universal concepts. We have already briefly examined this doctrine. We have seen that Kant holds that the claim made by reason cannot be justified so far as theoretical knowledge is concerned, and why he holds this. Ideas do not give us knowledge. We cannot derive the particulars contained in our world from universal concepts. In his ethical writings, Kant has shown that the case is different in the sphere of actions. We can determine our own actions by means of universal ideas. A moral action actually is so determined. In so far as the agent determines himself in accordance with the moral law, in so far as the only end he pursues is to obey this law and to realize the object which is given to him by the moral law, his particular actions are wholly determined by ideas of reason. We have now to remember that the question with which we are at present concerned is to find out why Kant calls the principle of practical reason the principle of purposiveness which is at the same time law. We have often stated that according to Kant purpose is an idea of reason. When we say of a thing that it is a purpose, we mean by this that every particular contained in it is dependent on the universal idea. Now moral purposes have to be distinguished from purposes of nature. Kant's theory regarding moral ends is that they do not exist by themselves. They are in fact implicit in the moral action. A moral action which determines itself according to the moral law has no her end which JT pursues. The essential difference between natural ends and moral ends according to Kant may be seen from the following passage. Teleology considers nature as a kingdom of ends, ethics regards a possible kingdom of ends as a kingdom of nature. In the first case, the kingdom of ends is a theoretical idea adopted to explain what actually is. In the latter, it is a practical idea, adopted to bring about that which is not yet, but which can be realized by our conduct, namely, if it conforms to this idea. I cannot try here to explain this very difficult passage really satisfactorily. For this would involve us in a discussion of questions regarding Kant's moral philosophy which cannot adequately be dealt with in a book on the critique of judgment. For our present purpose it is sufficient to state that the only kind of purposes of which human reason has knowledge and which it can realize are moral purposes. It is only in the practical sphere that human reason can both give the law and realize ends, that it can employ a principle of purposiveness which is at the same time law. The laws of the understanding are laws to which every object of nature has to conform. But the understanding can only ask us what nature is. It cannot even ask what its objects are good for, what purposes they serve. Reason's concept of a purpose, on the other hand, is a transcendent concept which does not give us knowledge. When he wrote the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant believed use of the principle of a purpose. Purpose was for him a mere idea. In the Critique of Judgment he changes this view, in so far as he admits now that the principle of purposiveness of nature can be employed by us for an inquiry into nature but only as a principle of reflection. As such it is fundamentally different from the principle of practical reason, for we cannot determine natural objects by means of it. We cannot give laws to nature. It is a principle of purposiveness which is not at the same time law, and as such it is quite different from the principles of the understanding, which, as has been said, are concerned with nature's conformity to law but not with purposes which nature may realize. It may therefore for theoretical knowledge the human mind could not make any. Be said that the understanding applies the principle of conformity to law, judgment the principle of purposiveness, and reason the principle of purposiveness which is at the same time law. It will be noted that I have not explained here why Kant believes that the a priori principle employed by the faculty of judgment is the principle of purposiveness. I have thought such an explanation unnecessary, in view of the fact that Kant has told us this time and again throughout the introduction. But there is one point, regarding the section with which we are here concerned, to which I should like to draw attention. In it Kant is concerned with a special kind of subjective purposiveness, viz., the purposiveness which underlies our aesthetic judgments. Unfortunately we know very little about it so far. Kant will explain in the body of the critique that the purposiveness in question is a purposiveness without a purpose. In judging a work of art or a natural object to be beautiful, we regard every part of it as dependent on the whole, every particular as dependent on the universal idea of the whole, and so far the object may be regarded as a purposive and harmonious whole. And yet we do so without making use of a definite concept. In judging the object to be such a harmonious whole, we do not derive it from any definite purpose which would explain the relation between parts and the whole. We become aware of their harmonious relation by feeling it, and we are incapable of explaining to ourselves why it exists. We have no knowledge of the ground of its existence. The principle employed by an aesthetic/judgment is the principle of purposiveness without a purpose. That Kant is thinking here of aesthetic purposiveness alone may be seen from the fact that in the last list which he presents art appears as the product of judgment along with nature as the product of the understanding and morality as the product of reason and the principles corresponding to these three faculties. The term product which Kant uses here is somewhat misleading. Above all it may seem strange that Kant calls nature a product of the understanding and its principle of conformity to law. But it is not really difficult to see what he means by this. It is not nature as such which is a product of the understanding and its laws, is subject to the idea of such a form of purposiveness as is suitable for becoming a universal law, a law which is the determining principle of reason in respect of the faculty of desire. The judgments thus arising from the a priori principles which are peculiar to each of the fundamental faculties of the mind are theoretical. Kant goes on to state that there has now been discovered a system of the faculties of the mind in their relation to nature and freedom. Nature and freedom have determinate principles, and therefore belong to the doctrinal system of philosophy, which consists of two parts. The faculty of judgment connects the two parts of philosophy by means of its specific principle. A transition from the sensible substratum with which theoretical philosophy is concerned to the supersensible substratum with which practical philosophy is concerned is made possible by the critique of judgment. For the faculty of judgment, although it cannot produce any objective knowledge and therefore can contribute nothing to the doctrine of philosophy, yields a special kind of judgment, viz., aesthetic judgments, the principles of which are merely subjective. These judgments are of such a special kind that they relate sensible intuitions to an idea of nature whose conformity to law cannot be understood unless it is referred to a supersensible substratum. All this is very obscure, and Kant himself states that he will establish it in the Critique itself. But I think that even a reader who is so far acquainted only with the introduction to the Critique can understand Kant's general idea and see how he can consider the Critique of Judgment a link between the Critique of Pure Reason, which is concerned with the world of nature, and the Critique of Practical Reason, which is concerned with the world of freedom. We have learned already that the principle which is applied by the faculty of judgment is the principle of reflection, and also that this principle necessarily relates the world of sense to a supersensible world. According to transcendental principles, the world of sense is a world determined by the objective rules of the understanding. It has been shown in the Critique of Pure Reason that this world is a world of appearances, and that the human mind can have no theoretical knowledge of the supersensible. The Critique of Practical Reason has proved that there exists a supersensible world of freedom. It has been shown that in the field of moral actions we can determine particular actions which take place in the world of sense by means of universal concepts. But we do not know why or how this is possible. The world of nature and the world of freedom are two heterogeneous spheres, whose connection with each other we do not understand. We have objective principles of the understanding, the necessity of which we can understand. These principles present us with the world of nature. We also have objective principles of practical reason, which make us conscious of the supersensible world of practical freedom. But we are entirely ignorant as to what the connection between the two worlds is. We can apply the principles of the understanding for the sake of theoretical knowledge of the world of nature, and we can apply the principles of reason in order to determine our actions according to the supersensible principle of moral freedom. The Critique of Judgment discovers the principle of reflection and shows that in applying this principle the human mind conceives the idea of a technique of nature. The introduction has shown that we must make use of this principle. We must assume that nature, besides being determined by the universal laws of the understanding, is also a system in accordance with particular laws. In order to explain to ourselves the possibility of such a system, we have to transcend the world of nature. We have to regard nature as an intelligent being that has produced this system purposely, a being possessed of an understanding essentially different from our own. This understanding forms the world of nature according to the idea of a system. It arranges every particular contained in the world of nature according to this idea. Whatever the purposiveness is which we ascribe to nature, whether it is logical, aesthetic, or teleological purposiveness, in that case we assume the existence of such a supersensible causality. Reflective judgment regards nature as subject to a supersensible * principle. Although this principle is merely subjective, it gives us for the first time the idea of a nature which is dependent on laws derived from a supersensible source. This idea is realized in the sphere of practical philosophy. For it can be shown that moral actions occurring in the world of sense are actually determined by the supersensible causality of freedom. The faculty of judgment may thus be said to make possible a transjective from the realm of the concept of nature to that of the concept of freedom. In the very possibility of its laws applying a priori to nature, the understanding gives evidence that nature is known by us as mere appearance, and thus it indicates at the same time that nature must have a supersensible substratum, and yet it leaves the substratum entirely undetermined. The faculty of judgment through its a priori principle, by means of which nature is judged in accordance with possible particular laws, confers determinability through the intellectual faculty, upon that supersensible substratum of nature. Reason, on the other hand, confers through its a priori practical law determination upon this very substratum. Thus the faculty of judgment makes possible the transition from the sphere of the concept of nature to that of the concept of freedom. Kant's general idea is quite clear. In assuming the principle of reflective judgment, we suppose that the world of sense is in some way dependent on supersensible laws, laws which the understanding can in no way comprehend. This is in some respects analogous to the principle of raison. But the essential difference is that the faculty of judgment merely assumes that the supersensible substrate has some kind of effect upon the world of sense, without being able to determine this effect, whereas practical reason in being conscious of yak supersensible moral law can assert objectively that nature actually is capable of being so determined. It is very important to note that in the critique of judgment Kant in no way modifies the fundamental doctrine of transcendental philosophy, namely, that the human mind derives all its objective knowledge of the world of nature from the principles of the understanding, and its objective knowledge of the world of freedom from the principles of reason. The principles of the understanding and of reason are the only objective principles. There are only two parts of philosophy regarded as a doctrine, i.e., as a source of objective knowledge, namely, theoretical philosophy and practical philosophy. The principles of judgment are of an entirely different kind. They are not determinate but reflective, not objective but subjective principles. Therefore the faculty of judgment cannot have a place in the system of philosophy, but it can and in fact must belong to the critique of all the a priori determinable faculties of the mind insofar as they constitute a system in the mind. It does not seem to me permissible to regard Kant's distinction between the system of the sciences of pure reason and the system of the faculties of the mind as a merely technical and artificial distinction. For it expresses his conviction that there is a fundamental difference between the objective principles of the understanding and reason and the subjective principles of judgment. I may now conclude my exposition of the introduction. I hope that I have succeeded in showing that the argument set forth in the introduction is by no means artificial and that it is in perfect harmony with the general principles of Kant's philosophy. There remain, however, a great many obscurities especially regarding aesthetic judgments. Most of these will be cleared up in the critique of aesthetic judgment, to the interpretation of which I may now proceed. Critique of aesthetic judgment. Section I. The transcendental method is distinguished from every other method of philosophical inquiry in that it holds that to understand the nature of an object philosophy must inquire into the nature of our knowledge of it. It never treats an object as a thing existing independently of the human mind. It asks, how do we come to know it? This procedure of transcendental philosophy is implied in its very name. I entitle transcendental all knowledge which is occupied not so much with objects as with the mode of our knowledge of objects in so far as this mode of knowledge is to be possible a priori. All knowledge of objects, actual or assumed, expresses itself in certain judgments about them. Thus the fundamental problem of the critique of pure reason, which is concerned with our theoretical a priori judgments about objects, is not, how are theoretical objects possible? But, how are our judgments about them possible? For we cannot become aware of objects independently of our judgments about them. The main problem of the critique of pure reason may therefore be stated as follows. How are these judgments possible? Much is already gained if we can bring a number of investigations under the formula of a single problem. For we not only lighten our task, by defining it accurately, but make it easier for others, who would test our results, to judge whether or not we have succeeded in what we set out to do. Now the proper problem of pure reason is contained in the question, how are a priori synthetic judgments possible? The task which Kant sets himself in the first book of the Analytic of Aesthetic Judgment is to explain the nature of a specific kind of judgment, namely, our judgments about the beautiful. It is not the nature of the beautiful object as such which interests him in the first place. What he is concerned with is to analyze the judgments in which we call things beautiful. The judgments themselves are given. There exists a specific kind of judgment which declares objects beautiful or utilely. Judgments of this kind may be called judgments of taste. The analytic of the beautiful has to concern itself with them. It has to be noted, however, that the first business of the analytic of the beautiful is not to ask, are human beings entitled to make judgments of taste? The first question to be answered is, what is required for calling an object beautiful? What do we assert when we make such a judgment about it? The question as to whether we are entitled to make judgments of taste will be discussed later. We have then first of all to resolve the judgments of taste into their elements. We have to distinguish them from other judgments. We have to ascertain precisely what are the characteristics which distinguish them from all the other judgments which we make. The definition of taste which is here taken as the basis is this: taste is the faculty of estimating the beautiful. But what is required for calling an object beautiful must be discovered by the analysis of judgments of taste. The first thing that our analysis of the judgments of taste discovers is that when we call an object beautiful or ugly, we are not at all concerned with the object as such, but with the pleasure or pain which we feel when we represent it to ourselves. When we make a logical judgment about an object, we ascribe to the object certain properties. A judgment such as the table is round would be an example of a judgment of this kind. It is clear that the predicate of this judgment is a property which we attribute to our object. On the other hand, when we say, the table is beautiful, we do not ascribe to the table any property. We merely state that we take pleasure in it. We see that judgments of taste are essentially different from logical judgments, in that they are not at all concerned with the object and its properties, but merely with our own feeling about it. Judgments of taste are subjective. For in making them we refer the representation of the object to the subject and its feelings of pleasure and pain. It might seem as if every judgment that referred the representation of the object to sensation were a purely subjective judgment. But this is not really so. There is only one kind of sensation which is purely subjective and cannot be anything else, namely, the feeling of pleasure and pain. Every other kind of sensation may be objective, in a certain sense. To take an example, the sensation of a color is subjective in the sense that it cannot be determined objectively. The same object may seem green to one person and red to another, and it is impossible to prove objectively which of the two qualities the object really possesses. And yet when we assert that an object is green or red, etc., we mean that the object possesses a certain property of which we become aware through sensation. There is only one sensation which cannot be other than subjective, the feeling of pleasure or pain. For in this nothing in the object is signified, on the contrary, in this feeling the subject is aware of itself as it is affected by the representation. We have now learnt that aesthetic judgments, i.e., judgments which are concerned with nothing but the pleasure or pain which is felt by the subject, possess a special characteristic. They must be distinguished from logical or cognitive judgments. The fundamental distinction between logical and aesthetic judgments is that the former are always objective, the latter always purely subjective. Thus the judgment of taste is not a cognitive judgment, and, consequently, it is not logical but aesthetic, by which is to be understood a judgment whose determining ground cannot be other than subjective. In section 1 Kant has drawn a clear distinction between logical judgments and aesthetic judgments. In section 2 he distinguishes between two kinds of aesthetic judgment, namely, judgments about the beautiful and judgments about the pleasant. His argument runs as follows. When we judge an object beautiful, we are indifferent to the question whether it ought to exist or not. The delight which we feel is wholly disinterested. By interest in an object we may understand the delight. 180. Which we connect with the representation of the real existence of an object. Our judgments about the beautiful are independent of any such interest. Whether we desire the existence of an object or do not desire it, is a question which does not enter into our judgments about its beauty. Kant illustrates this by a simple example. If anyone asks us whether we find the palace which we see before us beautiful or not, we may perhaps answer that we do not care for things of that kind, that are merely made to be stared at. We may perhaps even go a step further and find fault with the vanity of the great who spend the sweat of the people on such superfluous things. All this is very well. Only it is not an answer to the question which we are asked. We were asked if the contemplation of the object gives us pleasure or does not, and not whether it ought to exist or not. An aesthetic judgment about beauty is entirely indifferent to the existence or non-existence of its object. All that we want to know is whether the mere representation of the object in me is accompanied by delight, however indifferent I may be as to the existence of the object of this representation. We have now discovered as a further peculiarity of our judgments of taste that they are independent of all interest. How important this is may be seen from the fact that our judgments about the pleasant are also purely subjective and aesthetic judgments, and that what distinguishes the two aesthetic judgments is nothing but the fact that judgments about the pleasant are never disinterested, they are not indifferent to the existence of their object. This will be shown in the present section. Kant begins with a definition of the pleasant. It runs as follows. By pleasant we understand that which pleases the senses in sensation. He goes on to state that this affords a convenient opportunity for condemning a confusion concerning the meaning of sensation and for directing particular attention to the double meaning of which the word sensation is capable. It has commonly been believed that every kind of delight is in itself sensation. But this is not really so. We have to distinguish between different kinds of sensation. There is a fundamental difference between two principal kinds of sensation, viz., objective sensation and subjective sensation. Objective sensation is concerned with the sensible qualities of objects. Subjective sensation is not concerned with objects at all but with the feelings of the subject. Our judgments about the pleasant are judgments about subjective sensation. They are in no way concerned with knowledge of the object, not even with knowledge of its sensible qualities. They are purely subjective, and in making such judgments we make an assertion about nothing but our own subjective sensations, about the delight which we take in our object. The green color of the meadows, as the perception of an object of sense, belongs to objective sensation. Their pleasantness, on the other hand, belongs to subjective sensation, by which no object is represented, that is to say, pleasantness belongs to feeling, whereby the object is regarded as an object of delight, and this does not involve knowledge of the object. Our judgments about the beautiful and our judgments about the pleasant are similar to one another in that they are both merely subjective judgments about feelings. The essential difference between the two judgments, however, is that whereas our judgments about the beautiful are disinterested, merely contemplative judgments, all our judgments about the pleasant are bound up with an interest in the existence of their object. We never merely judge that an object is pleasant. We are always at the same time interested in its existence. This is evident from the fact that when we judge a thing to be pleasant we are not primarily interested in our judgment. The judgment produces in us a desire to get hold of the object in order to enjoy it, so much so that those whose main purpose is enjoyment quite willingly dispense with judging the object, and are interested in nothing else than that the object should exist and that they should be able to enjoy it. The delight in the pleasant is necessarily bound up with interest. In this section Kant shows that delight in the good is also bound up with interest and essentially different from delight in the beautiful. His argument is this. To be able to consider something good, we must always know. 182. What sort of thing the object ought to be, i.e., we must have a concept of it. A thing may be called good in two different senses. It may be regarded as good for something or as good in itself. As regards the former, it is at once clear that we cannot judge a thing to be useful without making use of a definite concept. The concept which is employed in our judgments about the useful is the concept of a purpose. For we call that thing useful which is regarded as a means of bringing about something else in the existence of which we have an interest. As regards the good in itself, i.e., the moral good, it is clear that it is also always bound up with an interest, with the sole difference that whereas in the case of the mediately good we are interested in something else that it will be good for, when we call an action morally good or good in itself we are concerned with the goodness which is contained in it. It is obvious that we desire the existence of the moral good. For the good is the necessary object of the will of every rational being. It follows that every judgment that makes use of the concept of the good in itself is bound up with an interest. We approve of the good action, we take delight in it, because it realizes an object in the existence of which we have interest. But in spite of all these differences between the pleasant and the good they agree in one point. They are both always bound up with an interest in their object, and this is true not only of the pleasant and the mediately good or useful, which pleases as a means to some kind of pleasantness, but also of that which is good absolutely and in every respect, that is to say, the moral good, which carries with it the highest interest. For the good is the object of the will, that is to say, of a faculty of desire determined by reason. But to will something and to take delight in its existence, i.e., to take an interest in it, are identical. Asterisk. Section 5. In this section Kant compares what he calls the three specifically different kinds of delight, namely delight in the pleasant, delight in the beautiful, delight in the good. His general idea is easily understood. The delight in the beautiful is essentially different from the two other kinds of delight, for our judgments about the beautiful are purely contemplative judgments which are indifferent to the existence of their object, whereas our judgments about the pleasant and the good are bound up with an interest. Judgments of taste are contemplative, i.e., they are not concerned with the properties of the object as such but only with its relation to the feeling of pleasure or pain. This is the reason why those judgments are neither grounded on concepts nor intentionally directed to them. Judgments of taste are essentially different from cognitive judgments, which make use of concepts. The pleasant, the beautiful, and the good denote three different relations to the feeling of pleasure and pain. Our judgments about them contain three different kinds of delight. We call pleasant what merely pleases us, beautiful what merely satisfies us, and good what we value and approve, i.e., that to which we attribute objective worth. All this is neither difficult nor very interesting. But when Kant goes on to state that pleasantness has meaning not only for man but also for irrational animals, beauty only for man, whereas the good is good for every rational being in general, it is very difficult to understand what he means. This may not seem surprising in view of the fact that Kant himself says that his statement will receive its complete justification later. It has to be noted, however, that Kant never does give the promised explanation. In fact, he never mentions this point again. It will be appreciated that what is most difficult, and most interesting from the point of view of the critique of judgment, is Kant's assertion that beauty has meaning only for human beings, and for them in so far as they are not merely rational but at once rational and irrational. I will try to explain what is meant by this. But I am afraid my explanation will be somewhat lengthy. What I shall try to show is that Kant's doctrine that beauty is an object only for human beings follows from the general principles of his philosophy. It has to be remembered that all our judgments about beauty are according to Kant produced by the faculty of judgment. Kant has shown in the Critique of Pure Reason that judgment is not an independent faculty of the mind, that it merely mediates between two other faculties, namely intuition and understanding. It has also been shown in the first critique that the fact that human knowledge depends upon intuition and understanding is indicative of its finite character. It reveals that human beings are not purely rational beings, that they are also sensible beings. A purely rational being would know objects by means of mere thought, and would therefore not be in need of a faculty which enabled it to refer its concepts to intuitions. Such a being would not be in need of sensible intuition. It would be able to present objects to itself by means of pure concepts. It is true that in the Critique of Practical Reason Kant shows that our practical judgments are also dependent on our faculty of judgment. And yet the function of judgment in the practical field is entirely different from that which it has in the theoretical field. Kant believes not only that practical concepts are valid for every rational being, but also that they are valid for an absolute being, for God himself. The moral law is an absolute law, and moral concepts are absolute concepts. That human beings have to make use of the faculty of judgment at all in order to be able to make a practical judgment, is due solely to the fact that they are finite beings, living in the world of sense. In order to be able to regard an action which occurs in the world of sense as determined by the absolute moral law, they have to be capable of subsuming particular actions under the absolute universal law of reason. This is made possible by practical judgment. But it is clear that this faculty of practical judgment is needed only by a being that is not a purely rational being, a being that belongs both to the sensible and to the intelligent \V0RLD7 that is both rational and irrational. This, however, does not alter the fact that the object of the moral will, the good, is a purely rational object. The good is good. Lor, every, Jjrianoff being in general. We see that the argument regarding judgment which is set forth in the first two critiques implies that judgment is a faculty which can belong only to the finite mind, i.e., to a mind which cannot know by means of mere thought and therefore must possess a faculty which enables it to apply concepts to what is given to it by intuition. In the Critique of Judgment, Kant discovered THIRD of judgment, namely, reflect judgment. The principle of reflection is a merely subjective principle. In applying it, judgment does not make use of determinate concepts at all. All that reflective judgment can do is to relate two other faculties of the mind to one another, without being able to determine what their precise relation is. For to be able to do this, it would have to be capable of making use of determinate concepts. It would have to be determinate judgment, either theoretical or practical. The two kinds of judgment with which determinate judgment is concerned are theoretical judgments and practical judgments. Reflective judgment produces our specific kind of judgment, and merely aesthetic judgments. As has been suggested in the introduction to the Critique of Judgment, and will be made quite clear in the critique itself, the two faculties which the faculty of judgment must relate to one another in order to be able to make aesthetic judgment are the imagination and the understanding. The relation between these two faculties of the mind is in the case of aesthetic judgments not determined by objective concepts. It is an indeterminate relation. From this it follows that judgments about beauty can be made only by a finite rational being, that they have a significance only for beings at once rational and irrational. The being that makes them must be rational, because in such judgments there is implied a relation to the understanding. On the other hand, it must be irrational. For the imagination is a sensuous faculty of the mind which a purely rational being would not need at all, and the relation view 186 between imagination and understanding is not determined by definite objective concepts, and according to Kant's doctrine a purely rational being would be capable of determining every object with which it is concerned by means of pure concepts. The rest of this section is simple. Kant states that of the three kinds of delight it is only the delight in the beautiful that can be called a free delight. As we have seen, our delight in the pleasant and in the good is dependent on our interest in the existence of the object. In the case of the pleasant, the delight is not free because it is dependent upon our desire to possess the object. As sensible beings we have a natural desire that those objects which please us should belong to us and that we should be able to enjoy them. But, since we are at the same time rational beings, we have also a desire to realize the good. Our delight in it is not free. As has been explained in the Critique of Practical Reason, the respect for the moral law cannot even be called a feeling in the proper sense of the word. It is nothing but the subjective awareness of our being determined by the objective moral law. It is not an independent feeling, but is necessarily connected with the moral law. A finite being which finds itself subject to the moral law must necessarily have respect for it. It is given no choice in the matter. It ought to feel respect. The delight in the good is therefore not free, it is not a disinterested delight. We may put the matter like this. Our delight in the pleasant is related to inclination, our delight in the beautiful to favor, our delight in the good to respect. Of these three, favor alone can be called a free delight. For it is only regarding the object of the judgments of taste that we can choose between favoring and disfavoring it. As regards the pleasant, our natural inclinations impel us to desire it, and as regards the good we are bound by the law of reason to desire it. For favor is the only free delight. An object of inclination, or one which we are made to desire by a law of reason, leaves us no freedom to make something into an object of pleasure for ourselves. All interest either presupposes a want or produces one, and, as the determining ground of our approval, it no longer allows our judgment about the object to be free. It is now easy to understand Kant's first definition of the beautiful. Taste is the faculty of estimating an object or a mode of representation through a delight or an aversion independently of all interest. The object of such a delight is called beautiful. Section 6. In this section Kant continues his analysis of aesthetic judgments. His argument may be paraphrased as follows. He who judges an object to be beautiful is aware of the fact that he does so apart from any interest in the existence of the object. In calling an object beautiful, he is in no way influenced by any personal predilection for the object. Therefore he naturally assumes that the object will be judged in the same manner by everybody else. Since in making such a judgment he feels himself completely free, he cannot make his own person responsible for the judgment and the delight which is expressed in it. He is aware that his judgment is quite independent of his individual likes and dislikes. Owing to this he will speak of the beautiful as if beauty were an objective qualitative, and he will formulate his judgment as if it were a logical judgment, i.e., a judgment concerned with cognition of objects. He will do so because there is a resemblance between the two judgments in that they both claim to be universally valid. But it is obvious that there is also an essential difference between the two judgments. For the aesthetic judgment about beauty is concerned with nothing but the pleasure or pain which is felt by the subject. The universality of the judgment must therefore be of a very special kind, for from objective concepts there is no transition to the subjective feeling of pleasure. It is true that in the case of 188 practical laws there is a necessary transition to a certain kind of pleasure, namely, the feeling of respect for these laws. We may demand universal agreement with our practical judgments, because we can presuppose that everyone will feel the same respect for the moral law as we do and will therefore approve of an action which is in accordance with it. On the other hand, it is obvious that all practical laws carry an interest with them. We approve of moral actions not only because we all feel respect for the laws to which they conform, but also because we believe that the actions which are determined by those laws realize an object in the existence of which we are interested, namely, the good. Aesthetic judgments, on the other hand, claim universal validity for the very reason that they are independent of all interest in their objects. The universality claimed by them is purely subjective. The subject of the judgment presupposes that, since it takes pleasure in the object without being in one the least interested in its existence, everyone else will feel the same pleasure. It does not demand that everyone should attribute the same properties to the object, since it is not at all concerned with its properties. It merely assumes that everyone will have the same subjective feelings about it. We see that the subjective universality which belongs to our aesthetic judgments is entirely different from the objective universality which belongs to our logical and practical judgments. It follows that there must be attached to the judgment of taste a claim to validity for everyone, since in making it we become conscious of the fact that it is detached from all interest. But this validity must not be a universality which is referred to objects, i.e., why the judgment of taste must be bound up with a claim to subjective universality. Section 7. In this section Kant explains that the fundamental difference between our judgments about the beautiful and our judgments about the pleasant is that, whereas in the former there is implicit a claim to universal validity, the latter are entirely independent of any such claim. Our judgments about the pleasant are entirely private and individual judgments about our own feelings. To take an example, suppose we asserted that a certain object was pleasant, and someone objected and said we ought to say it was pleasant to us, we should not protest at all. This applies to all judgments about the pleasant in general, not only to judgments about the pleasures of the palate, but just as much to judgments about what is said to be pleasant to the eye, the ear, etc. All our judgments about the pleasant are purely subjective. One man may like one color and another. One man may prefer the tone of wind instruments and another the tone of string instruments. It is impossible to quarrel about this and to say that one judgment is true and the other is false. The judgments are entirely private. Everyone has his own taste. The beautiful stands on an entirely different footing. It would be ridiculous if I said about a poem, or a building, that it was beautiful for me. When I call something beautiful, I do not mean that it merely pleases me, that I take a pleasure in it. I expect that others will feel the same about it, and therefore I speak about beauty as if it were a property of the object. I assert that the thing is beautiful, and demand of others that they should agree. I blame them when they judge differently. I say, they have no taste. And the curious fact is that the reason that I expect everyone else to agree with my judgment is not that I have found out by experience what kind of things have been judged to be beautiful. I demand of other persons that they should agree with me even if they do not, and even if no one has ever held the same opinion about a particular object as I have. I cannot judge an object to be beautiful without implying that my judgment is universally valid. Regarding the beautiful, it cannot be said that everyone has his own taste. For this would be as much as to say that there is no such thing as taste at all. It is curious that the difference between our judgments about the pleasant and our judgments about the beautiful cannot be attributed to the fact that in the former different persons do not agree with each other, whereas in the latter they do agree. There actually exists such agreement. It is quite possible to find out what things most people find pleasant, and we may say of a person who knows what most people find pleasant that he has taste. For instance, someone knows how to entertain his guests. He offers them food which he knows they will like, etc. It is customary to say of such a man that he has good taste. There remains, however, an essential difference. 190. Between such a person and a person who judges things beautiful. For how does the former know what things will be found pleasant by other people? He finds it out by empirical observation. He observes other people and discovers that certain things are generally liked, that most people find them pleasant. He is not in any way interested in the question as to whether they ought to do so or not. He simply observes, and in this way arrives at general rules according to which he makes his choice. We have to distinguish between general rules and universal a priori rules. All rules concerning the beautiful are such universal rules. They do not tell us what has taken place in most cases but what ought to take place in every case. We have now discovered that all judgments about beauty claim universality. It remains, however, to be seen what kind of universality this is. It is true that our judgments about the good also claim universal validity, but they do so supported by definite concepts. We see that our judgments about the pleasant do not claim any universal validity at all, and that our judgments about the good base their claim to universality upon concepts. Our judgments about the beautiful are made without such objective concepts. We have to answer the question, what special kind of universality is implicit in our judgments about beauty? Section 8. We know already that our aesthetic judgments claim merely subjective universality. When we make them we claim, not that every man should hold the same opinion regarding properties of the object, but that they should all feel the same about it, that they should take the same pleasure in it. At the beginning of this section Kant states that the particular form of universality which is to be met with in a judgment of taste is a significant feature not for the logician but for the transcendental philosopher. The discovery of its origin requires effort but in return brings to light a property of our faculty of cognition which otherwise would have remained unknown. It is easy to see why Kant believes that the particular form of universality which is to be attributed to an aesthetic judgment, viz. subjective one universality, is of special interest for the transcendental philosopher. The universality implied in aesthetic judgments is subjective. Before Kant discovered it, he held the view that universality is necessarily objective. In the Critique of Pure Reason he has shown that the concepts of the understanding are universally valid. He has pointed out that our understanding produces certain universally necessary and objective rules. They are necessary because they are the universal conditions of objective experience. He has also shown that it is the faculty of judgment which enables us to apply those universal concepts to the manifold of particular intuitions. In the critique of practical reason, it has been proved that the human mind employs also universal practical concepts which are produced by reason. The difference between universal concepts of the understanding and universal concepts of reason is that the latter actually produce the particulars which are judged to be instances of the universal rule. As we have seen above, Kant holds that the particular moral action is fully determined by the universal moral concepts. We have also seen that he believes that there exists a power of practical judgment which enables us to refer particular actions to universal concepts. It is comparatively easy to understand how theoretical judgments can claim universal validity. For they can rely upon objective concepts, and once the objective validity of these concepts has been established, it can be shown that the judgments which make use of them are universally valid. We have nothing to do but to show that the human mind possesses a faculty of applying universal concepts to particulars. It has been proved in the first two critiques that this is actually the case. We possess a faculty of theoretical judgment and a faculty of practical judgment. The new discovery of the critique of judgment is that the human mind can view the relation between particulars and universal in yet another way. In the introduction to the critique, Kant has explained that there exists an a priori necessary subjective principle of reflection. This principle is assumed by the faculty of judgment despite the fact that there are no objective concepts which would justify it. The same holds good for all reflective judgments, but particularly for aesthetic judgments, which are purely subjective and altogether independent of concepts. The problem which is raised by Kant in the section with which we are here concerned is, how can a purely subjective judgment lay claim to universal validity? As has already been stated, all our judgments about beauty actually claim such universal validity. To explain how they can do so is particularly difficult in view of the fact that our aesthetic judgments about the pleasant involve no such claim. It is most curious that it never occurs to us to regard them as anything but purely individual judgments, and this although actually there is to be found a very considerable amount of agreement even in those judgments. The very opposite holds for our judgments about beauty. Even if f(dy) else disagrees with the judgment in virtue of which I call a thing beautiful, I believe that I am right and they are wrong. When I judge a thing to be beautiful, I am convinced that everyone else ought to do the same. It would never enter into anyone's head to use the expression beautiful of an object if he did not mean by that everyone else ought to call it beautiful also. It is quite obvious that wherever different individuals disagree about beauty, they never question the universal principle of their judgments. They take it for granted that there are objects which everyone ought to judge beautiful, that there is a principle according to which it can be decided whether an object is beautiful or not. They are in disagreement only about the particular case, about whether the object before them actually possesses the universal characteristic, beauty. That there is such a thing as beauty, that some things ought to be judged beautiful and others ought to be judged ugly, they do not call in question. As the universality which is claimed by our judgments about the beautiful is not in any way objective, and in making such judgments we are not at all concerned with properties of the object, but merely demand that the same pleasure or pain ought to be felt by everyone, the universality which is implicit in such judgments may be given a special name, namely, omen validity, which denotes that the validity is due, not to the reference of a representation to the faculty of knowledge, but to its reference to the feeling of pleasure or pain in every subject. It is difficult to find an appropriate rendering for the German Gemeinigültig /et. The two English translations render it by general validity, but this seems to me misleading. For according to Kant, general validity is the validity which belongs to our empirical judgments. A judgment is said to be generally valid when it holds in most cases or in all cases which have so far been observed. The claim which is made by our aesthetic judgments is of an entirely different kind. The only difference between the universality implied in our logical judgment and the universality implied in our aesthetic judgments is that the former refers to the object, the latter to the subject and his feelings. Since our aesthetic judgments demand that every subject ought to take the same pleasure in the object, the validity claimed by such judgments is quite different from the validity which we assign to our empirical judgments. The whole question, however, does not seem to me of much importance. For Kant goes on to distinguish between the objective universal validity which belongs to our logical judgments and the subjective universal validity which belongs to our aesthetic judgments. This is much clearer, as the terms used indicate at once that both judgments claim universal validity, with the difference that logical judgments claim that everyone ought to ascribe the same properties to the object, whereas aesthetic judgments claim that everyone ought to take the same pleasure in the objects. Kant goes on to explain that objective universal validity includes subjective universal validity, but that subjective universal validity does not necessarily include objective universal validity. His own explanation of this distinction is somewhat obscure, but I think it is comparatively easy to see what he means. A logical judgment, which is based upon objective concepts the truth of which can be established, is valid for all judging subjects. They must all make the same judgment. An aesthetic judgment, which is not concerned with the object at all, can of course not claim objective validity. Its objective truth cannot be established. As Kant puts it, aesthetic universality does not join the predicate of beauty to the concept of an object taken in its entire logical sphere. And yet it extends this predicate over the whole sphere of judging subjects. Aesthetic judgments are interested in their object in a very 194 limited sense. They are concerned with nothing but the judging subjects and their feelings about the object. It follows that subjective universal validity does not include objective universal validity, whereas the objective universal validity of logical judgments includes subjective universal validity. Kant then explains that all judgments of taste are as regards their logical quantity singular judgments. A judgment of taste is concerned with nothing but the individual object which is judged. A logical judgment compares a given object with other objects and determines their relation by means of concepts. In order to judge an object aesthetically, we must represent it immediately to our feeling of pleasure or pain, without using universal concepts. It is of course possible to make a logical judgment out of several aesthetic judgments which are compared with each other. For instance, we may judge that roses are beautiful because every time we have seen a rose we have found it beautiful. It is however obvious that this is no longer an aesthetic judgment but a logical judgment which is derived from aesthetic judgments which we have previously made. The universality which that aesthetic judgment possesses is not a logical but an aesthetic quantity, as every aesthetic judgment is concerned with an individual object, and the universality which it claims is validity for everyone who judges the same object. An aesthetic judgment does not compare the object with other objects, as the universal logical judgments do. It does not claim objective universality but merely subjective validity. It demands that every other subject ought to take the same pleasure in the representation of this particular object. From the fact that judgments of taste are entirely independent of objective concepts, it follows that there cannot be any rule according to which anyone can be compelled to recognize a particular object as beautiful. We cannot call a thing beautiful unless we take pleasure in it, just as if our judgment depended on sensation. No one can convince us that an object is beautiful which we do not feel to be so. And yet we believe, every time we are judging an object to be beautiful, that we are making a judgment with which everyone else ought to agree. From this it may be seen that the only thing that is postulated in the judgment of taste is that there should exist such a universal voice which is concerned merely with the delight without depending on mediation through concepts. In other words, nothing is postulated but the possibility of an aesthetic judgment which may be considered valid for everyone. The